8 minutes past the hour, kickoff hour live. It is the Good Time Gang, minus Greg. We'll just sit back and wait. He tested positive for COVID the other day and getting the second test today to see if that was a false positive or he has it, and we'll go from there. Lisa continuing to do better. He missed a lot of last week because she tested positive. So they are trying to clean up the sick house there at the old Burgess house, and we'll give you updates as that comes along. And talked to him yesterday. Sounded a little stopped up, but we'll see how that plays out. He'll be back with us soon, Lord willing. But I do have Mr. Coach Helms. He's over to my left. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Welcome in, America.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. You'd be so proud of me.
What'd you do?
I made a decision this morning to finally do something about my truck tire.
You talking about how long have you been nursing that?
Probably.
Be honest.
6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
You have a slow leak in one of your tires.
Yeah.
And you never went and got the slow leak checked. It could have been fixable, but no, because you claim you need new tires anyway.
Well, yes, and I think
you're just trying to get the logic behind it.
Yeah, I do. I put air in it this morning, which will last me until I'll probably have to put air in it 2 more times before I resolve the issue on Thursday.
Okay.
So
now, are you doing that at home with your new air compressor?
Yes.
Okay.
I love my new air compressor.
Did you do that this morning there?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
So now it's a
little louder than I want it to be.
Oh yeah, when you crank it up.
Especially in the morning.
You now have a plan, and you think, oh, I can do that at home now.
I know. See, it made it easier.
You're probably fighting, just continuing to do what you're doing, but
the cold weather, extreme cold weather that we've had over the last week has made me have to do it more often.
Yeah.
And I was actually, I guess, was it Saturday or Sunday? I guess it was Sunday. I went and cleaned my truck inside out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going through the glove compartment, and I was looking for, I never know. Does anybody keep gloves in the glove compartment?
Gloves, like winter gloves or work
just gloves in general. Why do we call it a glove compartment? Because I never keep gloves there.
Oh, you don't? No, I don't. I have some in the back underneath my seat, but I don't have them in the glove compartment. No.
So I looked in there and I saw a quote from the last time that I had and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna give them a call today.
Okay.
And so I've got it set up to where I can drop it off probably Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And get it taken care of Thursday, and hopefully. I may be running into this can't have nothing thing because you never know.
Right.
But that's the plan.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that I don't have to use my air pump as much as I've been using it.
How about they're tired of truck? They're proud of truck tires.
They really are.
Yeah, they are.
They really are.
They sure are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not cheap.
Hey, wow. They really are proud of them.
They are. They are.
Yeah. Especially if well, I'll stop there. But
that's
tires in general. You need to. And we learned that you almost have to have a little tire budget when you have just cars running all over the place and kids have cars, and
part of the reason I've
all
waited
got
6
cars.
months.
It looks like a used parking lot in our driveway, and wow, I have done really good, and knock on wood, with this truck. I've had for a couple of years now that I'm rotating tires.
See, I should do that more.
I'm talking about. I'm going to get an oil change, tire rotation. Oil change, tire rotation. And I'm making myself do that because
and I should.
My old self would go, about every 2 or 3 oil changes, I'll change it. And then you get to go, and before you know it, your fronts or your backs are all looking weird, and it's because you didn't do it.
And I have no excuse because the place that I go to get this kind of service is 3 miles from my house.
Yeah.
And they have a drop-off, and I can just simply pull it up, put the keys in the little drop box, and take one of my other kids' cars for a day, and it's resolved.
Yeah,
and I never do it. It's stupid.
Well, I am proud of you.
Helms.
I am proud of you. Now, it's sad that it's taken this long, but maybe this week it's resolved. Now, why do I feel like Friday you're going to come in and go, man, I was going to do that yesterday, but I just never did? I feel like that might happen.
Depending on what this weather, I'm trying to watch the weather in regards to rain, so that I can manage practice appropriately over the next couple of days.
Right.
So there is a chance that it could possibly happen tomorrow versus Thursday, but I'm shooting for Thursday. What are you doing? What do you got going on?
I really wish that Greg was here for commentary too.
Do we though? Depending on what you've got there?
Just to add to what you're going to say, because that's why we're the Good Time Gang. But I'm just going to give you the headline.
Okay.
All right, and then you just give me some commentary afterwards. Friend of 3 Chiefs fans.
I saw this, by the way.
Who froze to death in his backyard claims he had no idea until cops showed up to his house 2 days later after the party that they were even back there dead. But furious family claims he was unreachable during the search and now has moved out. Apparently, we've got 3 guys, David, Ricky, and Clayton, visited their friend Jordan on January 7th to watch the Chiefs playoff game. The 3 football fans were found dead on the porch and backyard after they failed to return home to their loved ones. The attorney, I guess for the family, the attorney for Jordan, the homeowner, said his client knew nothing about the deaths until cops knocked on the door 2 days later. What kind of party? Good night alive. David, 37, Ricky, 38, Clayton, 36. That's sad, man. Visited their friend Jordan to watch the Chiefs and the Chargers win against the Chargers on January the 7th. I guess this is, let's see when this was, because it obviously, let's see. They said that they hadn't publicly released a statement until Monday when his lawyer broke silence to plead with his client's innocence. He was unreachable, and family was trying to frantically search for their loved ones, but they couldn't find him. And as I said, it was only until the night of January the 9th, more than 48 hours after the men came up to watch his party, that cops informed the homeowner that they were missing, and they checked the back, and they're froze to death.
I mean, so I don't know. I mean, this is obviously you've probably had. I mean, our first thought wants to go to alcohol. It's obviously a sad situation, but are we so drunk that we pass out and freeze to death? Is that what happened? That's my first thought to this, is we get so drunk that we pass out outside, and the temps have been extreme across America. And so,
all right, so
freeze to death.
Here's the timeline of events. January 7th, the 3 men go to Jordan's house to watch Kansas City Chiefs game against the Los Angeles Chargers, which started at 3:25 p.m. Central Time. At some point during the night, he goes upstairs to sleep, leaving the 3 men and another unnamed man to hang out in his house. That's the 7th. The 8th, Jordan claims he did not leave the house this day, so he didn't realize the victims' cars were outside. Boy, they must have really been partying. Loved ones of the missing men started trying to contact Jordan, who was unresponsive. January 9th, Clayton's fiance, one of the men, breaks into the home and screams Jordan's name after 2 days of no communication with her partner. She finds one of the bodies on the back porch. At 9:51 p.m., 3 bodies are found at the property after police perform a welfare check. So they have a party. He goes to bed. The guys are hanging out, and they do their own thing. The next day, I guess he's hung over or just sleeping in. He never looks outside, never, I guess, opens the door and notices their cars are still there. This whole time, they're frozen dead outside the back porch.
Or did he kill all of them?
Yep, there's that too. Did he? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look like anything but them freezing to death.
It says it's unclear, and toxicology reports they're gonna have that in a few weeks, but it's unclear whether alcohol and drugs were involved. I would say it probably the case.
Right. How did they all end up outside, passed out, or something? I mean, something that we don't know. Something that's for sure.
Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Programmer services not available in all states. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you gotta go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Greg not here today. Kind of just playing it by ear since he tested positive for COVID. He's getting another test today, and then we'll go from there. on if it was a false positive or what the case is, but he'll get examined again today, and then we'll go from there, Lord willing, be back really soon. I know we all want our Greg back, that's for sure. All you minions, we're covering till he gets back, but we thank all of y'all for hanging out with us today. Rick, Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly, and then the main show is off and running. I did see where, the rumors of Harbaugh leaving Michigan and will he go to the NFL? And I know the Chargers have interviewed him, the Falcons and others. I see here today where the Chargers they want another interview with him. They meet again this week. So do you think he will really leave right now? Or,
yeah, I think he would.
I mean, but do you think he will this year?
Yeah, probably. If he gets the right deal and he feels like it's the right team, right culture, that he can actually get, he's got the players he wants. Yeah, absolutely.
So
100%.
So the state of college football, and again, I won't beat a dead horse here and say this exact same thing we always say, but it's worth mentioning. It used to be that when coaching vacancies came up or whatever, the only thing we thought about were coaches that maybe weren't coaching at the time, that were taking a break or whatever. Now you just have to think about coaches that are in their prime and happy where they are. Somebody will just go steal them. So if Michigan loses Jim Harbaugh and he goes to the NFL, who do you replace him with?
Yeah, that's another, I don't know.
Do you replace him
question.
with that same, was the offensive coordinator that just stepped up and kept the team together? I mean, my goodness, Jim left. He was gone 6 games out of the season. They still won it all.
Yep.
That'll be interesting because that's a premier job. And if he leaves this late in the recruiting, I mean, it's late to just leave. I mean, Saban was a little late, but it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Now, that's just big news. And I see the Tennessee Titans. It looks like they've decided on their coach. And he comes from the Bengals where he was offensive coordinator for 5 years. And that's big news. I know we have a lot of Tennessee Titans fans there, but Brian Callahan, he's going to be the next Tennessee Titans coach.
Don't know anything about him, but
he was with the Bengals.
He's been around.
Yep.
A lot of people seem to think that the problem at Tennessee is the inner workings of the organization.
Right,
so
right.
I don't know if it's a good hire or not. I don't follow it close enough, but we'll see.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be interesting. Everything just looks different. I was talking to some friends over this past weekend. We were hunting and hanging out, and we were talking about the structure of college football and how different it's going to be, and just learning all of the new conferences. I say new, the teams that have joined the conferences. And now, where did they go? The West Coast normally stayed on the West Coast, but now they're all. I mean, you got 2 Pac-12s that are now in the ACC. It's gonna be tough to remember for sure on where everybody is.
It is, and back to the NFL. It's always interesting to me to see what teams want to make a splash with their hire, and what teams want to find somebody that's kind of low on the radar.
Right.
And Tennessee's done that because nobody knows who this guy is. That's nothing to do with him. He can coach football. He wouldn't be there. But it's not a splash hire. And you almost wonder, is this because no one wants that job right now because of the inner workings? Or is there just nobody available? Like, there's guys right now, we just talked about Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Looking at the Chargers, looking at other teams. Why is Tennessee not involved?
Right.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either.
But why are there not bigger names? It seems like anytime the Cowboys or the Falcons or the Packers, you hear these big names mentioned. Well, we didn't even know who Tennessee was looking at. And then they hire this guy that nobody knows.
Yeah.
And again, when I say that, I don't mean that derogatory that he can't coach. He can obviously coach football. But it's funny to me which organizations go with splash hires or try to find splash hires and maybe not even hire that guy, but they at least interview them. Or you hear their name rumored. I didn't hear any big names rumored for Tennessee. I don't know what's going on up there.
Callahan has never been a head coach, but has spent more than a dozen years as an assistant in the NFL. For the last 4 seasons, he coached in the same division as his father, Bill Callahan. So he's the son of Bill Callahan, who is the Cleveland Browns offensive line coach. Bill Callahan, his dad, was an NFL and college coach, leading the Oakland Raiders to a Super Bowl to the Super Bowl where they, I think, lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I believe. But he takes over the Titans at a time when it appears to be the weakest team in an improved AFC South. So
I mean, this is their fourth coach within 8 years?
Yeah, it's tough. Ever since Jeff Fisher, it's been hard to find somebody. It really has. But that's kind of news coming out of Tennessee.
And all of the guys that have been there have been good football coaches.
Oh, yeah.
But to your point,
Rabel was good.
Yeah, but to your point, this guy has never been a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're putting him in a situation where we've put 3 or 4 other guys in instead of going and doing something else. I don't understand.
Yeah. And, they've got this big new build that they're going to be doing.
Saw that.
And that's going to be quite the undertaking where they're building the big, huge new stadium dome. And I understand it's going to be quite the sight. JC went up to Nashville over the break to see his girlfriend up, and they went up to Nashville and kind of went to, they walked around downtown Nashville and hung out, and he took a picture from across the water over to now Nissan Stadium, and he was just basically saying, "Hey, Dad, this is your old stomping grounds," that kind of thing. But you could see a lot of preparation
for it,
and that's just they're gonna, from my understanding, they're gonna. The parking is going to be fun for a while, as you have to be like shuttled or park in other places to get to the game, but while the other build is taking place. But we'll see how that plays out. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, but that's coaching news coming out of the NFL. A lot of Tennessee Titans fans in the audience. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free, because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for being with us here. Kickoff hour is off and running. Greg not here today. Adler should join us here shortly. Rick and Bubba already in the house. And I am Speedy. Over to my left is one Michael Helms. And we are looking forward to another day with you, and we appreciate you taking time to be with us. If you want to join in the conversation during the kickoff hour, I know they're unscreened, but you can always attempt to join in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And if we have time, we'll jump over and answer. But, hey, just know when we answer, it's live, baby. This is a story here that I'd love to talk to you about, Helms. Sammy Hagar.
Yeah. This is interesting to me.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why as this unfolds.
Okay. I had no idea that there was a PBS show called Finding Your Roots.
Yeah.
But apparently there is. And
I think I would like this show. I've never seen it, but I think I'd like it.
Yeah. And apparently the former Van Halen frontman, Sammy Hagar, appeared in a new episode of PBS Finding Your Roots, a new episode that the series has. And in a preview of the episode, they are promoting this to kind of hype up coming and watching the new episode. It's revealed to Sammy that Hagar really isn't his last name, which is kind of wild.
This is
wild. In the clip, Sammy is informed by the host, Henry Louis Gates Jr., that DNA test shows that he doesn't match with any men with the last name Hagar. Any men.
Can we play the clip?
Yes. It's just so bizarre.
Voice. I want to ask you a question.
This is from courtesy of the show Finding Your Roots on PBS. And here is Sammy Hagar finding this out. Take a listen.
Sammy, this chart shows the total number of men found with the surname Hagar who match your Y DNA signature.
0. How can that be?
Sammy, genetically, you are not a Hagar.
Get out of here.
You want to find out what your real biological surname is?
Yes.
What I'm about to introduce you to is 100% certain, because you are not a Hagar. Please turn the page.
I'm a Belcher?
You are a Belcher.
Oh, my God.
Sammy
Your
Belcher.
Y DNA matches 27 men with the surname Belcher.
Wow.
You are Sammy Belcher.
What a trip.
Now, Sammy Hagar, he's about to hit the road this summer on his The Best of All Worlds tour, where he'll be joined by Van Halen bassist Michael Anthony, drummer Jason, is it Bonham, I believe? I think it is, and some other folks. The tour kicks off, I think, July 13th in West Palm Beach, Florida. But it's making the news today, and this promo will make me want to watch it for sure. But this is bizarre.
So if you're 76 years old, which Sammy Belcher is, what do you do with this information? You've lived your entire life as Sammy Hagar, and now you're finding out that your real name is Belcher. What do you do? Do you start looking into the family? Do you not change anything you're doing? You just kind of move on and go, who cares? I'm not living like that. Like, what do you do with this information?
Yeah, these are great
And he acted
questions.
almost disappointed that it was Belcher. Like he sounded like he wanted something else.
Is he really 76?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I didn't realize he was that old.
He has lived his entire life with the wrong name, wrong surname.
This episode, Finding Your Roots, it looks like that it debuts tonight if you're listening live at January 23rd at 8 p.m. It doesn't say if that's Central or Eastern, but I would think it's Eastern probably. Maybe 7 Central. So check your local listings there for PBS Finding Your Roots if you want to watch that episode. I think to your question, you definitely can't change the Hagar. I mean, that's what everybody knows you by. But this is so they say you match 27 men
0% Hagar
with Belcher.
0.
So they know this is 100%. We know you're a Belcher.
Yes.
So who got it wrong? Where did this happen? Down the line.
Greg would say there's a rat in the woodpile.
Yeah.
He's not here to say that. So
Thank you for doing that. Yeah.
But that's what he would say. Do you update his Wikipedia page to now have Belcher in there? Like what is the next step when you find something like this out?
Well, it's 76. I would assume that, it'd be tough to ask your parents or anybody else, because they're probably not with him. I don't know Sammy Hagar's family setup, but I think I would be going to Ancestry.com or something and trying to figure out, how all this plays out. Could it be that he was adopted at a young age and they never told him?
Possibly.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Well,
I'm sorry. I have no idea.
Legitimate questions, and I think about it like this: like, okay, I'm 45. What if I find out next week? What if I find out while I'm getting my tires changed this week that I'm a Wilburn?
Ooh, okay.
I mean, that changes a lot of things.
I think you'd have probably lighter hair color, but I mean, who knows? Yeah, you're right.
This whole time, I mean, I call Mac Daddy, I call my mom, and I'm going, hey, Find My Roots has contacted me. We've done some testing. I'm not a Helms. Somebody's got some explaining to do. So, see, I could do that. Hagar can't because he's 76. He's got to rely on these websites and organizations that really dig into this, and I guess that's what he did by Finding My Roots.
This one clip here is called Buried Secrets. Sammy Hagar discovers his true biological surname. So, I apologize for those of you that love Finding Your Roots. I have no idea about it. I don't know the history behind them asking people to come on and do that. Yeah. But I wonder why Sammy, and did he want this, and what was he trying to find?
I know,
because he found it.
Well, and it may be just.
Where's Ryan Greenwood when we need him?
It could be as simple as, 6 generations ago, someone might have said, listen, I'm done with the Hagars, or I'm done with the Belchers. We're going out on our own, and we're going to become the Hagar. It may be as simple as that. There may have been a feud involved where they just went out and changed their name.
Right. I
can't change the DNA.
Finding Your Roots. I think they do use Ancestry.com here.
Do they really?
Okay, so it has the first episode dates back to 2012. So it's been around. Boy,
just Finding My Roots.
What else do I not know about? It says.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever gone to Ancestry.com and done any of that?
No,
I know Bubba has before.
Yeah, he has.
I think it would be beneficial to do.
Now, I will tell you this, though. We didn't use Ancestry.com, but my dad, through communication with different family, they've laid out the family tree, and it's, they go way on back.
Yeah.
And it's interesting what you find.
That's one of the things that I didn't pay enough attention to growing up, and even into even now. Like, I don't know a whole lot. Once you get past great-granddads, I'm done. Like, I don't know what's going on with the family, who did what, way back when. And I'd like to know. That's something that today interests me, not so much, when I was young, dumb, and inexperienced, didn't care, selfish.
Yeah.
A lot of that's still going on, but it's not as bad.
Okay, so it looks like to me that's their thing, I guess, here, that they find actresses, actors, celebrities, and then bring them on. Because I'm sitting here, look at all this. I mean, look at all the pictures here of the different celebrities that have appeared. So I guess that's the thing. That's why I was wondering. So, so I guess it's not odd that Sammy's on it. I just didn't know anything about this show.
Well, we don't turn over to PBS.
I don't.
And they've got some good stuff. There's some good documentaries.
Yeah.
I'll watch a documentary.
Oh, wow, look at there. So all right, so there you go. So that's on tonight. If that interests you at all, Finding Your Roots, PBS. It says 8 o'clock. It doesn't say. Let's see. It doesn't say Eastern or Central, but so just check your local listings. Tuesday night, January 23rd. It'll be the Sammy Hagar episode where he realizes he's not a Hagar. You could tell he was straight up surprised.
Was caught off guard. Well, and that's another thing too. If how do they keep it a surprise if you're there, you're finding out something, or you wouldn't be on the show. So how do they keep that from you?
Right.
Or maybe it's just he knew that, he just didn't know what the name was, and that was going to be a surprise.
Well, you definitely, it's something maybe you do internal with the family, with the Belcher name and all this kind of stuff, but there's so many actresses and movie stars that have these stage names anyway. I think you stay with Hagar, but you got to. Good night.
He thought he was using his real name this whole time, and actually it's a stage name because he's really a Belcher.
Yeah. And he wishes it wasn't Belcher.
He does.
Yeah.
Saw that. He looked disappointed. I wouldn't be disappointed if I was a Wilbur.
Your name was Michael
just in
Belcher.
Case you're wondering.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program and services not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. POTUS. Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BREAK to 42424. That's BREAK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us. 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you, as always, for making the choice of, yes, I'll tune on over into Rick and Bubba, and I'll give them a chance, and we thank you. We don't take that lightly. Adler on his way in. He'll join us shortly. Rick, Bubba are here. I am Speedy. There's Helmsy. Greg out today. Lord willing, back soon. He is under the weather, we think. We don't know. He tested, did an at-home test, COVID test. Lisa had it last week, and he tested positive, and so he's going to the doc this morning to get an official test, and we'll see how that plays out, if it was a false positive or if he really has it, and so we'll go from there.
Last segment, we were talking about the show on PBS, Finding My Roots, and Sammy Hagar was on there and found out he is actually a Belcher, not a Hagar. And, and because of that story, I'm getting countless emails now of similar stories. People that have went through these Ancestry DNA checks, and they find out that their dad is not their real dad, or their name is not their real surname, and it is going on. I mean, I'm getting email after email with these similar stories, and it just makes me want to ask the question, how many people are actually going and finding this stuff out? And is there so many of these stories that we never know because we don't take that next step? Yeah. I mean, am I a Smith and not a Helms and don't know it? And it would simply take me going and doing that to find out?
Right, yeah.
I don't know the answer to this, but a lot of people, I mean,
apparently it's more common than we think because
exactly.
to your point, the emails that are coming in of hey, I got somebody I know and this, that, and everybody's got a story.
A minute ago, one specific said, I worked with a lady. She was in her 50s, and she just did this for just because she was intrigued by the whole process of finding out history, and through this found out that her real dad was still alive, and she didn't know that she had this person in her life, and now she's got 2 families and so I'm sitting here thinking, goodness gracious, should I be checking my ancestry?
Do we need to call a family meeting? Is what you're saying?
I may find something out that mom and dad need to know about.
Hey, mom, dad, we're coming up to talk.
I mean, what if I was a Trump and didn't know it?
A Trump?
Yeah.
What if you were swapped at birth and you had no idea and they didn't know it either?
I mean, goodness.
What if you were a Trump, Michael Trump?
What if I was? What if Mac Daddy was a Trump? What if Mac Daddy doesn't know he's a Trump?
A lot of emails are coming in of people that have watched this show, and they said all the questions that you have are answered during the show.
Okay.
All this confusion, we're going, what, hold on. And so
I may have to check this out at some point. It's very intriguing.
Yeah. Unscreened phone calls, 866 We Be Big. Let's jump out to Jerry in Piedmont, Alabama. He's wanting to weigh in. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey, Speedy, earlier y'all were talking about some of these teams hiring the coaches to make a big splash. Recently Jack State, I heard, did that. They went out and hired a big-time radio personality as their women's tennis head coach.
I'm telling you, that was a splash right there. That was a splash.
I'm telling you.
And well done.
Using radio personality a little loosely, but yeah, they made a splash all right.
They sure did.
Cannonball right in the pool.
We'd like to announce Coach Michael Helms as the new coach. 866 We Be Big.
Sometimes you go with the only person they can find that'll take it.
Oh, let's jump up to Huntsville. 256 weighing in. What's up?
Hey, just a real quick comment on Sammy Hagar and his last name.
Yeah.
We've all watched Yellowstone 1883 and Little House on the Prairie. Maybe his mom and dad died back in the 1800s. He got adopted. But a bigger point is, if we're going to go by DNA, DNA tells you if you're male or female, too.
Oh, watch out. Yeah, I know. That's going to reveal all kinds of things.
I don't know how PBS gets away with it.
I know. All right, first of all, you're a male.
I know it, man. Pick one or the other, man. Hey.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to tell you, Sammy, you are a male.
Yep.
You can't say that. But you're also a Belcher.
Test.
You're not a Hagar. He so wishes it wasn't Belcher. No offense to all Belchers that are listening.
Yeah, I don't know many Belchers. Isn't there a Belcher place for the Dodgers?
Mm-hmm.
Corey?
I think you're right.
I don't know if it's Corey or not.
You yawning and saying that?
Yeah, I don't
really
know.
Got me.
It's the only thing I think of. I think there's a Belcher. He hits left-handed. He's a pretty good swing. Kind of like watching him hit a home run.
Do you want to bring this story that I can't stop thinking about to the table, or you got questions? Which one?
Go with that.
Because you talking about this is the ultimate.
Because you're dialed into it.
This is the ultimate. You can't have nothing. Do I do that because it might bring everybody down? I don't know.
Well, I was just going to ask you if you could sit down with any member of the Andy Griffith Show today and have lunch. Which one would it be?
Oh, I'm going to sit with Andy.
Yeah. Barney's going to get on my nerves at some point, so I'm going to go Andy too.
And is he Don Knotts or is he Barney?
No, he's Barney.
Okay. He's in character and everything.
All of them are in character.
Okay,
yeah.
I got it.
I'd actually like to get a haircut from Floyd while I'm talking to Andy. That's what I'd like to do.
Now that, like Andy's sitting right in front of you, or is he beside you getting his haircut? I think it's
Andy's sipping on coffee.
Okay, and y'all
in
are
the chair
talking.
next to me. He's not getting a cut. He's just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, and Floyd's going, yeah.
That's the question I had. And at some point, I was hoping Otis would have some kind of handle that he'd put them in, and Andy would have to leave.
Yeah.
And
how short you want it?
And then Ernest T throw a rock through the window.
Yeah.
And Barney would come try to figure that out.
All that in your city?
Yeah, I said all in our little coffee and haircut.
Unscreened phone calls. Let's go out to David in Decatur, Alabama, wanting to weigh in on all the topics this hour. What's up, David?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Y'all doing all right today?
Yes, sir. We're rolling.
Hey, man, just going to let y'all know, I did that DNA test, and come to find out, my mom, she was kind of a streetwalker when she was younger. It was interesting.
Okay, good night.
Gracious.
Wasn't expecting that.
I thought it was going to be much rougher the way he. I thought he was about to tell some kind of joke, but he did. He cleaned it up.
Yeah. Let's head down to South Alabama. 334 checking in. What's up?
Hey, on the PBS Back to Your Roots.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but the black guy that starred on Roots found out on PBS that his actual descendant was a Confederate soldier.
All right, straight up.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
It was on that.
I don't know.
No, it was on the Fox News headline.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I don't know with our audience because y'all sometimes come in with some zingers. I had no idea if you were serious or not, but wow. I guess we need to give this show more. I went to their website and it shows all the seasons and all the episodes, and this is interesting.
I feel like there's people out there right now wanting to go through this process, but we just don't have the time personally. And I think we probably need to make time. I think when things calm down after our season this summer, I may dive in to see what's going on. See if I can find out some things that I didn't know about that interest me. Well, listen, I'm not getting any younger. I need to find these things out now. And this stuff does intrigue me and interest me. And I do want to know more of history. Even if I don't find out that something, I'm not looking to find out if something's wrong.
No, just information.
I'm just looking I want to know more about my family.
And I think that's something that I know as a parent I've probably failed on.
I
think we need to hand that information down. And my dad gave me something that had to do with our family tree, and I just put it in my safe and was like, I need to dig that out and really go through that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Past great-granddad, I don't know anything.
Right.
Couldn't tell you one thing. Not one. And would struggle with the great-grandparents as a whole.
Yeah. I only go back to Daniel Boone. I don't know anything after that. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. We're leaning on top of the hour. Adler is here. Rick and Bubba join us. Greg off today. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Doesn't so.
Rick, it's just
which
like,
would make
it's just
sense.
like
That's standard.
Celebrities that are against guns and they have an armed, force that stays around them all the time. Well, sure.
Yeah. That's twice with that analogy today.
Well, it's it's just glaring to me.
It's a good one. It is glaring. Yeah. We continue. Clark and Wetumpka. Clark, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Get out there, Snuffy Smith.
Sorry. Clark, go ahead.
Good morning, long-time listener, Clark W. Griswold. I was just listening to your previous segment on carbon footprint, and here in Wetumpka, we are commemorating 30 years of Griswold Christmas with 30,000 incandescent lights, trying to burn up that ceiling.
Wow.
And,
got an email from him.
Yeah.
Really?
Is that the same one?
Everybody got it.
Yeah.
That's straight up.
There. Yeah, evidently, they've got something they want you to come to.
Well, how about that?
It looked pretty cool.
Greg said he's coming.
We continue. Yeah. Let's go to Lori out of Tuscaloosa. Lori, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How are y'all this morning?
Good.
Great.
Good.
Great. Okay, we don't need more cowbell. We need more Tim Tebow. I almost wrecked when I heard Greg do Tim Tebow. Wow. Please continue that.
Don't it? You can't encourage that.
Yeah. Greg, continue to make fun of Tim Tebow. Go.
No. Oh, it's a scream. It's a scream. Please do it.
Scream.
I wish
that means it's funny, Greg.
It's just funny.
Speedy, I wish you would print out his speech after they lost to the Rebels that time.
Greg, I want you to learn that word for word. Okay.
I have to watch the
Nobody
video.
will go hard enough. Greg, please, Greg, learn
Nobody from this point forward?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's like he runs out of breath.
No, I get that part. He gets excited. He's intense.
But you know what going?
He's intense. He's got his own little Joe Car Wash there. It fades out a little bit.
It fades. He gets to talk and don't breathe, I guess.
Helmsy, I've realized why I've been missing your timeouts lately. This black flag, it goes into
hard
the
to see?
Yeah, it goes into the background.
Oh, okay.
Like I barely saw it. I didn't see it till it was almost on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, I lose it up in here. Yeah.
All right.
We
change it.
That's all right. Because I was concerned about myself, but today, yeah, it is. We continue. Let's go to Austin out of the great state of Alabama. Austin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, fellas. How's it going?
Hey. Good, buddy. How you doing?
I was just wondering, once they dock the catamaran, since Madrid's in the middle of Spain, if they're going to be walking from the coast.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking. We did the
Gonna ride a
global.
camel.
We did the global warming update. I'm like, they got an issue once they hit that shoreline, don't they?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. But yeah, it's a good walk, from the coast there.
Well, I mean, I don't even know why we're traveling anywhere for any climate change summit. That should be a video call. It should be Skype. It should be teleconference. It should not involve travel. It just shouldn't.
If you're going live to see them, you're creating a carbon footprint. So
Bubba,
why are we even meeting?
Bubba, we have people telling us if we don't make drastic, the word there,
End of the civilization. as we know
drastic changes now inside 12 years, it will be irreversible.
Existential.
And we will destroy the earth. And yet we're having climate summits and people are traveling to
I
them.
know.
Drastic would be let's don't travel.
I mean, I would be out in front of that summit screaming, "Go home!"
Absolutely.
Don't stay one more night in this town. Use water, use resources, eat food,
Bubba,
kill plants.
These summits alone could eat up a year of what we have, maybe more.
I tell you, I know. I don't know what the footprint of that conference alone is, and no telling.
Justin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello there, Rick and Bubba.
Oh boy,
Justin.
I was calling to touch on the Greta Thunberg thing again. I read an article yesterday that one of the captains, I guess, for the boat flew to America to help her get back overseas. I don't know how true that was, but there is one out there stating that happened. So
Oh
I
yeah,
wanted
well
to
you
touch
got
on
to
that for you guys.
you got to stage the we're sailing event. It takes a lot around that. That doesn't just happen, y'all.
How dare you?
Some of y'all.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all,
It's
y'all wake up.
well, maybe in all
Talk
fairness,
to a grown up in your family and join us.
Hey, in all fairness, maybe the pilot, as soon as he landed, before he, I guess he walked to the boat, and then he went and contacted a carbon credit website, and he bought carbon credits.
Yes, right.
Off some website that canceled out his flight and possibly his ride to the boat.
Well, if that'll work, why don't we just cancel out everything we're doing?
Right. Yeah. But the carbon credit.
But I'm not going to buy it.
Hey,
I'm
we
not going to
solved the
buy it.
problem.
I'm going to plant a pine
Listen,
tree. How about that?
The Thunbergs have found a way to cash in and do the things they enjoy doing. They like to boat. They like to sail. So they're using this way to cash in on this kind of thing with their daughter. They're using their daughter for them to go on vacations and do these type of
They
things
get
they
her
enjoy to
torqued
do.
up and set her up on stage and let her go.
How dare you?
I'm going to say this again. The carbon credit thing is possibly one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of, and people actually do it.
It is
It
second
really is.
only to the first guy who sold rocks.
Yes. Yeah, the pet rock. Guys.
Any rock.
Guys, there's no proof of what they're claiming they're doing.
No,
First of all,
no.
that they do it, and if they do it, it does what they say it's going to do. That this is totally made up.
Exactly.
Can I tell you, I have a hard time buying pine straw. I mean, it just
Really?
it gripes
You talking
me
about
to
like
buy
say
pine
pay for
straw.
something we used to throw away?
No,
Burn?
something I used to have to get out and rake.
Yeah, we did too.
And burn. Now I'm paying somebody to bring it to me. What kind of crazy
What a
thing is
smoke.
this?
Yeah.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing? A brand new hour has begun right now. Starts with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Everybody. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll chat with you today on the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy and Helmsy have already knocked out a kickoff hour for you. That's available live to you on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. If you miss it, it's in the archives as well. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He'll be producing the YouTube experience for the Rick and Bubba family. And the tubers out there, howdy tubers. And you can catch it live on our YouTube channel, or you can catch the daily archive. Also, a best of hour from the YouTube experience is available to all Blaze TV subscribers, along with all the other great Blaze programming. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba experience, where we want to hear from you today, too.
Yes.
It ain't just us.
No, you can talk too. One more chance to feel the pain. There it is. The late Tom Petty. Tom Petty is gone, and I'm not feeling too good myself.
Yeah, boy, it's a good country song. Isn't it?
It is. So we do have quite a bit to unpack on the program again today. So the ongoing saga of the real Greg Burgess. It was one of those things where you try to wrap your mind around, and ever since we had the pandemic, nothing
is normal.
Nothing has felt. Right again, and one of the things but I think sometimes we overthink it. And Greg and I were talking on the phone. Talking to Greg about stuff like this is just a nightmare because he's frustrated, he's ill, he doesn't. And he'll repeat the things over and over again. Doctor said Lisa had never had it before, so she's had a rougher time with it. If I've got it, I've got some sniffles, and of course he'd already told me that several times.
Uh-huh.
And he said, I don't know, and now they won't give me a test. I got to wait another day. I don't know. Look, and I said, look, Greg, I don't understand. It seems like to me that we're overcomplicating all this, and it really is no more complicated than this. When someone has the flu, they go to the doctor and they give them what? A flu test.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then when they say you have the flu, then you have the flu, and then you stay home till you feel better, and then you go back. And there's a certain
they treat it with certain things.
Yeah, and there's a certain amount of time that they think you're contagious to other people, and then there's not. For some reason now, if you say the word COVID, then everybody thinks that's something different. Well, at this point, it really isn't. But again, it also. Then people act like it's also not like the flu, but it kind of is. Right. There's other things we test for because I heard people, I don't know why anybody tests to find if I have COVID. Well, why do you test to find if you have the flu?
Yeah, you got that RSV out there too, and there's different ways to treat them.
Don't you want to know what you have?
Yeah, absolutely.
And COVID's not the only thing people test for.
No.
Now because this COVID thing has become just like everything else, you have to declare certain COVID things. You're not allowed to cross. This is your. If you believe that which I do, that there was all kinds of misinformation and overreaction and whatever on COVID, fine. But that still doesn't mean now that you're not allowed to be tested for COVID, and if you do, that means you still believe all the garbage.
Mm-hmm.
No, we test for for RSV, we test for flu. I'm
different strands of flu.
I'm sure there's others. There's just no one's saying anything other than this is what they think Greg may have caught from his wife, which a lot of times when people are married, they do catch what the other one has. He's not having a hard time with it, and I hope he doesn't. He doesn't feel bad, but he's trying to say, I'll come back to work when they don't think I'm contagious. That doesn't sound outrageous to me.
No.
It's not we're not going into some old protocol that protocol doesn't even exist anymore.
No.
If you say, well, it's just like getting sick, well, there's a protocol to being sick. There always has been.
So Greg did the at-home test.
An old one.
An old one that had expired.
And it was several days ago, right?
Sunday night.
Sunday night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they told him a certain amount of days had to pass before he could take another one.
24 hours, so that's why he's going today.
Okay.
This morning.
Yeah,
so he's going to get the big one.
Because,
doctor test.
Yeah. So they said two things, the reason why they do that. One, if you did have it and you don't let enough time go, then, of course, it's just going to be positive again. But if you don't have it, you got to have it time to get out of your system. Or if you had it and you're over it.
Yeah, or you could.
The problem with
could have it and it not show up on the test yet.
Yeah, the problem with the multiple testing, because you do go, okay, I've got COVID, so I'm sick. But the problem you do have is you can keep testing positive for it, even though you're past it as far as anything contagious or anything, just because it's in your system somewhere.
Yeah.
So who knows? But so now we're down to like we would treat it like anything else. If you're sick, you stay away for a certain amount of time, then you come back.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you do?
That's it. I bet he's been a real treat.
Oh, but then there's the other side of it, the thing of somehow you're selling out if you test to find out if you have COVID. Well, then do people sell out when they get tested for the flu?
No, that's not a sellout. That's you got to know how to treat it.
Still buying into it. No. I thought that's just a medical procedure that if they have a test to find out what's wrong with me, I'd like to know.
Yeah, I would.
Is it viral, bacterial? I mean, what are we dealing with?
There's different ways to go about it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'd like to ask
and it's updated all the time.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask this question: does bacteria just not exist anymore? Is everything viral?
Yeah, apparently
you would think.
Apparently so.
I can give you this
and when we were kids, it was all bacterial. I mean, every single thing.
Yeah, and like you just said, Speedy, this is the new phrase. Why do we have to hear now, well, I'll give you an antibiotic, but it won't help you? Well, then don't give it to me. I mean, why was this some kind of placebo you're trying to do? Well, yeah. Makes you think you're
I think sometimes you can get like secondary infections and things, and they try to.
Yeah.
But
there might be a little in there. We'll give it to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh knows we hadn't had enough.
Right. Yeah, no. All right, so Greg's still out, and he's getting tested again today, so we'll see. People are asking if he's left the show. He hasn't. We're just trying to get him not to get the show sick. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Huh? I know. I mean, have we lost our cotton picking mind?
No, it's not cheap either.
How dare you?
Oh, it's a bunch of dollars, several dollars a bale to throw out, isn't it? What, $5-6 a bale nowadays?
It's a lot.
It really is weird.
It's real weird to me.
We continue. South Alabama, Rodney standing by.
I've been charging my mom a whole lot to break that stuff up.
Rodney, go ahead.
Burning gold.
I did it just for dinner.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey.
I've been using this carbon credit thing a long time. When I go to McDonald's and get the Big Mac large meal, I just get a Diet Coke and it cancels everything out.
It's the same concept. That's a great analogy. That is the exact same concept. Look, if you prefer the taste of it, fine. But if you're doing it for any other reason,
I want to supersize it, but I want a diet drink.
Yeah, it's there was adjustments that should have been made at other places in that meal.
Rick, when I caught John Daly yesterday on Paul's show talking about he wanted Lane Kiffin and there was somebody else
in Arkansas.
Who else? There was another.
Rex Ryan.
Rex Ryan.
Lane Kiffin and Rex Ryan at Arkansas.
I didn't know Rex Ryan wanted to coach college football. Did y'all?
I think John Daly just assumes he does.
Do you think John Daly maybe had gotten lubed up to get the day started?
Well, he just had a partial knee replacement, so he's been laid up recuperating.
Doesn't that involve pain pills?
I don't know. I don't know.
Usually.
And cigarettes.
Sure does.
But I'm just saying. First of all, I didn't know John Daly. Would be looking for the coach.
Well, he's a big Arkansas.
He is a big Arkansas guy. But
I'd put it this, Rick. I don't think anyone's paying him any attention. It's just his opinion.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's fine. He's entitled to one.
He is. Yeah, he is.
And Lane Kiffin might be a good pick for them. I think what he said yesterday, they want somebody that's going to cause a splash, get some noise going, get some excitement. There's probably a lot of good football coaches they could put in there, but if you put a Lane Kiffin, now you got headlines. Now you got people paying attention again, and there's something to be said for that.
You just got to get Lane off the beach down there.
I was about to say. I think Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin, unless something drastically has changed in his life, and I don't know whether it has or it hasn't, he has found if it's old Lane, and I don't know if it is or not. Old Lane Kiffin has found the premier job.
How about dream job?
Yeah, there's not a lot of spotlight down here.
It's a beach, Rick.
It's
a
low
beach
key.
With a lot of money.
This is not a highly covered program. If I can put together a team like I've got right now that has a chance to win the conference every now and then, I'm good. Nobody wants me to win a national championship. They don't even think like that. And I'm down here by the beach, and I'm kind of under the radar. And I can even do a recruiting video where obviously it looks like I woke up in here on the couch.
You remember that hype video he had?
And nobody
he was so excited.
Guys, I understand that Lane
funny.
Kiffin makes a splash, but he also causes a lot of problems. I mean, does anybody want what went on with Tennessee and
Rick,
and USC?
But Rick, think about that. You're talking about a fan base that has not won an SEC game.
They're desperate.
May I suggest they go over, since for some weird reason Chris Peterson has resigned, maybe go over to Washington and say, would you like to come in the SEC and try that a while?
Yeah.
You know, everybody's fired up about the coach.
You don't need to be over there.
No.
The guy that's at the top of all the lists they're talking about is the Memphis coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good choice. He's done. If you can win,
that's what Memphis is now. The place that launches coaches. You know, the Virginia Tech guy came from there.
Right.
Well, when you look,
it was Arizona. Arkansas State. Remember they did that for a while.
I don't mean any disrespect, but I'm talking about if you go to one of these schools where winning is difficult, and you win, you got to give those guys a look.
Yeah.
Especially if you follow their track record and they won in high school, they won at 1AA, they're winning at a small Division I school. They're taking schools that normally don't win and making them really competitive. You got to look at that. I mean, that's what
Bill
you need
Clark's on several of the lists, but he's not usually the top guy you hear mentioned in it. But there's going to be quite a little carousel of coaches here next week.
Yeah,
this will be entertaining in itself.
Guys, he's winning at UAB. And no offense.
He's won everywhere he's been.
But I'm talking about he won after they shut the program down. I know I keep bringing that up, but I think it's worth bringing up. When a program is shut down and you come back in the next 2 years, you're competitive, you're right back in the mix, you're winning the conference, you're going to play for the conference again, and your program was shut completely down. It was shut off. They canceled it. And you hung around for 2 years trying to get players to come there, and you're winning? I don't care what conference you're in.
Well,
that's amazing. We're back. Thank you for being with us as we roll through another one today together. Bubba, it seems as we are getting older ourselves that what we're about to talk about now, we're talking about more and more.
And
I hate that.
And I hate to start things off kind of with a negative note here, a sad note, a heavy heart in my case. My first cousin, Gene Bussey, passed away a couple of weeks ago, and he was kind of more like an uncle than a first cousin, just because of the age situation. I'm a little late on the tree, but Gene was one of my favorite people. He just lit the room up when he came in, and he was always fun. You always wanted to be in the conversation with him because it was always entertaining, just full of life. And he passed away a couple of weeks ago. He had devoted 42 years to serving his community as an educator at Oxford High School, at DeArmonville Junior High, Weaver High School, and Faith Christian School. And Gene was tough, but he was always fair, and we just miss him.
Yeah, he was one of your relatives that I probably saw the most because of him being at those different high schools. Now, of course, he was at Oxford long before I was there, but him being at Weaver, that was when I was. We were all there
during our high school days.
Yeah, I still remember that vividly.
Gene was a lot of fun, and he a lot of the. We've been delayed with weather and all that. They're gonna have a celebration of life service coming up in the near future, but that's not scheduled yet, and that will take place in due time. But our thoughts and prayers just go out to his immediate family, and we miss Gene.
Yeah,
he's in a better place.
Yeah, well, there ain't no doubt about that. Yeah. And so he was. I remember one of the funniest things, because anytime I'd go out to Weaver High School, I would always see him, and he'd find me and all that, and because he knew Dad and all that, and he was the one that made the hilarious comment when he was the principal out there. We had played Weaver or whatever the school where he was, and we do all the joking on the air about Dad, how hard nosed he is and was and all that, and he said, I tell you one thing, if your daddy don't put you up for all county this year, I'm going to. and I was like, well, thank you. I
think that goes back to that tough but fair.
Yeah, right.
Tough but fair. So anyway,
but he's had a big impact on me.
Yeah.
Growing up.
Yeah. So and with all the different brothers and sisters, and all the huge family that your dad had. I guess there's those that because of where they lived and where you lived,
just knew some better than others.
They were a big influence. Well,
it's just I saw Gene at Christmas, and we had a nice conversation, spent some quality time together, and he liked to get out and hunt and fish, Rick.
Yeah.
And we talked about doing that a lot. Never did it enough, though.
Yeah. That's the thing you always look back to, don't you?
Yeah.
You're like you always think you got more time to do the things, and how many times have you said, yeah, we need to do that? I mean, with that, but I mean, I don't mean that to guilt trip all of us.
No,
I'm just
but
saying
it's just the way it is.
It's true.
And life gets in the way, and jobs, and your immediate family, and before you know it, you're out of time.
Yeah, so. And then you look at the extended family. Yeah. It's normally during holidays or celebrations, and what do you always say? Man, we got to get together more, and then you don't.
Yeah, I remember one time even taking that on, and what a blessing it was that you had that.
Yeah.
With what with what was coming, but sometimes I just go because we do have those conversations, and I say, well, why don't we just be thankful that we have these markers that we do get together.
That's right.
Because if it wasn't for these markers, we probably wouldn't see each other at all.
Yeah.
Gene's dad, too, Russell, was, like I said, my uncle. My dad had 10 brothers and sisters. So Russell was funny, too. He had this immensely deep voice. If you, and I can't think of a better comparison than if you were listening to Bear Bryant. That kind of deep voice.
Okay.
And it was funny. My dad was pretty tight on everything, and so there was a couple of uncles I could always go to try to convince my dad. On something. And Uncle Paul was one of them, and Uncle Russell.
Yeah.
And but he was the oldest, so at times I felt like he had a little more pull over my dad.
Right.
Yeah.
And
go to him.
I had to play that card a few times.
When Bubba's talking,
here was like, Ed. Let that boy go and do that. Sound like Tim Wilson then, but as close as I can get it.
Like I said, did you ever get him to mumble to you he ain't never been nothing but a winner? Try to get that down. Well, hopefully, I hope it works out that you can go to that celebration. And
the family, due to the hospital stay, was just exhausted, and then we've had weather, and they'll get that together in due time. But we just our heart goes out.
Yeah, and it's we got that with Bubba, and then I know Speedy, you talked about that Terry's dad passed, and then of course my dad passed in December. I mean, we just I mean,
been busy.
I'm like you said. I hate that we have to keep doing these updates, but it's also good to have a platform like this to be able to honor these people
that mean so much to us when they pass.
And
to tell their family and friends how much we appreciate
and especially with Gene, we'd already
Yeah.
put it on social media, but him being a principal for so many years and a coach, so many people that he has touched and interacted with over the years, and I've met a bunch of them. I know same thing with you, Rick. You hear it from your dad.
Oh gosh,
But there's always people that don't know and don't hear
Yeah.
and don't get the local papers with the
Yeah.
obits in them. So anyway,
Yeah.
Gene is much loved and will be missed.
And is another legend from Calhoun County. I mean, Calhoun County cranked them out.
Yep.
I mean, it's near Birmingham, near Atlanta, near perfect. And so the location wise. so
it's funny. I used that this weekend.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
where is Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Where is Calhoun County?
Right. Yeah. It's it was funny because
let me tell you.
It's one of those things that you go to Rick and Bubba history, and you have to really be a veteran to know this. And but Sherry actually worked for the Calhoun County Chamber of Commerce right after we got married. That was her first one of her first jobs.
Yep.
And so I would always say that near Atlanta, near Birmingham. Near
Well,
perfect.
it was their slogan,
Right.
it really summed it up.
Right. Yeah. That was that I remember sometimes anytime I'm in that part of town, I'll drive by and see that old Chamber of Commerce building. And I was like, you know what, I forgot that's where Sherry went to work. She was there for a while, and of course that was when we would get pulled into all the chamber promotions early days of the show, stuff like that. Because we had to go back and promote Calhoun County. Now they don't need us. They're solid on their feet. Now.
They're on their own.
Yeah, you set up on I-20, you make something happen. So Bubba, I hope that you guys are comforted, knowing, as you said, this won't be the last time that you spend time with Gene, and you'll spend time with him in perfection. And so just be with all your family and friends as they mourn another one-of-a-kind legend.
I got a lot of cousins.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
A lot of cousins.
Lots of them. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Try to find the origin of that.
Oh,
and,
my
it
gosh.
was a long hunt, and there's
Ever be a blue, blue Christmas.
Porky Pig with Blue Christmas, yes, sir. Thank you, Porky. Hey, Bubs.
Rick. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I tell you, when you start an hour like that, you're ready.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yep.
We used to try to find the origin of that.
Oh,
and,
my
it
gosh.
was a long hunt, and there's 2 or 3 different stories.
know
And
it.
you know what? But it really doesn't matter, and I don't even want to go down that trail today. That's just funny.
Right.
I don't care
Right.
who did it, when it was done.
I don't either. Let me
That's
tell
just
you,
funny.
I don't know who the guy is. We've had multiple, like you said, and I don't remember them even. But I like it and I love it, and I'm thankful. We should be thankful for. I don't know who the person was, because during those times, that quality of a recording on a radio show, the person got it down on a pretty good quality recording, and we all got it.
Yep.
So I'm thankful for whoever that person is. That person goes overlooked every year.
Yeah, it's a lot more common now.
Oh, yeah.
In the digital age, but then it wasn't. But whoever did it, and whatever show it was, great job.
Yeah. Do you remember when we used to try to you do an air check on a cassette?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Rick. I have boxes of them now.
Yeah.
Trying to move them back to the digital world. The volume is unbelievable.
Well, I remember thinking to myself, well, technology, I remember thinking, because, you're from the engineering world, so these things that were, like, to me, miracles,
right?
You knew what was going on. To me, they were miracles. You know what I mean? It was like, I don't have any idea who came up with this, but what a brilliant idea. And so when Bubba and I, you probably can tell by the way we talk that we started to start rocking jocks.
Right, absolutely.
And because we sound so much like them. But anyway, so to air check, you would normally, when it first started, you would just run, and you'd have songs, and then you try to find your breaks. And when I say breaks, when you would talk.
Right.
Well, then I remember the first day I came in, and somebody said, "Oh, just when you cut the mic on, the recorder starts."
Right, you air check. And you have a designated cassette recorder for that.
And you turn off your mic, and then it goes off. So all it records are your breaks. And I remember thinking to myself, well, who in the world could come up with that?
Right.
Who's the person that can make my microphone go on, start that cassette? Who?
The innovation behind that. And, Rick, this is a little...
I thought that was Elon Musk of its day. You know what I mean?
It was.
You know
It was. And let me tell you another funny part of that. There was like one very, very, very expensive cassette recorder that did it right.
Okay.
That you could go and plug in what we call a dry switch, dry relay.
Yeah.
And you could start and stop the record function, and it did it right. Most of the time, we had to rig it.
That's what I was afraid of.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you rigged it, you had to leave the cassette recorder. This is really inside old stuff, but we're just having a little fun
I'm enjoying
here.
it because, as me just being stupid talent, I just thought it was a miracle.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to cover. Tomorrow we're going to cover the triple decker cart machine.
Oh, with the sequence in it. Buddy.
So Rick, we had to go in and basically rig the cheaper ones because nobody could afford that one. Because I mean, it was like $2,000, and people went, "What? Are you kidding me?"
Oh yeah.
So we had the cheaper ones. You had to leave them in record, and then when you started the mic, it would start recording, but it didn't have a dedicated start and stop.
That's the stop.
So it would speed up and slow down when you did the recording. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Because it didn't have what we call backspace edit in it, which is what you would be required to get rid of that.
Easy, black shirt.
And that was a video term.
Right.
And that's why you sometimes when you're videoing something and you go back and you look at the thing you videoed right before that, it cut part of it off. But anyway, I won't go into that. So, but if you remember, it had a and a at the beginning and the end of it, which kind of ruined it when you were listening to it.
You talking
wish
when
that wasn't in there.
When I popped it into my cassette player to hear that air check on the way home.
And Rick, do you recall? I mean, now when we edit, it's a couple of mouse clicks.
Oh, guys, y'all
Back
don't know.
in those days,
Y'all don't know.
You had to mark. Mark the tape, pull it out to a splicing block with the angles on it. Remember?
Yes.
Cut it, tape it, put it back together, and hope it was right because there was no undo.
Guys, y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. I mean, there's no telling what's ahead. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. We're back. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. CBDistillery.com. Let me tell you, you get 20% off right now using the code Bubba at CBDistillery.com. With over 2 million customers and a 100% money-back guarantee, it is a source that you can trust. And their products, I mean, people are just raving about them. These, of course, are all natural. If you are struggling with sleep, did you know 90% of the people using the CBDistillery.com products said that they are now sleeping wonderfully? 90%. So then of course they have other quality clean ingredients that are formulated for things like maybe anxiety. You feel anxious, you need to calm yourself a little bit. 81% say that has worked for them using the products at CBDistillery.com. So if you'd like to find out more, just go to CBDistillery.com, see all the products that they have. You can save 20% by using the code Bubba, or you can also find them by going to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So a couple of things that you were saying we were talking about. I know we're trying to lighten up a little bit, but not not swing too far in the other direction. But I did notice, as we are trying to be older guys now, but be in a new and young happening world and all these different things and different platforms. See, I know just enough about social media kind of stuff to be completely dangerous. Mm-hmm. And so yesterday, and I acknowledged it today in the video starting the show, is I get home yesterday and my wife says, "Can I show you something? And God love you and bless your heart." And I said, "Sure."
She goes, but when you do videos, don't have your mouth open. And I said, what are you talking about? She goes, every time you look at these videos you do, because it's sitting there on pause, your mouth is open. You're just sitting there with your mouth open. And I said, well, I don't mean to open my mouth. And I said, maybe that's me taking my first breath to talk. She goes, well, it pauses. You need to close your mouth, start the video, then start talking. And
so you're saying this?
And so yesterday she pulls up all these screenshots of me, and every one of them, here's how I look.
Yeah,
with your mouth wide open.
I'm sitting.
Okay,
yeah,
I see it.
And she's like, close your mouth. And I was like, I didn't know I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know that effect happens if you don't know how to do it. So
you're gonna have to really pinch them lips together.
Yeah, well,
a couple things, Rick.
Yeah,
One,
yeah.
You can actually edit the video pretty easily.
Well, and Brody told me that, but I wasn't willing to
and it's
learn.
not hard.
He tried to show me, and I wouldn't like.
Trim.
You know what he did?
Thank you, Bubba.
He just finally put his phone down. He said, "Okay, Dad, if you're not going to look," and I said, honestly, when you said, "Let me show you how to do this," I didn't think it mattered that much. And now that I've gotten home and been ridiculed, I said, "Well, maybe I should listen." To him.
Not only that, you can actually set where you want it to the picture to look, so you don't have to have it at the start. You can even add a different photo if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That just seems so
But
unnecessary.
I feel like you're not listening to anything
not right
that
now.
I'm
It
saying.
just doesn't seem like it's this. This
Sorry,
is not like
Brody.
these are not like videos like
Wasted that breath.
Yeah, I did.
this is not like videos like I'm going to put forever on a website or something. These come and go. Just hey, we're about to start the show.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that
They're
it
not
needed,
going anywhere,
I
Rick.
didn't-
Those are there.
I didn't know it needed that kind of care. Does it need that kind of care?
Rick, there's one that's. I mean, you definitely need to get rid of this one on the left. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Wow.
your eyes are closed.
Rick Burgess.
Are you
I
sneezing?
didn't understand
Rick.
it. I didn't
Rick,
understand
Are you
it.
about to sneeze?
I didn't
I
understand.
think you
The nose up the nostril shot.
Yeah.
I didn't
impressive.
understand.
I
thought it was just about getting information out.
You're doing great.
I didn't know I was trying to do a piece
That
of art.
part you're fantastic.
You're
on.
doing great.
Right.
Yeah, you're doing good. Just that free
Okay.
shot where people click on it to
I got
start it. We can work on that a little bit. Let
I
me
got
ask you:
it.
are you going camera roll and then posting it, or are you doing video straight on Instagram?
I'm shooting it then posting it.
Okay, so then you can really trim
That's
it
that.
up.
That's that thing Brody was talking about.
Trim.
Yeah.
This is I'm gonna be honest. I'm glad Sherry brought this up because this has been bothering me
Okay.
as well.
Thank you, Sherry.
Didn't know it.
But I thought, well,
Didn't know it.
obviously he's seeing this and he's good with it.
I would
Yeah.
like to.
You know what I mean?
Honestly,
Like,
okay. I guess I'm understanding because at first I said, being a guy that this is all new to me, I would have liked a little more grace. And then I realized now I was being shown grace. Everybody was making fun of it, and they wanted me to correct it, but nobody wanted to approach me about it. But let me tell you one thing: Mrs. Burgess had no issue with it whatsoever.
Rick, listen. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm not willing to approach you about it, but
Didn't want to hurt my feelings.
But no. Listen to this. You can see this too. This is not like something you can't see that I bring to the table and go, "Hey, you don't know this.
Right.
I need to bring it to your attention."
Right.
You can actually see this.
Well, it goes back to he didn't
I
care.
thought, well, he's okay with it because he can see
He
it.
doesn't care.
In all fairness, I know this will shock everybody because that's the least amount of time any of these people have known me is 16 years, maybe 17. I'd never go back and look at the videos again.
Okay.
So I never see them. I never notice them. I just do them and move on. And I realize now the error. I will try to do better. I don't know that I'm willing to learn how to trim the video. I may just keep my mouth shut and then start.
There you go.
That's it. That's all you have to do.
Right.
Just that one little adjustment.
So apparently I'm pulling some air before I start talking.
I think you're getting
See the one,
ready.
the one on the right's good.
Yeah.
The
Check
one on
out
the
that
right's
middle.
good.
You know why? Because that's after I've been told.
That's
Huh?
Oh no, that's not it. I guess I just did that one, but I
yeah.
actually on purpose tried to change it after Sherry was very clear that it needed to be changed.
Okay, got it.
And today I acknowledged that I was doing it.
Well,
So
I've got to tell you
to everybody who already knew.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I feel like this is that.
Well, you
Sherry,
can't-
thank you, Sherry. Because
Well, you can't change if nobody won't point out.
Yeah,
but
the reason we don't because we knew you didn't care.
Right.
Well, I just thought you
can't-
knew. I mean, that's the thing.
I didn't realize it was a big deal. But then when I look at all of them, like Adler unfortunately just showed, it looks like the Brady Bunch has gotten drunk.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay. That if you go back and look at the archives, you're like, what's wrong with this guy? God love him. I hope he makes it.
Right.
So I apologize for my mouth open videos, and I will work on that.
And you could even clean up that blurry mess right there that's your dry erasable.
Yeah, I will.
You could even do that.
Yeah, I will. I will tell you all this. I have heard, and I will apply.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my wife, and now apparently everyone else for pointing out that I tend to have my mouth open for the start of videos, and I will address it. Okay.
Rick, I think you're looking at the button and you're just like,
oh, of course I am.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, of course.
You're just kind of looking at the.
I'll tell you what it is.
It's okay.
I'll tell you what it is. It's an old man trying to shoot a video. I got it, and I will address it.
Doing great.
I'm trying so hard.
I would have to go.
I'm trying so hard to be hip to the times.
You're doing great.
You're doing great.
You're doing really good.
And just say to hate everybody. So,
hey everybody.
I'm trying to do my thing.
Do your thing.
I'm trying to be out there letting you know I'm posting. I might even, before you know it, I might even do a reel, whatever that is.
So,
what is the difference in posting and a reel?
I don't know.
It's a big deal.
It's in the timeline.
Who knows?
I know it keeps trying to get me to do a reel, and I'm like, well, if a video will also go up on a post, why would I jump over to reel?
The reel is
two
where
different things.
Because you know how I am. Everything. If you can't sell me on the something has to have merit.
Why?
If you can't sell me on the merit of something, you can't get me turned. Now, if you can sell me on the merit, like I do agree, no one wants to see a bunch of frozen shots of me, my mouth open. That I can see.
Sure.
That has merit. Why we go to a reel versus just posting video, that I have not been sold on yet. I don't know what the merit of that is.
Well, it's not like if you're looking at your phone and it's like real, they're not asking you like if you want to keep it real. That's not what they're talking about.
Because every time that I open it up and it says it, I said, absolutely.
Yes, I keep it real.
Keep it real. I shoot straight.
But
a reel is going to get more traction and get more views.
Okay, and why?
That's just the way it's set up.
What's the why?
And it shows up on the post page and on the reel page.
Right.
And you keep it real.
What is the real page?
Just another page.
Yeah, it's just how Instagram is set up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have a real page?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Rick, we need to sit down.
I did not know that.
Yeah, just
did you know you had a real page?
I don't. Yeah, I'm kind of.
Bubba comes in and talks about reels all the time. Did you see that reel? Did you see that
I know
reel?
you watch a lot of reels, but did you know we have reels?
Well, I know that bar at the top's got all the reels.
Yeah.
Just do reels.
What about
reel
that? Hey, let me ask you this: have y'all noticed lately? Have begun to dabble in my story.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. That's right, Rick.
Let me tell you this:
do a reel because a reel is a post, and then you can put your reel on your story and get more.
Well, let me tell you this:
traction.
the story thing to me aggravates me to no end because I still haven't been sold on the merit of that yet. If you have Instagram, why do you need story?
Right, the story's more like a location check. Like this is what.
But
I'm
I
doing.
notice what happens. People will lean on the story, and now people are putting things in the story that vanishes that I thought was worthy of staying on the Instagram. And I try to go look at it like some special moment with your family, and it's gone.
Dadgummit.
Yeah, so I don't understand the merit of the story, but I'll dabble in the story.
Yeah,
I understand. I'm not supposed to put the same thing in the story I just put on the gram. Is that correct? The story should be different.
I mean,
No.
you can.
You can post
Seems
your
repetitive.
Well, here's the deal. A
could
lot of
be.
people don't look at the at stories and flip through, but they at the top they will look at they won't look at posts and just go sit there and scroll through them, but they will fly through the stories. So if you have your post in the story, they can click on it and go right to it. So I mean,
I regret asking that. I regret asking that.
You need,
but should it be the same thing?
No, listen. You need to post.
Close your mouth.
These things you're doing need to be reels.
Yeah,
they need to be reels.
Yeah. Which a reel is a story. So,
but I still post it.
Correct.
Yes, it accomplishes both. But
so
it needs
do
to be
the
a
reel and then post the reel.
Correct. It'll do it at the same time.
Exactly. So you're going to still do a post. It just needs to be a reel.
I'm sorry I wasn't reeling.
So it will post automatically.
Close my mouth on the reel?
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I realize the kickoff hour discussed this a little bit. So if you're a kickoff hour person, you're now going to hear probably a similar discussion now with Bubba and I just in the middle of it. But last night was the last regular season rankings for the college football playoff. Nothing changes, but as you set it up going into these conference championships, really the big story is the number 4 spot because you got Georgia, Utah, and Oklahoma, and possibly Baylor kind of fighting for that spot.
Very important spot. depending on what happens over the weekend.
And I do think Clay Travis made a great point that we didn't discuss in the kickoff hour, that if Georgia would not have lost to South Carolina, the playoff would be set before the championship games were even played. I thought that was a fantastic point.
If they were sitting there,
and I believe that too.
If they were sitting there at 12-0, you'd say, "Here's our 4. No matter what happens this weekend, they're still our 4."
Yeah. How about that?
I do think too, and we've talked about this. I think Georgia is the dangerous one in this because they've kind of sputtered on offense a little bit this year, hit and miss. But I think if they get it together, they could run the table on this.
Now I need an update on Swift. Is he?
It's a good question. I don't know
because if he's hurt.
Yeah, last time I saw he was laying on the turf, so I don't know.
Can somebody give me a Swift update?
I haven't seen any stories about it, but we'll double check. So this is kind of interesting too. That came out last night. We have Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, Georgia, as you mentioned, Utah, Oklahoma, Baylor, Wisconsin, Florida. Penn State rounds out the top 10. Then you have Auburn at 11, Alabama at 12. That one has raised some eyebrows and some discussion how that will affect the bowl situation. But there is a story out today, and I thought this is always interesting because I thought the BCS was pretty close the way they got it. Mm-hmm. And the people who do the BCS poll, the pre-runner to the college football playoff, still do that. Their computer system, and they still do those ranks. They have the teams ranked in this order: Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, Georgia, Oklahoma, Utah, Baylor, Florida, Wisconsin, Penn State at number 10. They have Alabama at 11, Auburn at 12. So as you go down the top 20 in this, no team is further than 3 spots from what they are in the other poll. So they track very, very close. And really, in the top 10, you only have Utah and Oklahoma flipped that I see that they have different. Well, they have Wisconsin and Florida flipped too at 8 and 9. So they track very, very close to what the college football playoff system has them ranked at too.
Were you surprised because of their resume? And I understand the injury to Tua Tagovailoa is big, even though Mac Jones played very, very well against a really good defense. I know the 2 picks were there. One of them I feel like was kind of created by the edge rusher by Auburn because he did what you do in that situation and just hope your back will turn around, and he doesn't. Now the first pick was a terrible. That was a mistake, but we saw Tua Tagovailoa throw a very similar pick in the national championship game back in January. But anyway, I was surprised they dropped all the way to 12, but I think the injury has a lot to do with it and the defense. Alabama's defense. They scored with a backup quarterback 45 points on Auburn's defense and lost against Auburn's offense that really had not done much against any of the top tier teams. So I think they got punished for that, and rightfully so, really. So it's a different world that we're living in with Alabama this year, but. Look, that's a great program. They've been a premier program during modern football history, and they've got the kind of head coach that will say, we got some problems we got to fix, and he's the kind of guy that will fix it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, but to have Alabama with that fan base and ready to make some money for a bowl, see, I'd love to see Alabama, if Oklahoma doesn't make it, I'd love to see Alabama against Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
Then we get – I know.
Yeah, then you got all kind of storylines.
I know Tagovailoa was hurt, and that takes a little bit of it out, but it would still be a cool game to watch. But Oklahoma may get that 4 spot if things fall into place. I don't know.
This is as far as sports talk goes, there's not much time better than this right here. And Greg, you were talking about how some of the shows have talked about Alabama's roster and all the future NFL draft choices, and will some of them play?
Yeah, they were wondering today because this is the first time they hadn't been in the hunt that these guys are either going to the next level, not playing, which we saw some do last year. LSU had a couple, or even guys with nagging injuries that will go ahead and get taken care of. Have a little minor surgery to get that done. They were saying he could get up into the double digits. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be, but they were looking at players for reasons not to play.
They've never faced this decision before, so it'll.
Nine minutes now to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Things I've done. All right, so we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up here shortly. But Speedy, I guess we need to do some background on this. So some of you that are new to the program, you might not remember one of the many things over the 30 years where we had people in the entertainment business, sports, whatever, and we've openly talked about that we always think that we hit it off with them.
Yeah, we feel like we're a lot closer to
Always.
them, and we've bonded.
Yeah.
And then when they leave, not so much.
Mm-hmm. Have you learned to protect yourself a little bit over the years?
Yeah,
I have.
I mean,
I've learned not to go all in because I know that I'm a little bit delusional about how this relationship is. And one of them was Paul Thorn. I love Paul Thorn's music and really, really liked Paul Thorn. And I thought that he liked us. I really did. And I don't know what happened. It is one of the Rick
We
and
used to have
Bubba.
a lot of fun when he come to the studio.
Yeah, we have Rick and Bubba mysteries, and some of them have been resolved, but some of them remain unsolved mysteries.
They sure do.
And this is one of them. For some reason, and none of us know why, Paul Thorn stopped coming here to perform, and we don't know why. And we've and then what really
He painted us a picture one time.
Yeah, and what really got odd is one time I got aggressive and texted him, and he texts back and said, "Yeah, my kids, when I take them to school, I listen to the show, still love the show." And I'm like, "Well, come see us."
Yeah.
When you're in town. And he was like, "Yeah, man, we need to do that."
Same here,
back
Rick.
to that again.
On same here.
And then all of a sudden I'd hear he was playing in town and he wouldn't come. And so I don't know what to do. And Speedy, for some reason, said he has some thoughts.
I have
some new thoughts.
I have an idea, but it's going to take a very close friend of the show and personal friend to step up his game and make a connection and see what's wrong.
Okay.
Saturday night in Birmingham, Paul Thorn is performing with, turn around, Kevin Dareberry.
No way.
And
no way. Are you serious?
Paul Thorn with special guest Kevin
You seen this
Dareberry
the first time, Rick?
Is
Yeah, I
at
have
the
no
Shelby
idea.
County Arts and Council, the Song Theater. They present the both of them. So there has to be an interaction backstage wherever.
This is a big moment.
And we've got to talk to Kevin and get to the bottom of this.
Do you think we can get Kevin for just a minute? Because I know what Kevin's going to want to talk to him about, Bubba. Of course,
Yeah, I know.
that's,
Bubba, what is
of course, that's going to be about Jesus. And Paul, from all indications, loves Jesus.
Absolutely,
he does.
He's sometimes has had a on and off relationship with Jesus, but we all do to some degree in our fallen state. So I'm going to go all in with Kevin, but we have to give him the background.
Yeah.
He has to know.
Right.
He can't go in there uninformed.
No, he cannot do that. And
so there's going to have to be a skull session with Dareberry.
That's right.
To get him ready.
And I'm going to – the challenge for Kevin Dareberry is to get video of Paul talking to us on his phone. And then, and then send it to us like, "Hey, Rick and Bubba, this is Kevin." So we can see what he's – his delivery, how he's acting.
We need to read his body language because
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. And this is a good idea. So I'm not trying to be that person that comes in and, just –
it was just an idea.
He's going to look in that camera, and he's going to say, "I love you, Rick and Bubba, and I miss y'all, and I got to get up there and see y'all soon." And then he's never going to do it.
It's going to be Christmas.
But you just added something, but it'll give us evidence. It'll be something to study.
That's right.
We can study his body language. We can study his response. But I may ask Kevin to almost go Mike Wallace. Don't let him off easy. I want you to press him a little bit. And
what's going on?
And
He's
try,
not going to say
and try to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, because the guys reach out, you say everything's fine, but then you there's no effort.
Now it is possible that Kevin, might come back with something outrageous like, "We're playing a show together. I really need to concentrate on that."
Right.
And it's really not the time.
I don't have time to fool with all that.
It's not the time and place for me to alienate the guy that I'm on the bill with. I mean, if he wants to be like that, I guess Kevin could. But I'm going to ask Kevin to do this as a personal favor to us.
Maybe the show
while I'm clutching his charity golf classic.
Yes, that's right.
I'm gonna hold it in one hand, and I'm gonna use it for leverage.
Instead of a cold just, "Hey, here's the conversation," maybe Rick and Bubba comes up and he goes, "I just love those guys," and he talks about our relationship.
How would he say it, man of a thousand voices?
I just love these guys. I was with them at the big end. But and then he goes, oh yeah, I do too, whatever. And then he goes, hey, you used to be on Rick and Bubba, didn't you? Man, they're some of my best friends, and then that gets it going.
But
I
will tell you, I love that right there. But I do want a direct question.
Did they do something that upset you?
Right, I do want that.
Yeah. Because if they did, they don't know it, and let's patch that.
I think you got to go back to maybe one of the last times he was on the show. He seemed like he was a little irritated.
He did.
And I don't know why.
No, that's weird. That's the question. Is
How?
we know we've done something.
He did.
Well, I say we. I'm involved with this, and I wasn't here at the point in time.
Yeah.
But
Wow, it's been
we
that
did
long.
something. We did something.
How
Well,
long
you know
you
me.
been here?
But 15 years.
I had to step out of the room.
Wow.
What happened?
Something happened. We just don't know
Thorn
what.
here in 15 years. He played Fat Fest for the love of all's good and kind.
I know. What, didn't y'all not know a song title or something? Y'all mix something up?
You know, I think we're making much of that.
Yeah, I don't think that would make something. I think it's got to be deeper than that.
I want to know why Kevin Derryberry's picture is just him at a concert. Paul Thorne's is like a real photo shoot. He's got sunglasses and guitar. Meanwhile, Kevin Derryberry's picture, he's just at a concert.
You ever tried to get a picture and bio from Kevin? Helmsy and I have.
Yeah.
So he usually just sends you some action shot at a picnic or something.
But we all know if you can get Kevin Derryberry focused and dialed in on something, he's a weapon.
Here's what I'm going to say.
So we got to get him focused.
Here's what I'm going to say to Kevin.
Thank you.
Because in sales circles, Bubba, we taught it the ability to go for the ask.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know what you were going to say.
That's also a fundraiser. Fundraisers go for the ask.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll appeal to the evangelical side of Kevin, and I said we're going to have to get to some point where you ask him if he wants to repent and follow Jesus. Not that topic, but that attitude.
Yes.
Of getting the
Gotcha.
getting the information.
All in.
At some point, you have to say.
Well, tell him we're just trying to
"Is today
clear it
your
up.
day?"
You know.
Yeah. Right.
Right, and just there's got to be a poignant time where he just says, "I got to zero in on this."
So you guys know more about this than I do, even though I've emceed some things like this. I would assume there's a sound check earlier. Maybe
this
a couple
feels
of
a little
hours.
more green room to me.
Yes.
Doesn't it? It feels a little more green
Right.
room.
We got a little bit of downtime.
Right. And we're waiting for the show to start.
Right.
And we're back here chilling.
Yeah.
Probably a fruit plate is there.
Yeah.
Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers of some kind. Yeah.
Y'all annoyed him?
And for no one knows why raw vegetables, which no one eats.
Did y'all annoy him last time he was on the show?
I didn't think so.
That's so unlike y'all.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Interesting to see how that plays out, and I understand for some people it is a business decision to do that. But big but.
Smelly subject.
We've all played sports. It would just be very, very difficult as a competitor to go to a bowl game. Or I guess if you're sitting out, you don't even get to go, do you? And to miss that experience as a college athlete, you're never going to get to go down that path again. For me, it would be extremely difficult to sit out and not play with my team for any reason.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a different, as you said, though, it's a different time. People have done it, and Alabama's never been in this situation, so you don't know how their players and coaching staff will react to it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what Saban's rules are.
But
Plus, the juniors and seniors on that roster have done it so many times prior.
Yeah, but I will
already.
I will tell you, in the Saban era, you go back to the Urban Meyer Utah game and some of the other games you've seen in the past. Alabama is a different team when they're not playing for anything. They just are, and I think that is what makes them great. But it's a big letdown for them when they're not playing for a championship.
I think for every team it's that way.
Well, for them, it seems to affect them the most. I mean, some people are like, hey, man, win our bowl game, rah, we're going to have a good season. Let's have a 10-win season. Yeah. And Alabama's like, if they've lost 2 games and they're not playing for the championship, you've seen them lay a lot of eggs in those kind of bowl games.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's hard to get up.
It's difficult when you have higher expectations.
Yeah.
You've seen that with several teams.
But I understand. I know you're supposed to play the game no matter what, who you play, but it is an odd thing when you're in a game that doesn't mean anything, unless you're a program like when Central Florida's trying to say, we want to prove to everybody we can go undefeated.
And they did.
Well, that was the point.
And you mean to tell me you think Auburn was up for that game?
No. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not just Alabama. That was one of the games I had in mind, because once you have aspirations and you think you're going and you have a chance to go and then you don't get to go, it is very difficult. But I still think, I'm not talking about you may not perform at the highest level, but and again, all of us, I never see a scenario that you or Greg or Hams or Speedy would sit out a game because you're just gamers. You know, you just want to play. You love the game, and I would be the same way. And
a lot of money.
I was going to say, I'll be honest. I'll speak for myself.
I said I understand, but I put a but in it. Okay.
If I'm sitting there and I've got an NFL contract ahead, and my mindset too is these bowl games that don't matter. That's the trade-off we have with the college football playoff. Is it diminishes the bowl games. And we've had that for quite some time, even with the BCS.
Yeah.
But I use this, if I'm a coach, as a time to get in these other guys that I'm going to play next year and get them some big-time game experience. And I don't worry about the guys that don't want to play. And if I'm sitting there, I don't blame you for sitting there having an NFL contract waiting on you. The freak deal that happened with Tua happens more than we want to admit. And that's going to already cost him a ton of money.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get a check for Toys for Tots. Captain Walt Williams and Staff Sergeant Brian Adcock will spin the wheel of meat. Marines and meat. It all goes together. And they'll be spinning on your behalf, and there's some great stuff on the wheel. 1-800-Flowers has roses there. Harry and David, .com. They provide delicious meat for you. Also, we've got all kinds of Rick and Bubba prizes here at Christmas. It's wonderful. There's Moultrie stuff on the wheel. There's BuzzBox coffee. There's Blaze TV subscriptions. I mean, the wheel is just plentiful. But there's also pitfalls on the wheel, so not everyone is a winner. So what you need to say to our Marines is, wow, what a wheel.
Now, Rick, before we start, though, I want to remind Captain Williams that thousands upon thousands of Marines will see this spin, either live
you're right.
or online in
true.
the days and weeks to come, including possibly the Commander-in-Chief.
That's true.
There's no pressure on your part to do a good job.
Well said on that, Bo. All right, so we'll start with Henry out of Huntsville. Henry, what do you say to our Marines?
I don't know.
Henry, how do you not know? You have to say, wow, what a wheel.
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, spin it. Let's go. Yeah! There we go. Yeah, baby. You can't handle the truth.
If that wheel comes off, it may go all the way to the halls of Montezuma.
That thing is bouncing.
Yeah, still spinning.
There we go. Let's see how it goes. All right, Henry.
Yeah, here we go. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Meat. Henry, meat it
Perfect.
is. A $50 gift card to harryanddavid.com, home of delicious meat. All right, Sam out of Birmingham, Alabama. Sam, you are ready to go. What do you say to the Marines?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's give it a rip. There it goes.
Good spin. That one could go to the shores of Triple E.
All right, let's go, Sammy. Let's see what the Marines have spun for Sam. Yeah, they're always coming through.
Moultrie.
Well, Sam's wanting Moultrie.
It may even be better for us.
Flowers, smell it. All right, do you want 24 multicolored roses, Sam, or 24 red roses?
I do multicolored.
Multicolored. Hey, Greg likes a little spice.
He likes a little more.
And right, Sam, you can always say Marines sent me flowers.
Yeah, we'll put you on hold, Sam.
Yeah, that doesn't happen a lot.
Charles out of Montgomery, Alabama, I-92 WLWI. Charles, you ready?
Wow, what a wheel.
Another hour. Thank you for being with us. Greg out today. Should be back in a day or two. We'll see. He's just sick, but hopefully he'll be better soon. Not struggling too bad. Last time I talked to him, but he is waiting to be cleared to come back so he doesn't get anybody else sick.
Speedy here, Helmsy, Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour to the tunes of Paul Thorn, Bill Bubba Bussey. To rise up, rise up. Something better, rise up, rise up. Dreaming that he'd say that again. So we'll put him on it. All right, coming up this weekend, Long Hollow Men's Conference, Nashville, Tennessee. Actually, Hendersonville, about 20 minutes from Nashville. Be there coming up this weekend, Lord willing. And David Pollock will be speaking. Scott Dawson will be speaking. Robbie Gallaty will be speaking. Bubba and I did discover in our last interview, it sounds like his wife shut down the ham hobby.
Didn't it like that tower?
Didn't it sound like that?
House.
And I actually had Tennessee Vol fans. They've become frustrated with me. Because I keep saying there's a bunch of Tennessee players that are speaking, and I don't know who they are, even though Robbie told us I didn't write it down.
Oh.
And so they now have emailed me
Okay.
and said, will you please use this as a cheat sheet the next time you will do this for Vol fans? And I will. So Chase McGrath will be that's the kicker. Bruce McCoy, he's a wide receiver there, and Dylan Sampson, a running back. So all of that's the Tennessee Vols that'll speak there this weekend.
Okay.
And so I just wanted
a lot of Vol.
And they say, I don't want to say this because I don't want to upset anyone. They're saying the Chase McGrath kid is the one that kicked the field goal that beat Bama.
Oh.
In that.
Okay.
I mean,
Big Orange.
That's just what they. Yeah, that's what they.
The emailer put that in there. I didn't say that.
Yeah. You weren't reminding everybody of that. You were just basically reading
the fact that the kid is probably going to tell us how much he loves Jesus. We really shouldn't get upset with him about football games.
Mm-mm.
Okay, Bama Nation. I know. Right now, Bama Nation, we're all a little injured. So things sting.
Yeah.
Just it's all right.
A lot of uncertainty.
Yeah. You there is life after Saban, I promise.
Yeah.
So anyway,
take a little time.
But anyway, so there you go. That's coming up this weekend. They do not want the walk up option for you to kind of. They want to know you're coming.
Yeah.
So go and you'll find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Bubba, it is time for us to talk about the vice president. I know that anytime you're lying awake at night.
She's been busy.
And you're worried about the state of the world. There's a certain comfort that comes over all of us to think, well, you know what? I live in a country where Joe Biden is president and Kamala Harris is vice president. Come on. Kamala, Vice President of the USA. Here we go. Here is Kamala Harris. She is talking about them, what they're going to build their second term on. I enjoy these, and Bubba, I know that you've had a tough morning. But
Shouldn't take long.
But I take a lot of joy in watching your response to Kamala Harris. So here we go.
I'm sorry, I got something running and I don't know what.
Oh, that's okay. And
I was having to cover the Kamala.
That's Van Man.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm good now.
What if we started going acapella? It's
All right, now I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
In terms of a second term, there's a lot of work to continue to do to build on our successes.
Really?
That's not.
In terms of a second term,
Yeah.
Such as?
We need to continue to build on our successes.
That ought to be a pretty quick job.
I would kind of like I hope Derryberry will be with Paul Thorn. I would go now. Well, I want to get a real detail right here.
Yeah.
I would say now when you say continue to build on your successes, give me say 4. Two. Give me. You mean specifically what successes?
I need 2 wins.
And wouldn't you like to hear what that would be?
Yeah.
Do you think they just make something up?
Oh,
They just make
it'd be
something up?
sweet.
Yeah.
It'd be sweet. They will tell you the border's a success.
Well, that's next, and here's what I want to know: is this correct? Did we name? Is she officially border czar?
I think so.
I thought that's what that she was. That and
She's supposed to be overseeing the border,
Right, yeah.
Hey,
although she's
Azar,
never
too.
been there.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
An unsustainable border, what they're calling a crisis. Why can't this be accomplished during this administration?
Well, so there's no question that our immigration system is broken. And so much so that we, as the first bill that we offered after our inauguration, was to fix the immigration system, which included what we must do to create a pathway for citizenship and to put the resources that are needed into the border. But sadly, people on the other side of the aisle have been playing politics with this issue.
Okay.
The solutions are at hand. And, you know, gone are the days, sadly, where a President Bush or John McCain understood that we should have a bipartisan approach to fixing this problem, which is a long-standing problem.
That's a vague answer.
We all should understand the bipartisan answer to this.
Yeah.
You know, and what she's talking about is they just basically put an amnesty bill up. You know, you don't have a problem at the border if you just tell everybody declare they're a citizen, come on in.
Yeah.
It's kind of clearing it out all at one time.
Yeah, this is that thing, and if you're not paying attention, they can just say things like this and get away with it. Well, the other side, but be specific. What do you mean? What do y'all want, and what do they want? So we can all decide as Americans which one we agree with.
Yeah.
As opposed to, well, we would fix it if the Republicans wouldn't just keep us from doing it.
No, I think they're glad that it's the way it is.
Of course they are.
And they see Texas being a purple state within a generation. You know, maybe 2 at the most.
So what's the next thing? Is this dealing with that
Trump case?
Yeah, the DA of Fannie Willis.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
we have a story on that today.
And so they're going to ask her about Fannie, but she acts like she didn't want to answer it. And,
Yes.
okay.
Well, she kind of.
Does that also include what's going on in Georgia? Obviously, you were a state prosecutor. This is the federal government we're talking about, but there are those who try to conflate what DA Fannie Willis is doing in Georgia with the acts of the Department of Justice. What's the question? The question is, do you believe that when Donald Trump is making these statements to suggest this is all attributed to the Biden administration or to the Department of Justice, what is your response to people who believe that, in fact, it's all orchestrated as one? Well, what he is saying is not factual.
Seems like it.
Okay.
Again, we need more. See, I hope Kevin doesn't do this with Paul Thorn.
Yeah, right.
We'll never.
We're going to back up if he does
If
that.
you notice that their
not
answers never really answer anything.
He's not telling the truth. What part is not true? Yeah, tell us what isn't true. But I want to unpack this Nikki Haley thing, and about.
Yeah, do we have the quote, Eddie?
Yeah, we'll find it. But she keeps saying this. I know I'm a good one. I got it.
Well, she has Indian parents.
Right.
But
I know. Look, let's.
You couldn't pick her out of a crowd as being anything but just regular.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you. Charles, let's see what you win here, buddy.
I wish Captain Williams was in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now. I do. I really do.
Wow, what a win. All right. Let's see what.
Yeah.
Buzzbox. Drink it. Charles, a pound of Buzzbox coffee is yours. We'll put you on hold. Give us the information. We'll send it right out to you. All right, let's. I think we can at least get one more in. Let's go to Connie. Connie's out of Huntsville, Alabama, listening to the river. Connie, what do you say to Staff Sergeant Brian Adcock?
Wow, what a wheel!
Yeah. I can't get it over.
You know, you do have. We love all of our armed forces, but you do have to love how vocal the Marines are.
The Marines are very vocal. Very vocal. There we go. Listen. All right. Let's see where this lands. All right, Connie, what are you pulling for?
I know what I'm pulling for. Uh-oh. Here he comes. Here he comes. Look out.
Henry the horse. What a horse. There he comes.
Oh, he's trotting this morning.
He's trotting. Look at him trotting. Watch out, Tim. He's coming.
He's coming your way.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
Hey, I want to say a huge thank you to Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings for donating all that money to Toys for Tots.
Okay,
yeah,
good,
great job.
I would like them to consider my charity, my personal charity, Toys for Trots, if they could.
Toys for Trots. There you go. Toys for Trots. Speedy is here. The real. "20 minutes past the hour. How about it? Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we work through another one. All right, so we talked about this, and I understand if we got down to like all the details, I guess almost like if you got down to the legal definition, I guess Nikki Haley can make this claim. But to like what Bubba said, it just feels odd. It would be like you looking at like one of us, you know, and all of a sudden you heard us talking about, you know, growing up as a little brown boy,
and you would kind of look at us and go, what? I mean,
I just don't.
Yeah, right.
I
It's
guess,
just.
I guess if you think about it, you might go,
No, I
hey,
got it,
hey,
yeah.
there's a white guy, or hey, there's a black guy. I
Right.
really don't ever think
No.
in shades.
But I will say,
I don't mean to be offensive. I never think about it.
right. Well, no, but the problem. What I'm saying is though, just from a realistic side, and of course, we're all good ones. We got it.
Mm-hmm.
When Nikki Haley begins to talk to us about the plight of being a little brown girl, the presentation, I'm not saying that's the way it should be. I'm just telling you, you don't think that. You think to yourself, honestly, she could be a Valley Cub from Alexandria.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, it is from where we're from. But anyway, so here it is. We'll hear.
We were the only Indian family in our small southern town. I was teased every day for being brown. So anyone that wants to question it can go back and look at what I've said on how hard it was to grow up in the deep South as a brown girl. Anybody can look at my record and see when Walter Scott was shot down by a dirty cop, how I made sure that the Walter Scott family didn't suffer because we put the first body camera bill in the country in place. Anybody can look at the fact that when we had 9 amazing souls die in Mother Emanuel Church, I did something that no Republican or Democrat ever wanted to touch, which was call for the Confederate flag to come down because it would take 2/3 of the House and Senate and was an impossible feat. I don't know what you're implying with that, but what I will tell you is saying that I had black friends is a source of pride. Saying that I had white friends is a source of pride. If you want to know what it was like growing up, I was disqualified from a beauty pageant because I wasn't white or black, because they didn't know where to put me. So look, I know the hardships, the pain that come with racism. It's the reason that I fight bullies every day when it comes to racism, anti-Semitism, or hate, and I always will. If I didn't mention slavery on that day, it's because that's an automatic. There's always been, the Civil War's always been known about slavery.
Of course, it wasn't, but it was definitely part of it, no question. But it wasn't the whole deal. But it just
I like Nikki Haley. I always have.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is something she's very passionate about, but I don't know it. I couldn't tell that she was Indian or anything else. I mean, and I just have a hard time believing. Now, I don't know. She may be a little older than us.
You're right.
I don't know. But,
right.
So she said, so did they have a black beauty pageant and a white beauty pageant based on what she said?
I guess. Well, here's the statement that I honestly, and I'm just going to be honest with you, and I do not know. It's just my opinion, so be clear. I do not believe, I just don't, that she was made fun of about her skin every single day.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that.
I don't either.
Matter of fact, I don't believe anybody is made fun of about it, even those that do, every single day.
Now, she's only 52.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Her first name is, I don't know if y'all know this or not, and I don't know if I'm probably going to butcher it, okay? Nimarata.
Yeah.
And now, because of the Greg Burgesses of the world, do I believe somebody probably made fun of her name at some point? Yeah, sure.
Of course.
But people make fun of everybody's name at that age in elementary school. And so, I mean, Nimarata, there's a lot to work with there.
Greg would actually make fun of the name Nikki.
He would.
Well,
he
there's
would.
that, too.
There's that.
Yeah.
Well, he's already labeled
Yes, he has.
them.
Yes, he has.
But some of this other, she just loses me. Like, I'm just like, really? What is your gain in even talking about this?
Well, she's trying to say that she's a Republican that cares. She's trying to sell herself that she's actually a minority who has a chance to be the minority female nominee for the Republican Party for president. That's what she's trying to say.
Yeah, and this all stems from back in late December when she was asked about the Civil War and she didn't mention slavery in her response, and she was being
she's trying to make good
for that, and that I believe was the question, and she was responding to the reporter.
I would agree with her that I think we all know that slavery was a big part of that. I'm not sure we have to keep saying that every time, but it was about more than that. But to say, I think it was put best, and was it Ben Carson that said it? If you say that the Civil War was all about slavery, you're wrong. If you say the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery, you're also wrong.
Yeah.
This is her class picture, and it's a pretty diverse bunch. She's by no means the only minority, not the only minority female.
Where is she?
She's got the arrows right here.
Left.
This is
right there in the white.
Okay. All right. So she is. When she was little, she was more brown than she is now. But I honestly, no, that's yeah. That's
I'm
true.
just glad you said.
No, I'm just saying.
It is true. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw the picture.
I don't believe she was made fun of about her brown skin every single day. I don't believe that.
I don't either.
That's a bit of hyperbole. But I
And when you get a little older, nobody cares.
And honestly, now I'm gonna, because I was raised in the Deep South too.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, now I'm not saying I don't know her experience, but honestly, I don't recall Indian people ever having any grief from anybody.
I don't either.
Now, black people, yes, that absolutely that happened, but I don't recall an Indian person, anyone even.
Well,
so I'm about to be really. I hope y'all hear me. I'm just trying to be real. In the Deep South, when it came to being inappropriate with people that were different than you, I'm not saying it should have been this way. Most people just drew the line white or black.
Yeah.
And if you were not African, you got lumped over with white people.
Sure.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
That's the way it really was. And as a matter of fact, that you were just considered to be a white person with a good tan.
Yeah, sure.
It's like nobody had time to think through any other ethnicities. We lived our life like there were only two.
We never really saw anything other than white and black, and you had to think about that.
Right.
And I think
I didn't see shades.
I think she looks a little bit darker in this picture because there's that one ginger kid in the picture, so the photographer.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see the ginger
dark,
kid.
She's got a white.
If you want to look dark, stand next to a ginger.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
Yeah,
Right.
I think
Well, I
I
like sitting next to you. Looks like I have a good tan.
Right. Well,
yeah. Sorry.
you are. You have some native.
Well, I don't
heritage.
want to get into that. I struggled with that when I was a kid. Everybody made fun of my skin color every day.
Yeah.
Rick.
No, I mean, come on.
I just want you to know. I just want you to know I'm right here.
Yeah.
When y'all say ginger this and I go, I'm right here.
Look, gingers.
I just want you to know that.
Did you get made fun of every day?
Hey, she's playing politician here, and I get that. Whatever, you got to do what you got to do. But what is her end game?
Well,
is she wanting to be VP? Is that ever? Because she's not going to win.
Right.
So what is her end game? Is she wanting to be the person that's the front runner in 4 years?
I don't know. I don't know.
She's got a lot of people backing her, though. Here's another picture of her here. She looks like an 80s chick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, if you're fine, nobody cares what.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think anybody was going to honestly look at that picture, okay, based on what you said, and I'm not saying, maybe factually it did happen.
We were all thinking it, and you said it. That's great.
I have a hard time thinking that young woman or girl was denied a beauty pageant. I just don't believe that.
I think she probably had a lot of dates.
But what I'm saying is, you know what I mean? Do you really think they would not let her, by looking like that, be in either beauty pageant?
No.
I just don't believe that. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and also we've got Osama Big Noggin at Rick and Bubba University, Hash Brown Hero. Look right there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is.
Yeah. Bubba, did I not tell you that Willie Nelson can't breathe? I kept saying.
Well, can I tell you, I saw this story, and I don't think we need to get too excited about this. The person who reported this may be the one on weed now. I don't think Willie Nelson's going to quit at this point.
Do we all agree now on video evidence that Willie Nelson cannot breathe?
Well, yeah.
And I keep screaming, Willie Nelson can't breathe.
Well, smoking is bad for you, Rick. We know that. It doesn't matter what kind of smoke you're pulling in.
Bubba, apparently
tobacco or
apparently by the marijuana gang
or Mary Jane or leaves.
Apparently, those who love that ganja, they seem to think that somehow inhaling marijuana smoke is somehow not the same as cigarette smoke or something.
Rick, I would say smoke from leaves, smoke from grass fire, smoke from anything is not good for lungs that are designed for air.
Yeah, breathing in smoke into your lungs, let's try to avoid that.
Rick, I carry you back. When your house is on fire, what do they tell you to do? Get down low so you can be where the air is, not where the smoke. I mean, that smoke's bad for you, too. People die in that because they can't breathe.
What do they call it when people die of the smoke?
Smoke inhalation.
Thank you. That's you
so
breathe.
So if you're pumping it into your lungs, no matter if it is choice or habit or environment, whatever, it can't be good for you. It just can't.
It just can't. But here's what Willie Nelson has said.
It's all natural, guys.
They're likening it to Michael Jordan's retiring. from the NBA that now they're saying that Willie Nelson says he will now retire from smoking weed. And he's been smoking weed. Said the only person who may have smoked more weed than Willie Nelson is Snoop Dogg. He says, I have abused my lungs quite a bit in the past, so breathing is a little more difficult these days, and I have to be careful. He is 86. He says, I don't smoke anymore, and he says, I try to take care of myself.
So at 86, he said, I think that's enough.
That's finally enough.
It's going to shorten my life.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm 86. Just keep smoking, Willie, at this point.
Well, he can't
Of course, now, he didn't mention the edibles, Rick. I'm sure he still got them gummy bears going.
But he can't breathe.
I know. On that awards thing the other night. Really
watching him, you just start.
Well, you get older, it gets tough, especially if you're, doing things that limit it to begin with.
Sure.
Ganja Meister.
They said that he allegedly smoked weed on the roof of the White House. You remember that? Mm-hmm. He credited with the drug was saving his life, and his personal stash was so powerful.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Yeah, back up one.
That's what it says.
Can you give me a little more on that?
That's all it says. There's nothing else.
I need an example how it saved your life. From?
Somebody
From
Google how did Mary Jane save Willie Nelson's life? Because now he says
the devil's lettuce.
The devil's lettuce, the king's grass, one of them good ones.
Rick, it once saved my life.
That old long leaf hole.
Bubba, he said that his personal stash was so powerful that it inspired the Toby Keith song "I'll Never Smoke Weed with Willie Again." So,
we were.
That's quite a title.
We were talking in the kickoff hour about
Willie can't breathe.
Him smoking up on the White House roof, and who it was with, B, how he got it in there. Because if you'll remember, it was quite the checklist of us getting past security to get in.
Had to be during Clinton's years.
But it was Jimmy Carter. Everybody was talking about, and maybe
you remember he hung out with Allman Brothers and people like that. Carter did.
No, we made this point too.
Of course, I know how he got it.
And I'll use Bubba as an example here. So if Bubba's coming to my house, it doesn't matter what's on the menu. The first question I'm gonna ask Amanda is, "Hey, where we at on ketchup?"
Absolutely,
we got to have ketchup here. Bubba's coming.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're right.
So if he's coming to the White House, the first question was, "Hey, what's our weed situation?" Like Willie's coming, we got to get him some weed.
Let's be clear, you switched to Willie now. You're not talking about Bubba.
Well, I said
I just want to be clear.
That's two different things.
Yeah, it's two different things.
Yeah, but that's what
both
you would
dangerous,
think of.
but not as dangerous.
You would think, hey man, we got to get some weed in here if Willie's coming.
Okay, I have the answer to that question. In a interview here, the Whiskey River singer shared that he wouldn't be alive today without marijuana. He said, it saved my life. I wouldn't have lived 85 years if I had kept drinking and smoking like I was in my 30s and 40s. I think that weed kept me from wanting to kill people and probably kept a lot of people from wanting to kill me too. Out there drunk running around.
So he said it calmed him down.
Be high.
Yeah.
Being high is not a problem, just not drunk and rowdy.
Well, yeah, he said when he was drunk, he was rowdy, and smoking cigarettes was bad.
Yeah.
So when he smoked dope, he wasn't as rowdy.
Probably a straight say it saved his life, but yeah.
A little bit of a stretch there.
Yeah.
Well, he's saying it calms him down kind of like ice cream does me.
True.
I would definitely rather have a calm, high person than a drunk, rowdy person.
Yeah.
No question.
Release the Kraken. Here comes America at 866 We Be Big. Phone troll, first one of the week. The largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The phone troll gives you maximum opportunity to come on the program and make a comment, maybe ask a question, bring some information to the table. A lot of topics out there in front of you, but then you have your old friend, the buzzer. And it'll manage the callers for you. If they don't get a timeout from Helmsy or Bubba, and each man only has one timeout, so you must use them wisely, then they'll get 30 seconds, and then you'll go to the next call. So if you're in line, you won't be there long, and you can dial us right now with our maximum 10-line capability. We get a bigger sample. You can get in easier, and because of the buzzer, you don't stand in line very long. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Just comments, questions, bringing information to the table. Dial us now, you'll get in. SimplySafeBubba.com, 24/7 live guard protection. Do you know what this means with their latest technology? This means that those that are monitoring your property can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders. This means you try to stop them. It also means law enforcement knows it's not a false alarm, so you get quicker help. It really is incredible technology, and no one does security better than simplysafebubba.com. It's comprehensive. I'm talking about every single place that might be suspect. You can put a sensor on it. You install it yourself, or if you need their help, they'll help you. Go to simplysafebubba.com right now, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and save 20% on the new system with a Fast Protect plan, which you won't. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe quite like simplysafebubba.com safe. To the phones we go, Bubba. It looks like we'll start out with one of our many Jordans all across America.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Let's start with Jordan out of Pell City. Jordan, go ahead, and thank you for listening to ZZ Keck.
All right, got to go quick, but first of all, I want to recommend a Netflix documentary called Escaping Twin Flames. It's about a cult that is currently going on in the United States, so highly recommend that.
All over that.
Also, you guys were talking about Jason Kelsey's nickname, the Big Yeti. That's actually Travis's nickname. Jason Kelsey's nickname is Sexy Batman.
Okay. Did not know that. And I can't get enough of Kelsey family information. Thank you. Thank you so much. If I could see their zany mom with both jerseys on again. Grant, Oxford, Alabama. 30 seconds. Grant, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
So I was going to talk a little bit about Nikki Haley. Look, I've been following Nikki Haley for a long time. There ain't a nickel's worth of difference in her and a Democrat. I promise. If you look into it, a lot of her policies and things that she does, she might lean just a hair to the right of center, but she's as close to all these swamp things and creatures as you can get for the Democrat side, just with an R by her name, just like somebody said on the debate stage with some 5-inch heels.
So is there a particular issue you can point to on that?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. I got a good friend I work with who used to work in South Carolina, live in South Carolina, and if you really look, I think she was a teacher at one point, or she really supports teachers, and I do too. Education is very important, but the whole educational system, especially here in Alabama and South Carolina, is union run. It's run by the union. They control politics in a lot of ways, especially from the Democratic side and even into the Republican side. And a lot of things that she did, they mirror Democratic tactics. And that's why I'm saying this, is that, of course, I'd rather have Nikki Haley than Joe Biden, okay? Hands down, because she is just a tad right of center. But there is not a nickel's worth of difference in her, Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin's okay, I guess. But all these people, she is not a conservative. She's got an R by her name, and she's not that bad looking. That's what she's got going for her. Trump.
Okay.
That's true. I mean, he pointed it out. That's part of it.
Yeah, I guess.
We've talked for years that it's a beauty contest, both men and women's side.
Well, we continue. Let's go to Josh in Georgia. Josh, 30 seconds. Go ahead. One timeout remains. Helmsley's toting it.
Hey, is Nikki Haley getting campaign advice from Pocahontas? And if she really wants to win, all she got to do is say she's a dude, and she might get it.
World.
A lot of Nikki Haley support out there today. 866 We Be Big to Susan in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Susan, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I apologize if y'all talked about this. I only heard part of the Instagram video segment, but also don't look down at the camera, Rick. It takes years off your face if you'll just look up instead of looking down at the camera.
Well, I'm trying, I don't want to be a stumble for anybody. So I'm trying to be sure that my presentation, that people want to focus on the content only and that I won't become a distraction to them by what they see. So I'm downgrading a little bit. I hope you understand that.
Yeah.
But thank you. But yeah, women everywhere, watching women try to take a picture or do a video that's going to go on social media is unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're different angles. They're putting their legs out the way their legs are, the way they stand. They'll knock a hip out of gear. They stretch their face out. And then I think to myself, what's all the trouble
I think, and I've seen people do this, don't they allow you to doctor your picture up anyway?
Yeah, there's filters that'll do that. Just electronically do it.
I've seen people in person and then seen their picture on social media. I'm like, that's not the same person.
Not real close.
Let's go to Craig in Virginia. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, is it me or does Nikki Haley? She looks more like Maria Schwarzenegger than she does Indira Gandhi.
That's true.
But listen, the other night I'm watching the football game and I'm imagining Taylor Swift's dad firing off a text like breaking his thumbs. Take a good long look, Tay. This is how your wedding reception's going to look. And every family cookout. And when your kids are born and Thanksgiving afternoon, you better think twice.
That's true. Here's your future all around you. And
plus, you'll have another one loose up there then.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you think she's kind of enjoying being around semi-normal people, though?
Probably.
That's true.
It's like, wow, these people really don't care as much about appearance and things like that. It might be
they are normal.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Totally.
Yeah. That's that's probably closer to normal, no doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go to Alabama. Sheila standing by. Sheila, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, I just don't understand how the Supreme Court is supposed to uphold and interpret and follow the Constitution, but they're making rulings like they did in Texas that goes clearly against our Constitution. I mean, at what point do these lifetime judges it's not like the people pick them. They're not voted in, they're appointed. So they don't have to have the best people, the people's interest in heart.
I guess she's talking about the Supreme Court ruling that went against the state of Texas, where they said the national border people had priority on this, and they wanted the wire cut down. And the Supreme Court ruled with the Biden administration 5-4, which means you had John Roberts and you had Amy Coney Barrett vote with the liberals on it.
Yep. Well, when you look at the original point, we've said this many times on the air, one of the very few powers that the Founding Fathers gave to the federal government is to give us a secure border.
Yeah.
What Texas is saying, we acknowledge that, but what if the federal government refuses to do once the Constitution guaranteed they would do for us, then we'll take it into our own hands. That's what the ruling was, and then, of course, as you just gave out those names, they all disagreed that Texas was given that authority because of the derelict of the federal government.
Yeah, I don't know what part of law they hung that on,
right.
But I was really surprised to see Amy, what's her name?
Coney Barrett
go with this. She had to be tying it to some particular law that would give them right away. And in most conflicts, the federal government does override the states.
Yeah, so and that's what I was saying. There's no doubt at the heart of it, that's the job of the federal government. But the question is, what right does the state have if the federal government won't do it?
Yeah,
and that's kind of what Texas was saying, and they didn't win. But you did make a point. Yeah, the Supreme Court has become, if I get to be president and my administration's here and I get a chance to put one in, I'm putting one in that reflects my view.
Yeah,
as opposed to they're all supposed to just sit there and interpret the Constitution.
Well, clearly that ain't happening.
No,
and it ain't happening because you have all these 5-4 decisions.
Yeah,
if they all are so up on the law,
right,
and the law is so crystal clear, shouldn't we have a lot more 9-0 decisions, 8-1 type of thing?
You would think. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. There'll be other opportunities today to chat. Thank you for your participation in the phone show. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If I'm having to choose the two.
I prefer just somebody chilling out.
Well, yeah, I would too, Bubba.
Yeah,
the decision is you got to choose between the two.
Yeah, A or B. I got you.
Yeah, I'm going weed guy all the time.
I have zero patience for rowdy drunks.
I do.
Well, that's the best of. We remember that.
Weed people,
especially if they're burning me.
Weed people can be annoying, but it's not in a violent way.
Yeah, they may hammer your snack closet, but outside of that,
and
what Greg, I may help a few others.
Get on your nerves a little bit.
One more time.
There's the stairs.
They don't get after it.
But you can walk out of a room, they don't even know you left.
No, they don't even care.
No.
Yeah, it's Now trying to get them,
Believe me.
trying to get them to show up for work, a little bit of a struggle.
It is.
Mm-hmm. And they're always wanting to know all they care about is when they get high again. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can't keep crackers.
No.
Twinkie ain't got a chance.
No. If you're gonna go Doritos, get the regular kind. That nacho cheese, they go crazy.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, it's. I understand what he's saying, but I'm with you. That's a little bit of a stretch. Yeah. That
Saved his life.
Yeah. You like to say it, you attribute that to Jesus, not weed.
Yeah,
because that's what got me out of all that behavior was Jesus, not weed.
Not the weed.
Yeah. Somebody said, Rick's still just the same idiot he always was, but not as rowdy.
Yeah, he's a little more mellow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's that? I mean, I guess that accomplishes something, but it's not.
Yeah, it was during the Carter administration. I see it here in this story.
Do you see where Jimmy Carter's having health issues too?
Yeah, well, he's
95.
95.
He's also decided to quit smoking pot.
Yeah.
Greg.
At 95.
Look, I wish Jimmy the best. I really do.
You know why Willie said he wouldn't go smoke dope when the Clintons were there? Because he wouldn't inhale.
That's right. we thought old Bill ain't going to inhale it.
No, not at all.
And we know Bill was so dang
I mean,
honest.
what kind of stupid answer was that?
Yeah.
That was one of those things when you throw the answer out, you go, why'd I say that?
So
I don't know why I said that.
Bill Clinton could tell me the sky's blue, and I doubt it.
How about Bill Clinton? If you go to the the biggest liars of all time.
Oh,
the Hall of Fame.
He is. I mean, I think he's one of those kind of people who was so habitual to him, like for that instance, right there.
Yeah.
He'd just lie about things that, why are you even lying about that?
What?
I mean,
I did inhale.
There's some things you lied about. I understand why you're lying, but some of this stuff. What about just saying when I was young, I did things I don't do anymore?
There you go.
You don't have to go that far with it. So you didn't inhale it. You don't have to be that goofy. So we'll come back. Do you not love the people that support this show? How many times do they help us?
Oh,
and
Rick.
they tell us
They
about
have pulled us out of the fire so many times.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
you go in somewhere, they'll call and say, here's where you ought to eat.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. Don't take that road. Do not go, don't go 330. You know what I mean? And they'll help you. There's so much help. And let me tell you where you should stay. Where y'all staying? Oh, that's a piece of junk. Go somewhere. That kind of stuff. Well, you remember we had a caller that called up and asked us, had we ever seen the show, and it's on History Channel. I didn't know that till just a moment ago because I was scanning.
You didn't know the history?
Kings of Pain. And
I love anything.
You remember when she called in and we were like, what is this show? She says they let animals and insects sting them and bite them, and they rank how severe it is. And they do it on purpose.
Is this the one we saw where that giant snake was biting that guy in the arm?
Yes. Look, so I did not know. Because I'm scanning now. Listen, if this caller doesn't call in, and when I look up and see History Kings of Pain, I go, but I saw it and it clicked in my head. Oh gosh, that's that show.
Yeah, the guy I was talking about.
I think it was a female that called in, but whoever it was. And look, Bubba, please look. And I
a tarantula?
My worst nightmare.
Now look, we don't have last night's episode because they haven't released it yet. But last night, and
Can't that kill you?
You can see any of this stuff. They literally have a medic who stands by for them to go into, I can't say that word when you go into shock from something.
Anaphylactic shock.
Anaphylactic shock. Because some of the stings can do that to them. Not because they're allergic to it, because they're so severe.
Yeah.
They let
Listen,
and
what I just saw on TV.
And then what they do
is that a Gila monster?
Is they then look. That's last night. That's what he got bit last night. He was one of those. Look, Greg.
Is that a Komodo?
It's not a
Komodo.
It's not a Komodo.
Komodo will kill you with saliva.
Say it, Adler. What is it?
Monitor lizard.
Yeah, monitor lizard. So listen, last night, even though that was
That's
bad,
a dinosaur, y'all.
even though that was bad, so they ask each other. They sit down. I mean, I hate to say it, it's not our thing, but it's very much like this show. I mean, like if you had members of this show, they sit down. Greg, this is right up your alley. They sit down, look, and they go, so how was it? Well, I got to tell you, that sting, I mean, my body was in electric shock. Yeah, me too. Was it worse than you thought it would be? Much worse. And then they'll rank it on severity of pain, how long, the aftershock, and then the other one was, I can't remember, there was one other, how long how bad the bite was. Look. Anybody say? We're back. So, a couple of things to hit today.
get an update on the story that we actually had yesterday, and there was more to the story that even happened right after, but we didn't get that. So let's get an update there.
It's a Rick and Bubba news. It's a Rick and Bubba
News update. So Caitlyn Clark, we said that it looked a little dramatic after they were beaten by Ohio State. Is that correct? Who beat them and ran them?
Ohio State.
Yeah. And so outstanding basketball player, all that. But somebody ran on to the court, and they did, get into each other a little bit. And she did a little bit of a dramatic fallback, and to try to cast a bad light on.
She was still in game mode.
Yeah.
She's used to somebody hitting her going down.
But anyway, so apparently she did make a post-game comment that we left out yesterday. And so here she is commenting, and so we'll hear it in her own words on what happened.
I was just trying to exit the court as quickly as possible, so I started running, and I was absolutely just hammered by somebody trying to run onto the court and basically blindsided and, kind of scary. Could have caused a pretty serious injury to me and knocked the wind out of me, but luckily my teammates kind of picked me up and got me off the court. So, and their AD already came and apologized to me, so I really appreciate that. And, this is what comes with the territory. I mean, I'm sure they tried their best to do whatever they could. Obviously, it didn't work, and that's disappointing. But, just focus now on the game and, ways we can get better.
So that makes sense. She said her breath was knocked out over. So that is why she went down. And she did get startled, guys. We can't act like she did.
I don't have a problem with what she said. I don't think she's whining at all.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Scary.
Well, no. Now the scary things and some of the words.
First of all, you got to understand she's a female. Okay, so they're going to treat this different than a male would. I know people don't like to discuss that in our world right now.
Now you're really in trouble.
But that's true. Like that, there's a difference. Their sensitivity to this is different than it would be for us.
I do think she got startled, and it did knock the wind out of her.
Then she flopped.
Everything else, whatever. But she does explain why she went down. Her wind kind of got knocked out of her a little bit. Because she got hit right in the midsection there, right below the chest. So I don't know.
It just looked a little weird the way she threw her hands up. She may have got the air knocked out of her. It may have been worse. But it just
dramatic. I mean, guys, I deal with this every day. I mean, I shy away from it.
Might have been a combination, some semi-flop, but startled as well.
What about the other girl who hit the floor? Was she all right? Nobody ever mentioned her.
Nobody cares about her.
Well, I still want her.
Well, let's start
I want
with
her video camera.
She shouldn't be out there. That's why nobody's checking on her.
Well, I'm going to say this, and this is just my opinion. That's all it is, and it doesn't matter. But I understand what y'all are saying, and I do agree with the male-female thing completely, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this. I'm immovable on she begin to add things to make it sound more terrifying, more dangerous, more irresponsible of the student. If they win the game, and somebody does the exact same thing, she is not as dramatic about it. I'm telling you.
No, they probably wouldn't charge her.
Dramatic.
She's also mad.
That's perfect with this scenario.
Right. So, but
she goes back to what I was saying.
And she's trying to make Ohio State look as bad as she possibly can.
Sure.
By even suggesting that she may have been killed. And I just think that's just a little over the top, and I'm not saying that it's okay, and I'm not saying that it didn't hurt. I'm not saying that she doesn't have a right to be upset about it. But I'm a human being. I understand I think I have the upper hand on the team that just beat me, and I want to do something to make them look bad. I got that.
She's a big-time competitor. I get it, too.
She is.
Rick, could you get
your
get your pointer out by chance? Sure. Is there any way? Could you go back to that video if you don't mind?
Who's my pointer?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I don't know who's had it last.
Oh, she extends her arms.
There's two pieces of video I want. That selfie shot there. All right, and now keep it rolling. And then it looks like maybe somebody from the SID department or something like that in the red. He's going to come in here. He's got to see this guy on the baseline. He's rolling video. I want that video, but I really want the selfie of the fan running on it.
I'm going further.
Okay.
Well, it's easy when she's in slow motion.
I think she seeks her out.
Rick, that's ridiculous.
Intentional.
Ridiculous.
It's intentional.
How is that intentional? Rick.
Yes.
It's intentional.
She body checked her.
Unreal.
It's intentional.
No, it's not even close to
She
intentional.
went after the student. I mean,
Rick Burgess, put your pointer up.
She wanted this.
This is ridiculous.
She wanted this. You got her wanting. They nearly killed me. They might have won the game, but they nearly killed me. They're dangerous, Buckeyes. They're not just an acorn.
Oh, I didn't know Romo was on it.
Oh, they went right after it, Jim.
It's coming straight for us.
Or this is the quote, and everybody's picked up on it now. Ooh, I don't know, Jim.
Yeah. Now that one, that angle there.
I don't know, Jim.
The first angle, it looks like she was surprised.
Let's see it in the regular motion.
Full speed.
Yeah, let's see full
Here we
speed.
go.
Okay. You can see right here. She's looking.
Watch her go after it.
She's looking at. Yeah. You can tell she can see the fan right now. She's like, oh, that's perfect. Now I'll look away for a split
She
second.
could have avoided the fan.
I'll look away for a split second, and then boom!
Oh yeah, she went right after it.
Bam, bam, on purpose.
That's rough.
I would call it malicious.
Like if you look, she's looking back to center court, and then she turns around.
Yeah.
Well, she sees her coming, then she looks away to make it
Let me
look
tell you-
like she didn't see her coming. Yeah.
Threw her body into the fan out of disgust.
Out
Is
of
that
hate.
a fragrant 1 or 2?
Oh yeah.
Yes. That's a technical foul.
Oh, I don't know, Jim.
It looks like
Might have thrown her body into her.
I really want that video of that lady.
I do too.
You would think those would be available.
Well, probably they don't want to get in trouble for being on the court.
I'm telling you.
That's a little late.
Just
Yeah.
publish.
She was. You know what? You know all this is.
That's the point that makes it so much better.
All this
Oh, that's
is.
what
The orange tip makes it even better.
All this is me walking into the laundry room and Sherry not knowing I'm around. Watch the way.
Oh, yes,
Hey,
yes.
You're right. Yeah.
It's one of those.
Okay.
She's startled that a person's there, and then she of course realizes it's an Ohio State fan and tries to give her a little. I mean, just,
I agree.
watch this right here. That's all it is. That's all it is.
This is riding shotgun when your husband's driving.
Yes, absolutely. And extends her arms, clearly extends her arms.
And just like in the car, here's what Caitlyn Clark says: "Could have killed me." You know it.
Oh, okay.
Really, she's got. I mean, she's almost. If you go back, and listen to her, she's almost saying, "Could have killed me."
It was dangerous. Safety. It was scary.
So Romo and Confused American were involved. I didn't know that.
Combined. Oh, I don't know, Jim. I mean,
if
that gets into your head, how many times Tony Romo says, "Ooh, I don't know"?
I can't watch him anymore, Rick. You ruined it for me.
I know. Yeah. He says, "Ooh, I don't know, Jim," about everything.
I used to be a big
Jim will
fan.
say something simple. It's like a first down Ravens. Oh, I don't know, Jim. No, I think they got the first down, Tony.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, Jim.
So Adler, you think she saw her way back when she was before she even started running?
Zeroed in.
Spotted her from afar. Yes. Then looked away, then looked towards, threw her body check, extended her arms, flopped and spun like a ballerina, clearly fake.
And if you watch her lips, they clearly say, "Take that."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look at that.
How long it lasts, and then did it make you sick? And
I think I could do this.
But now let me tell you what happened to him last night. It had nothing to do with the bite. And I love that everybody thinks they're the first person to tell us that a hippopotamus kills more human beings than any other animal.
Right.
Yeah, they said it again last night. But they went out to try to get one of these monitor lizards, and they miscalculated that they were in hippo area. And the hippo started attacking the boat. And you can hear the executive producer screaming to the camera boat, "Get out of here. Everybody for themselves.
Hippo's in the area.
Hey, the shoot is over.
Hey, the hippo don't play, Rick.
We got to get back to the pier." And so they did, and then they said, "All right, that's not the plan to get a monitor lizard." So they had to go to a backup plan, and they did find one. And then they sit there and let a monitor lizard bite them.
No.
Helmsy, I thought of you.
The fact they call it Kings of Pain, I love.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen, Helmsy.
Look at that lizard biting down on his arm.
And then they start screaming, and then they'll even. One guy said that sting made him cuss, and he hadn't cussed in a long time.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I think I would rather the lizard bite me than some of the things sting me.
Well, that's what I thought of Helmsy. Helmsy, did you see the stinger on that thing?
Yes, I did.
All right, so they sat down can you picture your arm out? And I've got a pair of tweezers with that velvet ant in it out of Africa, and you've already seen the stinger come out, and it's about almost as long as its body.
Yeah.
And I'm putting it down, and I'm looking at this. Is what they do? They go, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" And they start lowering it down, and then they'll put it on and go, "Has he got you?" And then they just start going. Look, they start punching stuff and beating their arm, and then they'll scream, "Okay, that's enough, let it up," and they'll pull it off of them. And they just get bit by animals and stung by things. It's unbelievable.
Rick,
I'm all in.
I know it's a TV show.
I'm going to binge watch if I can find it.
that can't be good for you.
No,
Is
it's
it the
not
same
good.
guys getting bit all the time?
Yes, they get bit in a second.
Well, I mean, doesn't that build up all that?
Y'all, their discussion of how of ranking it is hilarious.
I think I'll stick to American Pickers and Pawn Stars.
Yeah, Greg, at one time they just start punching stuff because it's hurting so bad.
I'm watching that because I love stuff.
Kings of Pain. See,
Why's the one got the oxygen?
I just saw a guy with oxygen on. That's not good.
What the? I don't know how you watch that. I
want you to picture though.
Greg, watch him start punching with that up.
Look, I know it's painful, but
what
if we got to do it, Speedy? What if we got to go do this?
Greg, any
Just
shot
watching
y'all
each
could
other
do
it. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, that would be cool.
I cleared the area yesterday when y'all were hitting each other with a pickleball paddle. I can't imagine.
Oh my
being
gosh!
stung
Look,
by
they went down
something.
on a sea.
No, goodness
Urchin.
sakes.
Did you see him lower his arm on a sea urchin?
Rick, you stepped on one of them.
I got bit by one of those. You see how they just
Did you see what damage
I
that
know.
just did?
What is wrong with these
See,
guys?
look at that.
Look at that!
What?
Who is doing?
Greg, I think you'll
What
watch
in
it.
the
I'll
world?
watch it every
Are those
episode.
prosthetics? Are they really arms? Are those real arms?
I'm gonna DVR all of them.
I can't handle that.
Guys, this may be one of the worst things that we've seen.
Is it special effects? It's really not.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm itching.
I mean,
I can't imagine the legal team on that show.
Oh no, Greg, like when they were getting the velvet ant, the medics over, and he's shaking his head, and he goes, I mean, they could go. I mean, this thing's got venom, and they're like, this thing could have even they think they're good. He goes, no, everybody sit right here. It could be a delayed reaction. Y'all not out of the woods yet. And then they're sitting there talking about it. What do you think? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I give it an 8.
I've seen Steve-O do a lot of things like that, but these guys are taking it to a level. He was a threat to that animal bite him.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine the mentality that, because they really put me there yesterday. And of course, Hamza, you being the sting guy, of course, none of us want to be stung.
No.
There was something about the moment of them lowering it down with the tweezers and him going, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" And then one time I said, "Wait a minute, back off." All right. He puts his arm back out there. Gosh, I mean,
I need to know if they get a talent fee for what stings them.
Boy,
Because
they
I don't know how.
Well, they're making
justifying
money.
it, but I probably.
I hope
not
they
a
make a
ton.
lot. You
Yeah.
know what? People like that, they don't care about money.
No, I
They
guess
really
not.
don't.
I guess not.
But what I'm saying is, like, say you're looking for that snake, or you're looking for that monitored lizard, or you're looking for the velvet ant, or you're looking for this scorpion. Well, think about it. If we find it, all that means is we're going to let it bite us.
Yeah, I know.
I know. So when they find it, you go, great, now I got to let it bite me.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. It's like last night they were looking for one of those velvet ants.
Oh,
and
cow
he,
ant?
And he looked down. He goes, "Oh, there's one right there." And
Let me
he goes,
tell you
"You know what this means?"
let me tell you
He goes,
what's gonna
"You know what
happen.
this means? Now we got 2. That means we're both doing
Let me tell you what's going to
it."
happen.
Now we're both doing it.
This show is going to run for several seasons. Then we're going to find out it was all faked.
Probably.
You're right. Dang it,
probably
Bubba. Playing the role of Greg.
You're right,
I know.
That's
Thanks,
what's
Greg.
gonna
Yeah.
happen.
I used to
That's
enjoy things.
Can I tell you what? I watched it last night and I was thoroughly entertained. I just
that hurts.
But that lowering of that ant to sting, I think bothered me more than the monitored lizard. Now when they start screaming and
I'm
hollering,
like you. Something about the lizard biting didn't bother me as bad.
that sting. Of
That
big
big old
ant.
stinger coming out.
Look at that stinger!
What kind of ant is that?
What is that?
Cow ant. Remember we used to call them cow ants.
The
But
velvet-
that's like an African
That's
version.
an African version. Everything in
There's
Africa is
a hippo.
Everything.
By the way, the hippo not to turn them over. These guys have they're very dangerous.
I don't think I'd want to jump in that water at night.
No, the Nile. Are you crazy? All right,
No.
everything in the Nile will kill you.
Come on.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Don't forget, 12 working days of Christmas starts tomorrow. You got more Rick and Bubba. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. We're back for a new hour. Let's go. 30 years and still kicking. The Rick and Bubba Show, Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So, we have got on our little team here, got us some commuters, and, of course, the real Greg Burgess commuter to here every day from Jacksonville, Alabama, Bubba's hometown and our home county. And then we have Coach Helms, who commutes back away from here to coach at Jacksonville State. Really the same. I assume y'all probably use a very similar route. Do y'all compare routes? Y'all
we
talk
do.
A little bit?
Speedy gets a little frustrated with that.
Yeah.
He feels like that we're not he will say things like, guys, I know that area. Why aren't y'all not getting me involved
Well,
in the
they give
conversation?"
landmarks and streets, and I'm like, hey, I'm right here. You don't have to look over me. I can join in on this.
Well, you're not
actually.
a commuter, though, with them.
I'm not, but
Yeah,
I mean,
they've
I
got
made
their own little connection,
I know.
and you try to weigh in there, and just because you once had been to the community, and of course I was raised in that county, and my parents lived in Jacksonville. Bubba's from Jacksonville, but they have a commuting connection that we're not in on.
I got it.
Okay, and Bubba once commuted. How long did you commute that?
About 2 years.
Gosh, did you get 2 years in?
Yeah, that's like heck with that.
Well, I mean, it was,
yeah, it's too much.
Speedy, you're not in it.
I do not see how Greg does it.
Neither are you.
You're not in it. You're not in it.
Mine is nowhere near as bad as Greg's, even though we go basically the same place. It's because it's the time of day in which he does it, and I do it a different. It's completely different. But I'm getting in. The reason you're bringing this up, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I'm getting in a horrible habit.
I'm concerned.
Going to and from, and it is. I'm stopping at Buc-ee's about every day.
You can't. Once Buc-ee's get you,
it'll bite you.
See, the first 6 months was me looking over there, going, "That's too far off interstate for me. There's too many people, inconvenient." And then, I don't know, I think it was probably about a week and a half ago, I realized when it was on a weekend, I left the house, and I realized I hadn't had a cup of coffee. And I was like, you know what? I need, and my stomach was acting kind of funny too. And I thought, you know what? Let's stop at Buc-ee's.
No,
you got plenty of time.
You stopped going or coming?
That's the scary part,
No,
Bubba.
you're not coming from the other side of the interstate.
Possibly.
You're not coming looping under.
Sometimes.
You even do
sometimes.
that.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I almost get the drop off right here.
But listen,
Especially if you do the cut through.
To your question, Bubba, it was on the way, which made it easy to Rick's point of getting off and getting back on real quick. And by the way, it is. It's a lot quicker exiting and getting right back on the interstate than I thought it was.
I'm shocked by that you did it westbound.
Oh,
wow.
Several times.
Okay.
Several times.
Shocking.
But what started
I won't do anything that's on the other side of the interstate.
No.
Nothing.
I could be out of gas. Have you stopped twice on one trip?
I have, Bubba. That's another sign that this is getting bad.
You know, one time I
Speedy, no, you don't know about this.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me. So the first time there was kind of a stomach issue, and I needed coffee. Okay.
No, IBS.
And so it was. I was in, I was out. I grabbed some honey roasted pecans on the way.
After that,
had a cup of coffee.
What are you, a stomach daredevil?
Yeah, I started saying, I don't know if that's good for a stomach.
And so the honey roasted pecans are kind of my go-to snack. In case y'all are wondering.
But no doctor ever says, okay, well, you're struggling a little bit. All right, if you're having some stomach issues, eat some honey-coated pecans.
But it wasn't
from Buc-ee.
It wasn't necessarily.
Drink some more coffee.
It wasn't necessarily for that particular moment.
You thought you had that under control.
It was for I got to have these for later.
Okay.
Thinking ahead.
You know, yeah. Oh yeah.
So your stomach was going to have to prove to you that you could eat them.
Oh
later.
yeah.
Okay.
And I probably shouldn't have grabbed the coffee, but I needed coffee. I was just like I hadn't had a cup of coffee.
Got it.
Celsius would have probably done the
So
job.
get on the interstate, and I thought, wow, that was very convenient. It was nice, and they have their coffee's good. Everything I need is there. And if I ever need a sandwich, if I ever need breakfast, if I ever need, and hey, by the way, travel lights are gonna need gas a lot.
Yeah.
And that was easier and quicker than I thought it'd be, even though it was packed.
Yeah, there's 150 pumps. Listen to this.
But I'm concerned I'm stopping too much now.
There's no doubt you are, and I think this is problematic, and I'm gravely concerned. I want you to know this. one day, I think I told Bubba this after it happened. I was just on a simple Sunday afternoon in that part of our community. Okay.
Okay.
And I was going to come out the way past Buc-ee's onto the interstate to go home because I was in that community over there. I came down the hill and stopped and said, "Oh no, I messed up. There's an event going on at the racetrack that's there, Barber Motorsports.
Yeah.
Oh no, I shouldn't have done this. Oh no, look at all these people." And all of a sudden, as I'm sitting at the red light, I realize every single person is simply going to Buc-ee's.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they're coming out in. The line of the coming off the ramp. I think they're going to turn right.
You're thinking they're
and
going
go,
Indy or Bass Pro Shops?
I thought they were going to Bass Pro Shop or the Barber Motorsports. They start turning left into Buc-ee's.
Yes, they do.
Or go shopping on the other side.
Which shows
you never know.
Yeah,
There's always a mob in there.
Yeah,
always.
But what I'm worried about, because I know that you are also trying to do a little better.
Yeah.
And that's not what Buc-ee's is for.
I know.
The
Pecans is good.
The pecans are fine.
Where did y'all come at the honey roasted pecans?
It's
Who told y'all that?
It's a good snack.
No,
it's a
hold
good
on.
healthy
I
snack.
was just
gluten free.
The
sugar's bad, but I don't eat sugar in other areas, so I feel like
What's
I'm
wrong
okay.
with some regular?
Rick,
Don't like the regular.
I was when I said it was good. I mean it was good because I knew it was gluten free, which is what he was looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
So
I'm
wait a
saying.
minute. A gluten-free guy is stopping at Buc-ee's every day.
Yeah.
Hey,
It turns out they got a lot of gluten-free options.
Can I ask
That
you a
little
question?
crunch is good.
When you go straight across here and you take the shortcut to get to the interstate,
Yes.
do you jump on right there?
Yes.
Okay, that's one of the reasons too, isn't it? Because do you take the shortcut every day?
No, I don't. I don't do
don't?
that. I have found it's faster just to go
Yeah, it's not a
280,
good shortcut.
459.
It's not a good shortcut speed. You don't know.
Well,
It's
no,
not a good shortcut.
because Greg, that's all Greg
No,
does.
Greg-
You don't know
well-
now, Greg thinks he's making time if he's on 2 lane.
Well,
Now, let's not discuss that.
and I don't think you are.
It's a more scenic drive.
Yeah.
I do like looking at the horse farms going that way.
Yeah, so
But
do
the
I.
problem is you get behind a truck
Yeah,
and it's
Bill
forever.
You think I don't know that because I try to do that because I live over there?
Do you ever go over the mountain? Or do you go all the way down to Leeds?
All the way down.
All the way. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. You don't roll on through. You'll go left so you can go down to Buc-ee's.
Well,
If
no,
you-
if
if you
I'm
do-
going to Buc-ee's, I just go interstate the whole way,
Okay,
280 to 459 to 20.
Have you found yourself?
That's
This is
what I used to
important.
do.
This is important because I've been around the Buc-ee people, and it's almost like a cult. I mean, they're obsessed with Buc-ee's.
Yep.
And here's what I want you to know.
You don't know.
Have you ever been on the interstate? This is important. Okay, somebody who I'm trying to gauge how much I need to get involved. Have you been on the interstate and looked at your time, and said, "I cannot stop at Buc-ee's," and you stopped anyway?
That has not happened yet. No, I have not prioritized Buc-ee's over my schedule.
When that happens,
yeah,
we're going to have to do something.
And this is on me and horrible. This weekend, I guess it was Sunday, Amanda took the trip to Jacksonville with me. She was going to go visit my parents while we were practicing and just hang out, do some walking, just do whatever, just for us to be together, go to lunch, and when we had time, whatever. And I stopped. She had never been to Buc-ee's. Never walked in one.
Wow. Oh, first Buc-ee.
And so she could not believe what was going on. She loved every minute.
Question 2.
Did you get some beaver bites?
Question
Those
2.
are delicious.
Oh, yeah.
Question 2. Have you ever not been hungry and not needed gas and did not need to go to the bathroom and still stop?
No, have not been there yet.
Okay, we're all right.
Yeah.
Those are 2 things I want
Now,
you to start looking for.
I will say this. I am out of honey roasted pecans.
But that's still needing something.
And it is.
Yeah,
and so I will probably stop there on the way back today, not on the way.
Let me tell you what it is. I'm trying to link in it when you know you have a drinking problem.
Yes.
When you know you have a drinking problem is that first time you're drinking and you're looking around going, I haven't been invited to anything. There's no special occasion. No one else is here. And I'm drinking. That's when you know you have a problem. And so what I'm saying is if you ever find yourself walking around in Buc-ee's and there really was no reason for you to be there.
Yeah.
That's when you're going.
So here,
now you need
let me
it.
tell you
Now
this.
you
I think
need
this will
it.
help you.
Yeah.
The only reasons I will stop is for really something to snack on, like the pecans,
Fine
gas or bathroom.
Fine.
I will only stop if I need 2 of the 3.
Okay.
If I need 1 of the 3, I'm not stopping.
Let me tell
I
you
will
this.
wait until I need 2 of the 3 before I stop there.
What about gas?
You're only. Yeah.
I will wait to come back around.
Okay, you are one.
I'll time it down.
You're only 1 out of 3. Okay, and that's fine. So that's not dangerous. If you'd have gone 3 out of 3, we'd have to have some sort of intervention. The one thing I am a little concerned about, I'm a little concerned about you going there when you're westbound.
Yeah.
That's my only concern.
That takes effort there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take as much effort as you think. You get in and out pretty quick.
Are there beaver nuggets in your glove box?
That's a great question.
I don't go beaver nuggets.
Are there?
All right, let me go check your truck.
Have you eaten one of
You're
their
gonna
pulled pork
find.
sandwiches?
You're gonna
Be a tattered
find.
bag.
You're gonna find chocolate covered almonds.
Love them.
You're gonna find chocolate covered raisins.
Those are
and
good
you're
too.
gonna find the honey roasted pecans.
Do you?
Those are my 3 go-to
Chocolate
snacks.
Have you
covered
bought
almonds, I'll tell
any
you, my good.
Buc-ee's merchandise? No shirt, no hat.
No, Amanda tried to. I
No
wouldn't let her.
thermos.
She wanted a mug and a shirt, and I shut it down.
Okay.
That Buc-ee beaver.
Yeah, you've
right-
got a Buc-ee's T-shirt.
I do. The beaver will get you.
Can I tell you this right now?
Yes, it will.
Right now, you have a healthy relationship with Buc-ee's.
Okay,
but you
thank
got
you.
to be careful.
Okay,
Okay.
tread lightly.
I don't. The frequency bothers me, and the westbound bothers me.
I do put a smile. It puts a smile on my face when I see the
That's
big beaver.
what I was going to ask.
Sometimes
It's kind of
That's what
like
I was
big boy.
gonna
It's kind
ask.
of like looking at big boy.
Sometimes you just need a break.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
There's a
Maybe the end is here.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick Kasem, who we all knew as the voice of the long-time running American Top 40.
She writes, "Dear Casey,
Dear Casey. He passed away, Rick, in 2014.
guys, y'all realize
I remember all this
5
mess.
years ago.
Just this week, both sides of a long-running court dispute have signed a joint request in Los Angeles Superior Court to dismiss a wrongful death lawsuit by Casey's children and his brother against his widow that claimed neglect and physical abuse led to his death, as well as the countersuit making similar claims against the plaintiff that were filed by his widow and another daughter. So if you have a scorecard at home, and I know this is going to get complicated, on one side of the Casey Kasem argument, you have his widow. Now, this isn't the new widow that just came in the fourth quarter. They've been married 34 years.
Oh, yeah.
And a daughter, okay, who is unnamed in this, versus Carrie, Julie, Michael, who were his kids, and brother Mouner. Mouner? It's Mouner without the T. Mouner. So, how else do you say it? Mourner?
No.
I don't know.
Mouner?
He did it.
It's Greg.
I think.
Greg, don't you do it? No, I've got it ready.
So you have a widow.
I don't even know her.
Greg. You have the widow and one daughter
Something else.
on one side, and I assume she may have been from another
See him twitching.
another marriage, maybe to her. And then you have 3 kids and the brother on the other side,
One of
and
it
they've been
is-
suing each other, saying you caused him to die early.
His one daughter was actually a broadcaster. She had a radio show at one time.
Really?
Now, but who was
Trying
she
to make up
with?
for it.
The widow,
No,
or was she with
she's
the original?
against. She's against the widow. But she's
The one that's a broadcaster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it Carrie? Carrie? What is it? What's
There's
the name?
Carrie,
Carrie, yeah.
Kerri.
She had a
Right.
radio show for a while.
Getting serious now.
Just saying.
So they have finally settled this, Rick, after 5 years arguing about this.
So they're finally.
I guess both sides got tired of all the assets being tied up and said, "Look, if we're ever going to move forward here, we're going to have to settle this."
But at first, it was over the body.
Right.
Right. And she ended up burying him in France or somewhere
Well,
weird. Where
if
was
you
it?
remember,
Norway?
it started even before he died. She moved him from L.A. to Washington State.
Yes.
So he would be out of the L.A. area and away from the other kids. And then when he died, she buried him like in France.
Yeah, somewhere because they were fighting over where they were going to bury him. So now they're fighting over what, his inheritance and
Well, yeah, I
and
guess
every bit of it.
Yeah, something. They've settled it though,
Well,
so
it's
I
been-
guess they can move forward
There's-
because all of it was tied up while they were suing each other.
Guys, and you realize the value on this was $100 million.
Wow, is that what it
Oh,
was?
yeah. That'll cause a fight.
that'll cause everybody to start drawing some lines.
Look, I was mad where you buried him, but let's settle this money thing.
Right.
Yeah. I can go visit him in France if I get a good share of that.
But it's drug on, and it doesn't really tell us, does it, Bubba, what the decision, what they're all going to do.
And
it
I
just
think
says
it was
they just said they dropped the wrongful death, correct?
Yes, where they were suing each other. Now, you know, he did American Top 40 that we talked about for decades. He also did several things on television, including the voice of the animated character Shaggy on Scooby-Doo.
I keep forgetting that.
Yep, that's true.
That is nothing to see on the 70s station. Now they'll replay the top 40 countdown on Sunday sometimes.
Yeah.
And that was my life when I was a kid. We would come home from church. I'd go in the living room.
And it didn't matter what you were doing in the afternoon, out playing
listened to
football, out by the pool, playing basketball, you had Casey Kasem Stop 40 on.
You did.
Yep.
It was mandatory.
So the accusation of elder abuse is being dropped, and then they'll go from
That's
there.
right. That's what it was. They accused her because
he died of a bed sore. They said
he
the bed
couldn't
sore
take
got
care
rid
of
it.
himself, and they said she wouldn't. And then I believe they pulled a James Brown, and didn't they wait a long time before they buried him?
Yes, they did.
This thing is drug out. This is one of those. There were several of them right in there. The James Brown, the Casey Kasem, that was
B.B.
very
King.
bizarre. Yeah.
Hey, look, we didn't exactly rush the Queen of Soul.
Well, she had to have about 4 funerals.
You're right. Yeah. So.
And a gold casket.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a lot. That was
and a wardrobe change. Never heard of that.
I haven't either. And you talk about bad news when you're at the funeral home and you unpack that wish.
And what about when they found?
We got to keep changing your outfit.
And then we had a story not too long ago where they had found like checks in her house she never cashed that were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Aretha. Yeah. It's
our kids fighting over that.
Right. So it was these celebrity deaths. They've got a lot of
bizarro.
But this is one of the weirder ones. And now at least we've taken one step now to get it all resolved.
Right. I think everybody's finally agreed.
It's taking long
We're
enough.
getting there.
Here we go. The Rick and Bubba show back. Thank you for being with us today. So, had kind of a, we were talking about Helmsy and taking the exit on the opposite side to go somewhere that's on the other side.
Yeah.
I think that I'm so bad about that kind of stuff. There's no way you can get me to go to anything that's not on the same side of the road for me. I really believe that I could be under cardiac arrest, and they would tell me the defibrillator is actually over on the other side, and I'd say, "Well, let me just keep going. I can find one down here. Maybe there's one on my side of the road."
Yeah.
It's tough. That exit he's talking about though is a big looping.
No, you're right. You're right.
Exit
Yeah.
and it is pretty easy to navigate.
Yeah, but there is a lot happening. You got the shops at what is it? I've done remotes there.
You don't know,
and I mean, but you have it's packed. There's action, but you are right. And I know that didn't you join a bank, Rick, because it was on on the side of the road?
Two things. I currently am with a bank that was on the right side of the road.
Okay, thought so.
And I also only get stuff from all my prescriptions or anything I need is only from a pharmacy that is on the side of the road I need it to be on.
Okay.
And
that's the idea, convenience.
Yeah, well,
that's
that's
how
right.
they get you.
And you remember that I had to deal with that when I did that, when that reward stuff started. And I said, I'm only in here because you're on the road side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Your competition, if they had been where you are, I'd be with them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean,
location.
It's just solid, and they were close. They're just, I don't know, they're just not where I need them to be. If they had moved that location. So anyway,
are y'all grocery store sensitive? Like once you know the layout of a grocery store, like that's the grocery store.
100%,
pretty
much.
I drove to another Publix yesterday.
Oh, don't do that.
I don't know this one. I'm going to my normal one.
So no,
really,
I
do that.
No, listen, it's funny because I like one of the Publix and Amanda likes the other. And so when we get in the car together to go to the grocery store, it's always a battle about which one we go to.
Yeah,
and just for the record, she usually wins that battle. But I don't like the Publix we go to.
And you have to ask her, well, where do they keep the ramen noodles at this place?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do have the little signs on the aisle.
Well,
they do.
I can't read.
But the two Publixes that we go to they're kind of set up different.
I drove to another Publix. I was at a Publix. I'm like, this isn't my Publix. I'm going
The
to
two
another.
close to the house are identical. Pretty much. And so I've hit a home run.
No, they don't change the grocery store like they do like Walmart, where they'll just completely move everything.
Walmart.
No, a lot of times
when
the newer ones are built and kind of laid out a little different.
No, I absolutely am with y'all. As a matter of fact, it's one that Sherry keeps going, why are you not using the grocery store brand that we use that's right by the office? I said, don't know what's going on in there.
No.
Why do you come all the way home? I said, because I know where everything is in there.
That's right.
And I'll tell you one thing, I got a real issue with this one over here and what y'all decided to do with hygiene.
Really?
Why would y'all put it there? Nobody can find that.
Yeah. Vitamins are here. That's over there. What are we doing?
Right. And by the way,
in the pharmacy?
And over here by the office, do y'all even have bread? I mean, where is it?
Yeah.
It's like a mystery where the bread is.
Yeah. Well, but then I've also had to learn the Walmart neighborhood grocery store too.
Oh yeah,
because my mom and dad, they don't think anything but great value is that's the only way to go.
Yeah, and I'm the opposite.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you can get a whole aisle for $4.
That's nice.
But
no,
then I would have to enter a Walmart though.
but it's the neighborhood wall. What is it? The neighborhood market, I guess, is what the name of it is. There's one literally a half a mile from their house. So whenever I go up there and I go to the grocery store, it's right there. It is.
I've got one of those right by my house.
Yeah.
But I also have my grocery store, and I've been intrigued.
Yeah.
But I think to myself, have to learn new place.
Yeah.
And
no.
And I'm not crazy about where it is on the side.
I like to go to the ones that give green stamps. My favorite.
That's my bad. Yeah. I almost like filed a complaint about the one over here on where they put hygiene, like your mouthwash, your toothbrush, your toothpaste. Where did I didn't even know that grocery stores had that place.
Yeah.
It should be on one of the aisles. It's over there by wine. I can't be over there. I'm Baptist.
Terry got to join me at the Publix I always stop at, and I got to tell her where something is.
Yes,
and it was a big moment for me.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, it's over here. She's like, what?
Right here by the eggs.
Follow me.
Yeah. So I can do this, and it's rare that I can do this. And there's certain things you have to do when Greg's not here. Certain things you have to wear when Greg's not here.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a movie last night, and the reason why I want to go ahead and get it in is because Greg's not here, and it's based on a true story.
Oh.
And so I thought to myself, there's no way I bring this up, even though I don't think the odds that Greg would know the history of a gold medal rowing team.
I don't know.
He probably would.
He probably would.
He
Rick.
might. Let me ask him.
Yeah,
He's probably read some obscure book about it.
What was the movie?
Greg reads a lot more than y'all think he does.
It's called Boys in the Boat.
That's a weird name.
Yeah, I've seen the previews at the movies.
Yeah,
It's,
it is heartwarming.
I love that.
There's no nasty. There's no agendas. There's none of that in it.
How'd I watch it?
These are so hard to find. Right now, it's streaming on Apple.
You have to pay for it?
Is it
or
kind
is
of
it-
like the U.S. Olympic team on the hockey team, but in
Yes.
the water?
Correct. And I love those kind of movies. And it also goes into that weird thing we've talked about so many times on the show. Hockey would be included, but to Bubba's point, horse racing, apparently rowing, track. There's a lot of sports and activities that no way I'll watch. Golf is one. But you give me a movie on it,
Right.
You give me a really good story about even a sport or a skilled activity that I just don't even like, but the story's good. I'm in. I'm not going to go watch a rowing competition. It's never going to happen.
No.
But I'm going to tell you this: it's a good movie.
It caught my eye when it said 1936 Berlin.
Yeah, that
was the Jesse Owens Olympics too.
So it says during the height of the Great Depression, members of the rowing team for the University of Washington got thrust into the spotlight is to compete for the gold in the 1936 Olympics in
good
Berlin.
Stuff. Good movie. It's heartwarming. Didn't know it was directed by George Clooney. Didn't see that coming.
How about that?
Were there things that jumped out at you that Greg said, well, that didn't happen?
Of course.
Okay.
Did they get to meet the Fuhrer?
Their conversation, well, what the Fuhrer did, Greg said what didn't happen, and also their conversation with Jesse Owens.
So it's like Cool Runnings. It's like Cool Runnings.
Yeah, Greg would tell us that none of those things happened.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Before this is settled, let's just settle it.
Right.
Exactly.
Do you remember when his...
Let me tell you who made out like a bandit in this. The lawyers that were keeping it going.
Yeah,
on
they
both
drew their
sides.
big chunk.
Do you remember when Casey Kasem's wife, she never was like a regular on sitcoms, but she would be like a minor person that would pop in
She was
and
weird looking.
and play like a ditzy blonde. Do you remember that?
I do.
I think she was on Cheers, like reoccurring or
I
something.
can't remember, but you're right.
But
She never had a full-time role, but she would appear.
Yeah, like she'd be on some, like you might see her make some variety shows. She'd
Was
walk
she a lot
through.
taller than him? or
Yeah.
something?
Oh, Greg, he's tiny, or either she's really tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deer case. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Deer. Looks like a man in a wig.
Greg,
you can't.
Well, it does.
Greg,
Right.
Did it not?
Yeah, but just think it.
Yeah, you don't have to say it.
Yeah,
Right.
you just keep
she
it
wasn't
inside.
a dude? Huh? We sure she wasn't a dude.
Greg, yeah. I got one picture that.
Okay, I got you. Okay, right there, and she don't look as bad.
Greg,
Oh, wow.
Greg, I wouldn't be. Why you gotta be like that?
I tell you this: if
Looks
you're,
like half
if
the
you're
person.
writing the script for American Top 40, don't have too many dog stories in there.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, Rick, you're right.
Remember those outtakes?
Oh yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wish girls you love never gave back. Even cars had truck beds. Wish grandpas never died.
21 minutes past the hour. There's the music of Riley Green, who joins us now. Riley, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Well, I mean, Bubba came up here toting some news today for Greg.
First off, we're sorry to hear about your grandmother.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate you coming by yesterday, Bubba. To be honest with you, I'm a little strapped for cash, and I was just going to see if Greg knew anybody had any Sweet 16s coming up I like to play.
Yeah, so those that are new to the show, or you didn't hear the other part, Riley Green played Greg's daughter, Chandler, her 16th birthday party. 18th birthday party, okay. And he was talking to Bubba last night, and unfortunately at a funeral for your grandmom.
It was a visitation.
Yeah, visitation. Today, yeah. And so it was brought up that Greg never paid you.
Mm-hmm. Now, so that 16th birthday parties must pay more than 18th, because Greg acted like that was my big break, but I saw him at the front door charging $5 a plate for cake from the little kids.
Listen now, Riley, I thought we settled up, but if we haven't, give me that rate you had at taco place, Loco Mex. Can I pay you that same rate, or I can't pay you what you get today, I hope.
Well, I used to make about $150 at Taco Tuesday when I played over there, but that night you came out, I had a $150 tab somehow or another.
Yeah, I told him Riley said put it on his tab. I thought you were good with that. My bad.
Well,
so
really
I guess I owe you for that too. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah. That's
yeah, that bill's getting up now.
Hey, did Bubba by any chance? He thinks he's come up with a new song for you.
What is it?
Well, you had mentioned it's, or was it you talking to him?
Greg.
Greg had mentioned earlier that you were discussing hunting with him, and you had used the line, "It's hard to shoot turkeys out a bus window."
Yeah, you don't get a lot of hunting time.
And I thought, you know what, that's got a little sound to it. I could hear a song.
Just like Bob Seger, wrote "Turn the Page" about being out on the road. There's been a lot of artists who talk about life on the road.
Yeah,
but you take life on the road and take the topic of it's taking away all your hunting time, and you and the catch line could be because you can't shoot turkeys from a bus.
Well, how many of y'all's in the room? Because all y'all got to be co-writers, I guess.
Everybody wants a piece of it, don't they?
You can't get a gobbler on a bus.
Yeah, when I get to go across the country and talk to all those folks and explain to them, that's what I'm missing out on by being gone. They don't really understand it, but that's about all I'm thinking about when I'm riding around that bus is getting back home and chasing a turkey or a deer around.
Oh, listen, Riley, if you want to make that a hit song, I'm willing to donate my part back to you. I don't know about Greg.
Well, evidently I owe him a lot of money, so I think I will too.
Greg said he'll donate his first $300. After that, it's back to him.
I didn't know you were no pay. Good night.
But you could take that, Riley, what you said. The folks up north don't understand the sacrifice.
Boy, Rick's got the whole song going.
He's got it, Riley.
Yeah, I feel like y'all got it wrote already, man.
It's all. We're back. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Field of Greens. Field of Greens. Some of you are like, well, here he goes. No, you're right. I'm that guy. I'm in love with it. I love the product. I like to tell people things that I care about, and try to help them. You think I don't love when somebody says, I tell you what, Field of Greens, game changer. And I'm like, man, I felt good. I'm glad I was able to pass that along. Love the product, and it's, there's others that have tried this in the past with different ways. We'll take these and we'll give you the fruits and vegetables you're supposed to have. But there's a problem with that because at Field of Greens, the selection of fruits and vegetables, it's very, very specific. Okay, they are only picking fruits and vegetables that are going to promise better health, and you realize that Field of Greens has a guarantee. Your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, and if he doesn't or she doesn't, you get your money back. Now, you tell me another product that's claiming that. They're saying you do what we tell you to do. You take our product, and if your doctor at the next checkup doesn't compliment the improvement in your health, they'll give you your money back.
Pretty good
Now,
deal.
that's a claim. And it has been a game changer for me, for Sherry. I know that Speedy, you still taking it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and so fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba right now. We'll get you 15% off. With Field of Greens, you get the right vegetables, the right fruits, the amount that your body is craving in order to function properly. Just need the right fuel, and they help you do it. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba, 15% off. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we were talking in the break. Let's talk about that. Harbaugh and the Chargers. There's sources saying they're going to meet again. I don't mean to make light of it because I know it seemed like a pretty serious situation, but it was a little bit humorous to me today driving into work, hearing that San Diego was shutting everything down because of rain. They didn't know. They couldn't believe the rain. They didn't know what it was. They were like
flooding. The flooding. Cars floating.
Yeah. But just think about they don't know rain.
No,
that's like us when we get like snow and ice. What is this?
Yeah.
And so they are having rain issues in San Diego, which you hardly ever hear anyone say, probably because of man-made climate change.
Right.
But anyway, so
here's a shot of it, Rick.
So Harbaugh, of course, all he can think about is, so I'm going to San Diego now.
Mm-hmm.
Can we not do a meeting back when y'all turn into this beautiful place where the weather never changes? So, Bubba, what do you think? I mean, are we hearing enough now that we are starting to think that Harbaugh is going to go out on the national championship and not coach at Michigan anymore?
Well, I mean, he's been called. I know he interviewed with the Chargers. He interviewed with, was it Atlanta or somebody else?
Yeah, it was the Falcons. Yes.
Falcons, and he's been called back to a second interview with the Chargers. It sounds like he's fishing for a job. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's counting the days to spring training at Michigan right now.
So he was successful in professional football as a player and a coach.
Yes.
I couldn't believe
and he left why?
Because Michigan is his home. That's where he wanted to coach.
Mama calling?
Well, that's it. And so he went and did what he needed to do.
No controversy?
No.
Okay.
Well, I think with the 49ers, didn't they just part ways when he was coaching, head coach, because he was there before Michigan?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
He went to a Super Bowl against.
Yeah. And
his
then
brother.
I think they ended up parting ways, and so that's when he went to.
No, I got
back
that.
Down to
I want to know why they parted ways.
I think it was time to move forward.
I think he's just
because I thought he was. He was.
Oh yeah, he went to
there.
a Super Bowl. Yeah.
Against his brother.
Yes.
Right, and lost.
Yeah.
I knew he played quarterback,
Kelsey's.
but I don't remember him playing 14 years.
Yeah. No, I do not remember that.
I really didn't remember the last two seasons with the Chargers.
No. I remember Harbaugh as the quarterback of Michigan. I remember that pretty clearly.
Yeah.
I don't even remember where he played.
He was with
he bounced around?
The Bears and I think the Colts.
No, I do remember at the
longest.
Bears. I do remember at the
And then he
Bears.
hopped around, got some small.
No,
6 different teams.
No,
Yeah.
you're right.
I remember the Colts. Right?
Okay, I remember that now. I do remember that. I didn't know it was 14 years
So did
ago.
his brother play?
In the
one that got
NFL?
head coach? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he did.
I don't know. It seems like at one time there were two Harbaughs, and I was
Yeah,
confused.
it's getting confusing.
Yeah.
And you throw dad.
And then one of them was on The Bachelor, right?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry.
He played at college. It looks like Miami, Ohio.
Yeah. So he didn't play in the NFL. His brother.
Anything from the brother in the NFL?
Anyone.
Anyone. But okay. So
it doesn't list it on his Wikipedia page.
No, it doesn't.
I'll tell you one thing.
Miami of Ohio, and then straight into coaching.
How about this? His brother's coaching a really good football team right now.
Probably going to win the Super Bowl.
Sure.
All right.
Oh wow, Mojo.
I mean,
they could.
Everybody's been calling it for 6 weeks now.
They have. They're
They
going to be tough to beat in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, so that's out there, and then the Titans, they do know who their next head coach will be.
Yes.
We just don't
Brian
know him.
Callahan.
Yeah, he's the.
It's old man Callahan's boy.
Offensive Bill. Yeah, Bill.
And it
Callahan.
really is. I know that's a Greg joke, but it really is.
He was with the Bengals for about 4 or 5 years as OC.
Okay. Is it
young?
We okay?
All right, can I go back
to?
Let's go back to Harbaugh a minute. The fact that he's going to a second interview tells me he wants the job, because if he coaches like him who've been in the NFL, been successful, who just won a national, they don't interview.
Mm-mm. No, you're right.
They just either accept the job or move on. The fact that he's going on a second interview tells me he likes the quarterback situation and Justin Herbert, and he's going to take the job.
How do you recruit doing that? I mean,
You don't.
not
Somebody
just
else
for the I guess, the future of the program, talking to recruits that are coming in. Coach, are you going to be here?
I'll tell you how he recruits. He says, I may not be there. I may take this job, but the guy that led us the last 6 games that I wasn't there is going to be there, and you're going to have a check for $1.5 million. That's how you recruit.
Yeah. Well, with the NIL money, I got that, but I'm just saying as far as head coach goes,
Hey,
that's a
Michigan's
big question.
fine. Yeah.
Do y'all think
that's how I would sell it?
Do y'all think if he had not won the national championship, here comes the second thing, and
I don't know this one.
lowercase, there wouldn't have been controversy around it about cheating?
No.
Do you think he would have come back to Michigan?
No, I don't think the controversy has anything to do with it. I think I don't know how to answer the winning.
Yeah.
That's a valid question. Of course, I didn't think Saban would retire either after losing, and he did. So I don't know.
Right. You want to go out on a high note. So if he wants to get back into the pro, this is probably the time to go. He's beat Ohio State 3 years in a row. You know, he can go out a hero.
Oh, yeah, he can.
So let's see here. I was sitting here looking to see what Jim Harbaugh's contract is with Michigan. It looks like he signed. It runs through 2026. So is he really interested in the NFL, or is he just trying to?
He's got to be. You wouldn't go on a second
or is
interview.
he just trying to have leverage to get a bigger contract?
That only takes one interview. That only takes his name showing up on ESPN. Well, that's why I think he's going to take the job.
Okay.
So you leave, and I know it's all about just
he's
a
60.
challenge.
He's 60.
But you leave Michigan
Yeah.
where you played, and I mean you got the job that you've wanted.
You did everything you didn't want to do.
And
Your
and
ideal
do
coaching job.
you leave and go to the Chargers, where in 2 years you could be fired and out,
Doesn't
and now
care.
then you look around.
You're on
you don't
house
know
money
anything.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just seems like if he was sticking around waiting, would he wait for the Bears to open? Because he played there.
Yeah, but then you have to coach the Bears.
Yeah, true.
And be on the cold sideline.
I think he feels like the Chargers have 1 or 2 pieces. If they fill in there, they're going to be really good.
Yeah. And the Chargers, we forget the Chargers are in L.A., not
We
San
do.
Diego.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I will
like it at
not
all.
acknowledge
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Also,
I'm same with the Raiders too. By the way,
Yeah.
calling them in Las Vegas is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'll get used to it at
Also,
some point. I'm not yet.
in NFL news, Taylor Swift's stalker is arrested.
Yes.
Because she's part of the NFL now.
Yes.
So
They busted Jason Kelsey, last night? No, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
A man the police called David was arrested outside Taylor Swift's apartment in Manhattan for a second time in 3 days. They refer to him, no offense, Adler, to a shaggy-haired man wearing the same clothes and did not appear to resist as they put him in handcuffs and took him away. And they have an active warrant because he will not answer a summons from 2017. And he is her stalker, and they've continued to have trouble with him. Do we need to work on our stalking rules? Can we not stop a stalker? Is there not enough we can do to them? No one's even remotely arguing that he's not a stalker.
Yeah, well, I mean, why can't you lock him up?
Yeah, is there nothing we can do?
And why does he even need to stalk like that? You can go and get online and see all you want to see.
Did you say that he was holding flowers too?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's sad.
very delusional.
Well, God love him, but he needs some help, and he needs to get away from somebody's house. That
Yeah.
He needs a shower.
He needs
too.
to find a
He
lookalike.
does. He does.
Date her.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know, in the times we're living in, as Axl Rose once quoted, "Whatever you desire, we got your disease." I mean, it's out there.
Yeah.
You know?
There's some people
Yeah.
that look like Taylor, little
Right.
blonde girls.
If you got the money, honey.
I just can't believe she's not interested in him. You know?
Right.
I can't believe it.
It's a shocker.
Travis
Well, I mean,
Kelsey or him?
Yeah. Well,
Poor guy.
Yeah. God love him.
God love him.
We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG America. It's your turn. Whatever you want to talk about, all 10 lines are available. Helmsy goes to take your calls. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's there.
we're one jam session away.
One away, man.
They filling up the bus with unleaded gas. And all I'm thinking about is I could be hooking a big bag.
Is that your country?
I had another line.
That's the way I sing. I got a new album
you
coming
mentioned
out.
that, Rick. I had another line there that I didn't say.
Well, I did too. That's why I cut Greg's mic down.
Rick, working.
I got
Greg,
one that goes with Big Buc you ain't gonna like either. But anyway, so
working Greg hadn't paid me somehow.
Okay.
There's going to have to be a line in there about feeding corn, too.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
In my home state, we can hunt now over bait. My PR man said, I'm sorry, Riley, we're running late.
Greg hadn't paid, for goodness sake.
Wish I had that $250 that Greg had me in the valley.
Well, now Gary's singing.
Hey, I like
when
Riley
you do
Green.
your country songs, do you always sing as Gary?
That's the way I
Bulldozer
sing.
Man?
Hey, that's the way we sing. I like Riley Green. I met him one time down there at Lake Mitchell.
If that's what I sound like, I'm going to quit.
No, that's not you.
No, that's Gary.
No.
That's Gary the Bulldozer Man. Trust me, he loves your music. He loves it.
Yes.
I wish
That's
Granddaddy's
about my
never died.
Yep.
No, brother. They're not.
That was the
mocking
moment, Riley, they forgot you were actually on.
Yeah,
Right, yeah, we were having fun. Gary is not you, I promise.
Gary, look, Riley, you're from Calhoun County. Gary's from Chilton County. And look, that's our people.
Yeah.
That's how we all talk.
Riley, where are you now tour-wise?
I'm actually headed to Atlanta. I'm on my Get That Man a Beer tour. I got 2 shows in Atlanta, Tabernacle and Buckhead Theater, and then I'm headed to Modesto, California on Saturday. So I got to get my booking agent a globe.
Yeah. So tell us, obviously the song I played coming out is people are loving it. And of course, it ties into what we're all dealing with even this week about grandparents. But what about? I mean, your star is rising. You've been on a big tour with 2 big guys. What's the Jason Aldean? And of course, you've been out there with him and Brad Paisley. What is that like? Because I know those are guys you were probably listening to coming up.
Yeah, man, that's something that I'd never done. I've been real fortunate to get to play a lot of shows and kind of build a following down in the Southeast. But as far as going out with somebody and getting in front of 20,000 people every night,
wow.
But Brad was great, man. I mean, that personality you see he's got on the award shows and what is it, progressive commercials or all state or whatever. I mean, he's a nut, and I mean, he's a big prankster. When I went out on stage during my last show with him, the drummer hit the bass drum and chicken feathers and baby powder flew all over.
That is good. That's good. Well, is it hard to sing with Peyton hanging around?
I didn't ever see Peyton. I'd have been more starstruck seeing him than I was Brad.
There you go.
So,
it's been great.
Yeah, well, this is what I was going to ask you about, and that ties into what you just said. So I was looking at something on your Instagram, and it's been a few months back now, but you're in like Colorado. At this festival and all these different places, and people are out there singing your songs. It's one thing, for all of us that grew up, like you said, in the same region you did, but to be somewhere you think, all right, this is a long way from Pleasant Valley, and people are singing your songs. What does that feel like?
It's really that's the most motivating thing about it for me. I mean, I've always kind of felt like I was a songwriter first, and for me to get out and sing something. I mean, my songs talk about Mountain Street. It's Nesbitt Lake Road, and people are singing those lines, and I'm like, they have no idea what I'm talking about. But
especially if they're looking for Nesbitt Lake on Nesbitt Lake Road, they're gonna have a real hard time.
Isn't that weird? Exactly right. They're always wondering where that lake's at, and I struggle to explain to them that it ain't there anymore. No, it's something that when it gets a little bit tiring on the road, that keeps you going when you go out in front of new fans and they're singing. And the other thing is, that's what radio does. I mean, when I was doing it, it was real hard going and playing at Loco Mex and Greg's Free Parties. When you get a song on the radio, it happens fast.
Yeah, I wasn't getting out from my back porch like it was.
That's fantastic.
Trying to make up for it.
Yeah, well,
I'll never forget looking Greg in the eye when I was about to leave, and him sticking his hand out, shake my hand, me kind of expecting a little something, and him going, "Hey man, how was that? What about that big break?" that was the show that started for me. Was his birthday party.
Well, look, hey Riley, obviously at work. Look where you're at.
I know. You know what you need to say to Greg? Thank you.
Yeah, I keep claiming credit for it. Well, of course it has nothing to do with anything. But what has ever stopped me before?
Well,
that's exactly right.
Well, hard work, and people forget how much work it is. It doesn't happen easy, and it doesn't happen quick. And just
and there's a lot of payless parties along the way.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll get that money back to you, Riley. Don't worry about that.
Checks in the mail, brother.
Yeah, Greg said he doesn't have any cash, but he's going to send you a Rick and Bubba T-shirt. $10 minutes to the top. Phone calls coming in. 866 We Be Big. Let's start. Is it JC or JC? Maplesville, Alabama. Is it JC?
Yes, it's JC.
Hey, JC, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, y'all were talking about football earlier and Nick Saban retiring. How do y'all feel about his retirement? And do y'all think that he retired too early, or you think he should have did it?
I lay awake at night screaming why, but no, I think I honestly believe this, that, and he said as much himself, that we all feel. Well, a lot of people like Nick Saban's a better way to say it. They feel bulletproof. They think that they can, dodge everybody else's, results of aging. And to some degree he did, but he got to the point at 72 where he openly said, this team I had this year required a lot of coaching. I thought it was one of the best coaching jobs that he's done.
Oh, I do too, by far.
But he admitted that it required energy that he no longer has. He thought he could have got him even another step, and what it would have taken to do that, according to his expertise and what he devotes himself to, he didn't feel the energy for it he once had. And then you take an old school coach and get him in the world of NILs and unlimited transfer portals, and I think anybody that says that didn't play a role is just, I just disagree with you.
Yeah.
I don't think he enjoys this new environment. And at 70, you might tolerate it at 52, but you're not going to tolerate it at 72.
Well, it
especially
takes
with
away
six national championships, 7 total, 6 there. I mean, you're just not going to tolerate it.
Well, it takes away from doing what you really want to do, and that's coach football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you can't just recruit. And even if you enjoy the recruiting process, you have to keep recruiting them every day at practice.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get on to somebody, well, they'll take their hat and, go and hit the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm. And when he was trying to bring assistants in, that he said were set up and had it like they liked it, and they asked him, now before I blow that up and come here, are you going to be here for a while? He said when I
Harder
had to
question.
I had to answer them and be honest, and I realized I need to.
Yeah, if I'm at the age now where that's a question I keep getting, and I realize 72 is 72. He's doing great at 72.
Yeah, he is.
But there's also some reality you have to think about, and I'm sure he also wants to have more. He's still getting after it and helping how he can and all that. But I'm not surprised by it. I think it was probably the right thing for him as a man.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that some coaches, we joke about this even with my dad and coaches like them, sometimes their era leaves and they can't stay in that era because they just can't stay in that era.
And it's a compliment to him too, to be, to look and go, I am a step away when I know it's time, and not stay too long.
Yep.
And I think he did.
Perry,
I'm sorry, he didn't get the national championship win probably that he wanted to on the way out.
Yeah.
But he did get that Iron Bowl win.
He did
on his way out.
He did,
and that's almost as important.
Yeah. Perry in Birmingham. Perry, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Great.
Hey, I know some of the guys in the studio may not like this request, but Rick, I was wondering what it would sound like if for the Chiefs-Ravens game this Sunday, if you had Beth Mowens on the play-by-play and Tony Romo color commentary.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I want to hear that back and forth.
Oh, my goodness. Looks like that's going to be a first down. I don't know about that, Beth. I don't know, Beth. Look where they're spotting it. Oh, it looks like it'll be short a few yards. You're right, Tony. I knew I was, Beth. I don't know, Beth.
They're closer together than you think.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that is an easy one. I'm just going back. I'm only taking about a half step. Let's go to Steve in Alabama. Steve, go ahead.
First of all, I just want to say, Bubba, I'm sorry about your loss to your cousin.
Thank you, sir.
And these advertisements, I think, are getting the hair ridiculous. And I'm personally offended because, we've got ads like Downey or Expedia saying it's the sheet or I've just shipped my pants. And I, as a married man, still.
I thought he said the word. It's
no, he did.
Yeah, I thought he did too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he just said it so just nonchalant.
But that commercial, when they don't say that, I perk up several times. It's you have to look at it.
It's working. working. You got it.
So the
Did you cut it off?
That's good hand-eye. Really.
I don't know. I don't. I either hit. I don't like having exit right by dump. I'm not sure which one I hit. Honestly, I may hit the wrong one. Let's go to exit. Usually gives me a blink though, so maybe I did get it. I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to hit it because it's a 0.
Hit what?
Hit build.
There we go.
Yeah. So basically, everybody heard that. By the way. So anyway, there you go. Yeah, exit and dump really don't need to be side by side. Let's go to let's go to
dump.
Right. Let's go to Spence in Albertville. Hey, Spence, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Spence, we're doing great,
I'm
man.
good. Well, I've got a joke.
Well, boy, that I'll be honest with you, that doesn't really fire me up. Sometimes when people tell jokes, it just does not go well. Are you a pretty good joke teller?
Yes, probably.
Okay. I notice there's a voice that comes with it. That also, it's not exactly bringing me over to the west side, but all right. So
get you in on the button.
Yeah. So
let's see if it's built back.
I'll try to hit the right one this time. Let's go to Spence. Let's see. I will allow a few more seconds.
Okay. So it's about them kids in a Catholic elementary school, and they were in a cafeteria line. So at the start of the line was a big bowl of apples, and a nun wrote a note saying, "Only take one, God is watching." So at the end of the line was a big bowl of cookies. So one of the kids wrote a note saying, "Take all you want, God is watching the apples."
Okay, Spence, that's, you know what?
That was funnier than I thought it would be.
That's pretty good. That's a good job. I'm not bent over, but I thought it was cute.
We're just relieved.
Yeah, actually very relieved.
I think the relief.
So relieved I wasn't listening to the joke.
No.
I was just focusing on what
and
you
I know this guy's saying that the commercial, they're using the word sheet, and the guy was trying to say that, and it just sounded like he said the other.
But just like the commercial.
Just like the commercial. That's what he's saying. He said he really makes the point about the commercial. Okay. But I agree with him. This new thing they're doing with commercials, doing stuff like that, it's like, what are we doing? I mean, because, and I know that we cut up and we have fun and all this stuff, but it's almost like we're going down to, and I do blame Ren and Stimpy, and some of you that's dated. There was a time when there was a demand that you be clever. Now it's like, just be gross. Do body humor. Just be gross.
Yeah.
And to me that is just so lazy, and it's silly. It's sophomoric, and I like to cut up and act like kids. As grown men, it's fun. But that kind of stuff, it's like, can't we be more creative?
Yeah, and it just seems like,
I said sheet, and it sounded like. Ooh. I mean, what are we, 12?
And everybody's doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Are we in elementary school? I mean, it just feels lazy.
Yeah, right.
You got anything creative? Nope, but I got something gross. All right, let's do that.
Yeah.
People love that.
No, I'm not going to try to say it. No.
Please don't.
No,
Please
don't.
Oh, me.
All right. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget Rick and Bubba archives. They're available every day. You can get those on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I remember being a kid. I remember being Macy's department store. Just
in the new old-fashioned way.
There it is, Brenda Lee.
Brenda Lee.
Brenda
How about
Lee.
it, Brenda Lee?
I remember being a kid. I remember being Macy's department store. Just thinking to myself, I'm gonna explode right here where I stand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so fired up about Christmas as a little boy, I can't even stand it. And Brenda Lee would be on the intercom walking through the department store singing "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree."
Rick, one of the clearest memories I have is going to a chain store, and I think everybody had it back then, Sears and Roebuck, the big department store.
Oh, what?
And they may have been the biggest one in our county at one time, and they had a thing called Toyland.
Oh, I remember that.
And they would set it up, and you were going, and it was just floor-to-ceiling toys.
Doggone toys.
And I was a little Minnesota Viking fan back then, and I remember they had the electric football thing set up.
Yeah.
And it was a Super Bowl version with the Kansas City Chiefs playing the Vikings. Had the red Chiefs and the white, and the Vikings in the white.
How could it be better?
And when I saw that there, I think I just started shaking. I couldn't believe that I was seeing that in person. I mean, now you wear the Sears and Roebuck catalog out. I mean, it was just page after page of things to look at.
Yeah.
And I remember just when I saw that in person, and there were those light, bright things everywhere, and just every toy you can imagine.
It's called Toyland.
I remember seeing that electric football set up, and they had that fake grandstand behind it.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a Super Bowl edition, so it was the biggest one.
I know. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
And I think I just started shaking. I couldn't take it.
Couldn't take it.
Yeah, it was just I just could not believe that stuff was right there and I could see it.
Well, Merry Christmas to all of you, and today will be gift number 1. Now, let me do this for the tubers out there. We understand that the live YouTube feed has been shut down today. This is all the process of new technology and new ways to get content. I want you to know all of us here at Rick and Bubba Incorporated and at Blaze TV have tried everywhere in the world to try to get somebody at YouTube to tell us what we need to do to simply buy the licensing agreement for bed music that we use on radio. In radio, we pay for these the rights to use the bed music. We would do the same on YouTube. If someone at YouTube would just somehow communicate to us what we need to do to have the same agreement similar to what we have on radio. That is a gray area. No one seems to be able to give us an answer on that. And these publishing companies, rightfully so, are realizing under this new technology they want to try to get payment for their artists. We certainly don't fault them for that. We just need to be told what to do in order to not be taken off. This is some sort of copyright issue back on August the 8th. They're just now getting around to taking down the feed. Adler and the folks at Blaze TV are working with YouTube right now to get that live stream available to you as quick as possible. If you're watching this right now on social media, because there's no way you could see it on YouTube, then here's some options for you. If you have a Rick and Bubba radio affiliate, you can certainly get the live show there. That's simple. If your market does not have an affiliate, go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll see there on our homepage something that says Tune In, right there where you see Twitter and YouTube and all that. Click on that Tune In. That's a Tune In app. It's free, and you can stream the audio live on the Tune In app to any wireless device. So that's an option for you. And, of course, you can also just click the Listen Live button there at rickandbubba.com, and that's that same stream. So that's what's happening, and we hope to get it reestablished as soon as possible. We love being in these new arenas where you have more access to the program, but there's some growing pains, and today is another example of that. So we are working on it, and we thank you for your support. Hopefully it will be resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it is. It's just very, very aggravating because we could rehash the copyright arguments for years.
Oh,
but,
my goodness!
The point that we're at, and for the most part of 25 years, it was understood, although not exactly in black and white. We had a thing called fair use.
Yeah,
and it was, if somebody has a copyrighted broadcast or something, you certainly don't want to be able to steal that and play it and people enjoy it and watch it for what it was meant for.
Sure.
But under the fair use concept, it was that, see, if we, and I don't know why we're in YouTube jail, and again, it was something on August the 8th. You'd think on August the 9th you would be alerted to that.
Right, yeah.
Under the fair use, if we use a clip of something, and then our commentary about it is what people are tuning in for.
Right.
That was called fair use, and you could do that. You could use a copyrighted news story or something that a broadcast of some type or printed, and the point was you were not stealing it and using it, and people tuning in to hear or see that. They were tuning in to hear or see our comments about it, and it was part of the setup. Yeah. So that was considered fair use, and although there were several, hey, it had to be this long or that long, and I've read more about it lately with all this going on, there really wasn't a hard set rule about it. It was just kind of understood.
Yeah.
And then with the internet, so much has changed, and it's complicated things, and the laws and everything have not caught up with it yet. But like you said, when we play bed music or a song, every radio station that we're on pays a right to do that, and they do it through like 3 or 4 different broadcast licenses. They're called blanket.
Seven minutes past the hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world from the Big Boy Studio. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Speedy here, Adler here, Helmsy here, Greg not here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
For some of you that are not watching on YouTube, we were playing some Van Halen when it was Van Hagar. And I want to ask Bubba, would you like some tickets to the Sammy Belcher concert?
You know, I heard the kickoff hour discussing this.
Right.
We've played clips from this show before where they go back and do the Ancestry thing, and you only see the ones that are really shocking, of course. I'm sure some of them end up being boring, and you're exactly who you thought you were.
Right.
But in this case...
What could be more boring?
In this case, Sammy Hagar is not who he thought he was.
And you were telling the kickoff hour, you and Helmsy were discussing, Speedy, so they revealed to him that he's actually a Belcher.
Yeah, he is.
Sammy Belcher.
And they said that it is 100% that this is what he is, and it really caught him off guard. We give you enough time? We do audio.
Is Mrs. Hagar? She likes to have some explaining to do.
Right? We talked about that. Where did it start? Could there be had been an adoption? When someone was real young, didn't know it.
Thankful again that Greg's not here.
Right. I kind of thought that was a stage name anyway.
No, it wasn't. Here's the audio, Rick. It'll come from my channel of him revealing in Finding Your Roots, which airs tonight if you're listening live, the 23rd at 7 Central on PBS. This is how he found out.
Sammy, this chart shows the total number of men found with the surname Hagar who match your Y DNA signature.
0. How can that be?
Sammy, genetically, you are not a Hagar.
Get out of here.
You want to find out what your real biological surname is?
Yes.
What I'm about to introduce you to is 100% certain, because you are not a Hagar. Please turn the page.
I'm a Belcher?
You are a Belcher.
Oh, my God.
Your Y DNA matches 27 men with the surname Belcher.
Wow.
You are Sammy Belcher.
What a trip.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so how does he resolve this here from this point?
Well, I think you stay with Hagar. You can't change it for sure.
Yeah, but I mean,
as far as the family goes, you got a question.
Yeah, you do.
What happened?
Yeah.
He's 76. So his parents aren't alive.
No, I wouldn't think so.
By the way, he carries 76 pretty well.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, for the nightlife.
Now, when we ask this question in the kickoff hour, some folks that watch this show say that a lot of our questions will be answered in the show because they're very familiar with how it all plays out.
Okay.
I have not watched the show, just highlights like Bubba's talked about from the past. But, things like, when did that happen? Where was the breakdown? When the name changed or whatever. I'm hoping all of that is discussed during the show.
Well, what is the name of the show again?
Finding Your Roots on PBS.
And Bubba, I know you watch a lot of PBS.
Well, I started to say PBS may have a winner in that one.
You ought to see the episode when Ernie from Burton Ernie, when they found out who he really was. But going back to this, I don't know that I want to know. I'm not a big. I don't want to know.
Because I see people all the time. They find out they're like, akin to a bunch of Nazis, and then people think they're black and they're really not. It's people think they're white and they're really not. And then I don't really care about any of that.
Right.
And I think like right now, see, if I'm Sammy Belcher at 76, and I've been Sammy Hagar up till now.
Yeah.
And all I can think about is what's going on with my mom and dad. I don't know that I don't know that I want any of that.
And you got a summer tour, but I'm thinking.
Do you think he knows any Belchers down the road?
I'm thinking it must.
First thing he thought of.
It probably didn't start. Do you think it started with his parents, or do you think it went down the line a little bit, and they just? I don't know.
I don't know how he got on that. Because does he say his parents are
it did. That's the only the clip we played is all I know.
I bet you if they probably have gone back and edited it, but if you went back to the live reaction, I bet he said something like, "Oh man, Belcher."
Oh man,
that
was my neighbor growing up. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Farmer Belcher. I thought he just won. I thought he gave Mom that watermelon because he was just being nice.
Hey.
What's amazing is since we've brought this up, I have
Belcher.
had so many emails this morning, countless emails. Number one email all week about knowing something similar happening to somebody else that they know, work, family member, and so it almost makes me think, what am I missing out on?
Has anybody ever heard the term "let sleeping dogs lie"?
Did you see the one, and you knew this was going to happen, where the guy and the girl were going to get married and found out they were half brother sisters?
Yes.
Yeah, that was tough.
No wonder we have
In that
the same
case, you probably want to
interests.
know.
Explains the ears on the kid.
Yeah. Can they announce gender on PBS? Is that good? Can they do that?
Well, right, that's part of your DNA. Are they going to include that?
Okay.
LeVar Burton.
Oh yeah.
He
This
found
is a
out,
big one.
He found out his great-grandfather is a white Confederate soldier. For real. Here it is.
Yeah.
That's him. You are looking at your great-great-grandfather, James Henry Dixon. It's difficult to make out, but that is your biological great-great-grandfather.
Now, I'd have fought you 5 minutes ago if you told me that I had a white great-great-grandfather.
Two greats.
That'll make you read over the rainbow.
Just two greats.
You're right.
There was one of them. I can't remember who it was.
Good gracious.
Was it Chelsea Handler or somebody? And they had all kinds.
Oh yeah, I think she was she have Nazis?
Was that the Nazi?
I think it
one?
was.
Yeah.
But we can't help who we can't help who you can be held accountable for that.
No.
How about if Greg was here right now though, I know what he'd be saying. It has something to do with the woodpile.
Oh yeah,
I explained it in the kickoff hour.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Helmsy was Greg during the kickoff.
Oh, was he?
I just felt like I needed to tell everybody what Greg would say.
I felt myself becoming Greg there. He so influences us.
Yeah, he does. He does. Well, you got to start to think like him a little bit.
Right. Well, you can't help it. He's here all the time.
Right. We all rub off on each other, don't we?
I wish it'd be something positive. Say
I
that
know.
again.
It always goes downhill.
I'm completely in the let sleeping dogs lie camp. I don't want to know. It's better. I'll quote Pet Cemetery. Sometimes dead is better.
Yeah.
Don't awaken that. Do not open the mummy.
Yeah.
It just let it lie. Don't.
How many
watch
do you
out
think
for portals?
they have to go through before they find some that are real salacious like Lamar Burton's?
Oh gosh.
This lady found out that she's a black lady, found out her grandfather was a Nazi.
Okay, so you're just going wild now. You're just pulling them up like crazy.
She wrote a book. My grandfather would have shot me was the name of her book.
Not sure about that. Was this Caitlyn?
I knew that was coming. I was waiting.
Clark. It's just. I mean, can you imagine them looking down and saying, "Rick, are you ready for this?"
Mm-hmm.
What? And all of a sudden, here's your great-great-grandfather, and there's some guy with a soccer ball.
Oh,
yeah.
how
Hey, Rick, hold on, Rick.
embarrassing.
Oh, I was going to say, I have something here for you. Now that Sammy Hagar knows his real last name, they re-recorded some of his classics already.
Have you got a little something over there? What have you got over there?
Just a little something. We don't have time for it.
We'll come back and catch it.
Yeah, we can do that. I like where you were headed. Bet you can't drive 55. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, And now we've got this Universal group that's also out there. So the radio stations have to buy a license with all of them. It's based on their gross sales, and they pay, and it's supposed to go to those artists. And, we could debate that, who's actually got the better end of that deal. But that's not part of this.
We're to the point now, even on this, we're not debating anything. Just tell us what to do.
Yeah, we're glad to, whatever blanket license you want, so we can, function without all this going on all the time. That's fine.
Well, Universal are the ones who've showed up to tell these artists the streaming you're not getting paid for, and we're going to get you paid for it. They're specializing on that. And what it is, we're with what we're doing, and a lot of people are doing, we're in the Napster world. Napster, remember, got the free music out there to you, and then everybody chased it to try to monetize it. And now you can get anything you want to on the digital download. You just have to pay for it. So what's happening is these publishing companies are trying to catch up to technology, and we're caught in the crossfire. And the reason why they can't tell us what we need to do is I don't think they know. I don't think they figured it out yet. So
no, it's just aggravating. Like I say, don't mind paying, understand the concept, but just we got to know who and how, and let's get on with it,
Yeah. So and here's the sad part, and Bubba can be a witness to this because we've all tried. Apparently, no one knows.
Right. There is nobody you can call to get to the bottom of it. He's talking about Jell-O on the wall. Good night.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, first gift of the Rick and Bubba 12 working days of Christmas today could happen at any time. Mannheim Steamroller brings us back. Also, don't forget, we'll be recording another weekend. And when we were sent this book to look at, it's called Loving by Leading, A Parent's Guide to Raising Healthy and Responsible Children. This is a topic that comes up a lot on the show. I remember when, and these parents today, and what do you do this, and kids today, and what's going on. And so we're gonna interview Den A. Trumbull, MD, board certified pediatrician, and he has written a book that also includes, and I got this for Adler today, a time-tested infant sleep program in his book. But we're going to talk to him about this concept. If you really love your children, then you would parent this way. And, of course, some of that is going to be a little counterculture to current culture. But it should be an interesting interview with Dr. Trumbull coming up today. We'll record it, and it'll be published this weekend. So Rick and Bubba University took a week off last week. It'll be back this week. All right, so I get to work today. And we all have our routine, and I pull on in. And now, first of all, it's important that I've received no texts from Bill Bubba Bussey. And I appreciate this. If Bill Bubba Bussey thinks he's going to be late, not late to the show, just late on Bubba time, he alerts me because people are so habitual. If they don't do their normal thing, I may unnecessarily, if I don't hear from him, think something's wrong.
Rick, I don't want you to worry about it.
I know. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And so I don't see anything like that. And here's what makes it stranger. I'm actually running, not late, but I've been, in modern days, I've gotten to work usually 5:30, 5:35 a.m. Every now and then I'll do a 5:25. But today, because of the funeral today, having to dress a little more, and it took a little more time, I was here at like 20 till before the show started. And Bubba is never 20 till without a text. Now, I'm not saying he's never been 20 till, but not without a text.
Right.
So I didn't see that. So I rolled down the hall, fully expected, hey, Buzz! I'm going to start my, hey, Buzz, how you doing? And all that. Well, his door's, it's got the Bubba's not here door look. And I think, man, Bubba's not here. And I look down at my phone again. Well, then to make it weirder, I walk into my office and some gift cards he told me that he was going to get were on my desk, which means Bus has been here. Bus has been here. I mean, there's something new on my desk that was not here yesterday, and I know Bus didn't come back yesterday afternoon and put him down. There'd be no reason for that. So the Bus is somewhere. And I'm like, but where is he? And then, would you like to tell us what happened?
Well,
where's the Bus?
I want to be clear again. This is my fault, okay? And it's probably my fault on several levels.
Oh, yeah.
And
what have you said before? Most of our problems are what?
I brought them on myself.
Self-inflicted.
Right. And
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the
of gravy, please.
Phone calls right now. If you want to join us, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. Maybe some of you have similar stories that decided to not let sleeping dogs lie. Let us know. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Whatever is on your mind, we will chat with you if time allows for your phone call, which if you move now, it probably will. Speedy, you had a little something going to the break there about Sammy Hagar now being a belcher.
Yeah.
And you're saying that now he's changed his songs. Is that right?
Yeah. Now that Sammy Hagar knows his real last name,
Right.
They have re-recorded some of his classic hits.
Okay.
And here is one now, which is, I thought this was pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
That's terrible.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's terrible.
Belcher.
That's
yeah,
terrible.
yeah, well,
That
You're
is
saying.
awful. And you wonder,
That was quick.
But isn't it true though that a lot of the last names do tie to something like that?
Well, I think back at some point in time they did.
Yeah,
And,
way back at the
you know,
original
some
origin.
of them you hear about, you think, wow, how'd you get that one?
Right. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to join us, you can. To Gurley, Chester is standing by. Chester, go ahead.
Hey, y'all hadn't stated the obvious reason.
Whoa, time out. Are you talking through a piece of paper and a comb? Is there something? Can you make an adjustment?
Good gracious.
What is
What
that?
are you doing?
What is it? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Hey, y'all hadn't stated the obvious reason Saban retired.
Okay.
He's going to make a presidential run.
Well,
feels pretty open right now.
Yeah, that I would be surprised, but possibly. I mean, we do have Senator Tuberville. Larry and Florence, WLAY. Larry, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good morning. I was just going to see if you guys have seen the video that just come out. There's a guy interviewing some of the migrants coming through, and he's interviewing one guy, and he's like, "Oh, you'll soon find out who I am. Nobody knows who I am, but you'll soon find out."
Yeah, I saw that.
Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I haven't seen that. Yeah.
This guy says, "Soon you will know who I am. Believe me, you will see." I haven't screened the audio, but that's what this gentleman right here says.
Right? Is that guy? That guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not sure what else he says in the video?
Yeah, I haven't screened it for cussing, but that is what he says.
Yeah.
And it has people freaked out.
A lot of fighting age males.
I've noticed that.
Yeah. So I don't know. You would think, of course, you would have to. You would have to. You have to think that there's no one there to say, well, if you say that kind of thing, we have to now.
Right, we got to
take
pull
you
out
with
of
us.
line. Yep.
You would think there would be some of that.
Right.
I mean, it's
there.
brazen now. They just, everybody's bragging about it.
Oh, yeah.
Then we'll have some tragedy.
Yeah.
And everybody will go, why didn't we connect the dots?
Right. So, but I guess if you're just talking to people standing around and there's no one there at border control, I guess they can put it out on the internet and all that. So I don't know. I don't know what you can really do about that, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could send that to, which I hope you do, to Homeland Security, let them look at it. And make a note, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
you would hope.
I don't know what else you could do. Tupelo, Mississippi. Chris is
Home
standing
of the
by.
king.
Chris, go ahead. How are you?
Hey, guys, just calling to make a response to the gentleman who made the comment about Nick Saban retiring to make the run for president. I don't know if you guys have heard his comments that he's made to the media, but if we thought President Trump was bad, with his comments to the media, Nick Saban's going to be even worse. I'll let you guys comment. Have a great day.
Yeah, and I don't know Coach Saban's politics at all, but I know that some of the things that I've seen him discuss may not be as far to the right as some would prefer.
Yeah.
Now
some of the issues he supported in West Virginia or whatever, but from a popularity standpoint, could he get elected? Probably, absolutely.
He should just go for governor.
Yeah. And I think he was alluding to the fact that he speaks his mind. You never know what you're going to get because he'll let you know how he feels.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And we can all use some more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The so anyway, I just
with that it all wrapped up.
Right. I was
telling Bubba a minute ago, we have so many things we've talked about over the past and all the different stages of life, and you got to take care of your parents. They took care of you, and while they're still with you, you take care of them, and they'll get themselves in some situations. And yesterday, and this is the one you have to overcome. Apparently, yesterday, it was set up that Greg was going to go take my mother to the doctor for an appointment, and then bring her back, to her apartment. And Greg, of course, ends up sick.
Yeah.
Or tested positive for COVID. He doesn't seem to be really all that sick. So that means he's not coming. So what I think would have been fine is that then Mom should just reach out to me and say, Greg's sick and he was going to take me.
Need a backup.
Could you come take me? But apparently, Mom decided she would go out and she can drive. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just she's getting older, doesn't really like to do that as much. And her car sat and did not move because the Arctic blast. Mom said she would not be coming out for any reason during the Arctic blast. And the car sat there for a while, and so she got it not too far from the house, and it went dead.
Oh.
Okay. So.
Oh, so she did get it moving.
She did.
Okay. I thought it was great.
So I had to, and it wouldn't recrank after that.
Yeah.
It did one. So I find out about it, and I'm like, well, look, I'll just come to where you are. Why did you not just call me?
Yeah.
To take you? Well, I know you're busy. And here we go. Well, Greg, they might be sick. Yes, ma'am. I know about that. They wouldn't at work today. So you not want to just call me? Well, I know you're busy. I just don't want to be a burden. And I'm like, okay, Mom, you're my mother, and if you needed help, well, I thought I could do it myself.
Well.
I know you did, and I'm proud of you. And so then I get there, okay, and now she has a friend that is in town that came to pick her up, and I said, Mom, I will wait on the wrecker because they couldn't jump it off. That didn't work. And I said, I'll wait on the record. You and your friend, y'all go back to the apartment. I think I'll just sit here in the car and wait on. I don't want you to wait by yourself. And I'm like, Mom, really, honestly, we don't, you don't need to be sitting out.
No.
It's still cold, and there's no reason the car will crank so you can't get heat. No, it's all you needed today because I know how busy you are. Mom, I'm really good. I'm done with what I had to do, and I'm here. I would love it if you would go back to the apartment and not be worried about you out here. And
side of the road.
I don't know how long you think they could be. Of course, we sat here forever when they tried to jump us off. At one time, I had to call back, wonder if insurance was going to send anybody.
Oh, my goodness.
Which that's the signal of this is going to be a long time.
Right. And it will be.
And it will be. I'm just going to stay here with you. No, ma'am. Please, with Mom. And I don't know how many. I mean, and like I've said before, it's always they're concerned about being a burden, but what they don't know if they don't communicate with you, and you probably can have these things, and God love it. I just hopefully it's we got it, and thank you, got it there, and it's getting worked on. Bones just said he's got an update on it, and hopefully it's not any big deal. But
Bones.
Yeah, but I. Have you ever heard the I know you're busy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You get it all the time.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I had to get a new suit or two, and I was long overdue. I hadn't bought one 20 years probably. And we went to the White House. That was probably the last trip that suit got to make. And I've probably put on a few pounds over the years from that. And but the thing when I got that suit, I said, look, I want it to fit good now, not when I lose 5 pounds, like it's how we usually will try to buy
Okay, now
clothes.
that's important based on what we're about to hear. You did say that?
Well, I always say that.
Right. Okay.
So we got, I was talking about my old suit.
Okay.
So we go to upgrade, and like I said, it's been a long time, and I try to take care of my clothes so, they last a long time, and, to heck with style. But
right.
So So we get 2 suits, and I got them probably about 2 weeks ago.
Only 2 weeks ago.
Picked them up. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Picked them up.
That's pre-Thanksgiving.
Now, are we talking, because this is very important, we're not talking about I got one off the rack that I think this was my right size.
No,
I had it custom made to fit
Well,
my
yeah,
body,
I mean,
right?
there's a lot of stores
No,
now.
no.
You go
When
in
did
and
you got measured for them 2 weeks ago?
No. I
Okay.
picked them up.
When did you get measured for
This
them?
is important.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know. What is this
A
now?
couple weeks prior?
It's December 5th.
Before or after we violated something on YouTube?
We
that would have been August
we probably picked them up, let's say, just for round figures, mid-November.
So you think you got measured for it then?
I think, no, picked them up mid-November. So probably got measured for them
Halloween?
mid-March. I mean, not mid-March. That's quite the tailoring out job. Say 2 to 3 weeks earlier, sometime in October.
Okay. So we'll say that when you were measured, we'll say it was October.
Let's just say October.
Okay. And we're sitting here in December now.
You're right.
60 days.
Yep. Thereabouts.
Give or take.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead.
Round figures.
So this is supposed to be I measured, meaning the suit should fit me because it's
Rick,
measured to me.
Yeah,
Did you stand on a platform with somebody with chalk?
Yeah, oh,
making,
yeah.
okay.
Well, it would be nice.
A lot of chalk.
If you could just, buy off the rack, but that's probably not my deal. You
Right,
know?
yeah.
And because I have a rather unique body style at this point.
Yeah, right.
And so I go to try on the suit this morning, and it takes longer to put on a suit.
Well, that's why I was
as
running
opposed to my normal. Let me get my hands on something. Here I go.
Yeah, me too.
Which is the normal morning format. So,
which is painfully obvious if you have the YouTube option.
Sure. And I
back
know,
when it was up.
Right.
Look, you, by the time it's 10 or 11 o'clock, you go, wow, they dress bad. But at 4:30, it really looks like a good pick.
It looks fantastic.
You know what I mean? So
as good as you can see it without turning lights on.
So I put the suit on, and from there's several pieces to it, and most of it fits pretty well. But I feel like the pants were a little snug, and. So I thought, well, maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll loosen up a little bit. So I put them on, and I go. And now getting in the Jeep is a step up.
Oh,
okay?
yeah, sure it is. Gladiator, baby.
And I'm looking at the pants. I think they're too long, and they're definitely too tight in the hips. Okay, can we just say that? But I thought, you know what? I'll wear it and see. Maybe they'll loosen up or something. Maybe I'm doing something wrong here. And really, I don't know how I didn't just split them getting in the Jeep this morning.
A little snug.
And then I get here, and the ride here is very uncomfortable. And if it takes a little more room when you sit down.
Yeah.
And I got here, and I came into our 2 GQ experts on the show, Speedy and Hounds.
sir.
I mean, they're by far the neatest men here.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, that's not saying a whole lot.
No, it's not.
It's true, but it's not saying a whole lot.
And Rick, you're making some strides, but I mean, if you go GQ, it's them all the way.
Well, but keep in mind, like they just said, it's like winning a very weak conference.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So
they'll get slaughtered in the playoffs.
And I'm no way to get past first round.
Right.
So I'm showing them, and they're going, well, this might be a little long, but and they're having, looking it over, and I said, the hips here are too tight. And I tried to sit down, and it's like I'm wearing yoga pants, at Walmart, that every woman wears now for some reason.
For some reason, and I guess they're not aware of how they look. But anyway, go ahead.
So it's just real snug, and I knew it was snug, so I think very wisely threw in some backup clothes in a bag.
I wonder why you
them
did
in.
that. What was that?
Because I knew it was too tight. I go, this ain't gonna work.
Oh, after you put it on, you stopped taking. Okay.
Yeah, I said there's a problem here. I gotta have a backup because I don't think I can go all day like this.
Custom suits are supposed to fit you perfectly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And again, it's on me. One, I should have tried it on sooner, and I'm sure I've gained weight.
It's 35 minutes now past the hour. All right, so I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I am going to bring up an issue, okay? If you're out there and you
know that tax day is approaching. Okay? It's going to be here for all of us. Many of you hearing my voice right now never expected to have a tax problem, but hey, you do. It happened. Didn't expect it. Now you feel like a criminal. They're very good at making you feel that way, but we know that you're not, and you could just be a victim of this ridiculous tax system that we have, and that can lead to feeling stuck and now being sure you don't really know what to do. You don't know how to fix the problem. The one thing I can say, I'm sorry with certainty, and we all know that this problem is only going to get bigger if we don't address it. Tax problems don't go away. The IRS currently mailing millions of pay-up letters. They've added nearly 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? One reason, millionaires have tax lawyers, and they know that you will pay up with interest and penalties. So here's what you need. Now let's get to the solution. Tax Network USA. At tnusa.com/Bubba, you need them right now. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. That's helpful. They know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. And something that Tax Network USA has asked us to make sure you are aware of, they've learned of a special limited-time IRS offer to get you out of the tax problem. In short, the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Now, make 2024 a positive year where you put any tax issues behind you. Call 1-800-245-6000. Again, 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Also, you'll find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, if you hear the sound of the theme music, you know what this means. Another man-made climate disruption, climate change, global warming, global cooling, climate disaster, of course man-made. Climate quack. We're fearing things like rice, cows that need to relieve their gas. All these things are going to destroy the entire earth. Burn, baby, burn. Carbon emissions, of course. Burn, baby, burn. Bubba, what's the latest?
Rick, we've had a lot of footage this week from the World Economic Forum.
We have.
For this to be an economic forum, it seems like they spend a lot of their time worried about the environment.
You are correct.
Now, you thought it was funny when they came after the things you mentioned a minute ago, including rice.
Yes.
Now we have a Swiss banker at the World Economic Forum who is an agenda contributor.
Oh, wow.
And he is going to tell you that drinking coffee is destroying the planet.
And now we have war. Okay, here we go.
We'll be having our coffee before the session, and you raised the coffee example. I'd love just to give you the chance to expand on that.
Basically, the coffee that we all drink emits between 15 and 20 tons of CO2 per ton of coffee. So we should all know that this is every time we drink coffee, we are basically putting CO2 into the atmosphere.
Unbelievable. I don't even know what's
what. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You can't drink coffee. You can't eat rice. You can't watch the cows in the pasture. Everything is destroying the environment. Everything.
I mean, hey, you can't
except them flying on private jets.
You can't even have coffee. I mean, you can't have nothing. That's my granddaddy always said. That's your first mistake. Think you could have something.
Boy, you talking about looking for something.
But doesn't this just feel like if I was them, I would be like,
I'd be embarrassed.
If I was given the card and I walked up to somebody and they said, I'm one of the agenda people. So tell you what you're going to take on today. Okay, let me see my notes. What am I talking about? Coffee. Oh, okay. Talking about how we can help, countries that maybe to get their coffee to market and make a profit, maybe provide for themselves. Nope. Coffee is destroying the earth.
But listen to what he said, though. He said they were having coffee before they started.
Correct.
So again, they're trying to convince you not to do what they're doing.
Correct. Right.
Because it's destroying the planet, but it's okay for them.
Does anybody believe, anybody that's ever been around a full-blown coffee drinker, anybody believe, the most liberal, the most leftist coffee drinker you think they're going to give up coffee? No. This is like when they tried.
No, they'll try to tell everybody else to give it up.
It's like when they tried to convince the LGBTQ community not to eat Chick-fil-A. They couldn't help it.
Yeah. Right.
It's just too good a sandwich. It's too convenient. The service is too good.
I just hope cows don't start drinking coffee, because then we're in real trouble.
Then we've had it.
Yeah.
Double trouble.
Wow.
We've had it.
This is good.
I don't even
mess with my coffee.
Do you? Is it?
No,
how
most people
about
don't.
this? Is this what we're seeing now? Are we almost to the point of boredom? I'm tired of talking about the climate change things I normally talk about. I got to have something that's a little bit. It's going to be
edgy.
It's going to be edgy.
Something that'll get the headlines.
Let me say something provocative. I tell you what, go out there and tell them coffee's destroying
On
the
edge.
Ooh, yeah. And
Is he trying
let me
to
drink mine first, then let me get out there and slam it.
Is he trying to refer to us actually drinking the coffee or the farming of the coffee?
The farming, but see,
Yeah.
the problem is if you're drinking it, that's what the farmers do it for.
Yeah. Right.
So it's all the same.
Yes, it's all the same. I was just trying to figure out
It's
what
a process to get there.
Yeah. This is that famous thing that the left does. We want to be able to do what we want to do, but we want to destroy your life. But we still get to do what we want to do. We'll find coffee somewhere, but we're shutting your coffee down.
I think we would save the environment more and help the atmosphere if we'd shut down the World Economic Forum that never talks about economics.
Right.
China SUVs and planes all over the place out there.
That's,
Why?
Wow. It is. It really. It's just getting absurd. We this year at the forum, and Bubba, like you said, which needs to be looked at. I'll tell you one thing that'll destroy an economy of some countries if they're coffee producers and you take it away.
Yeah.
I thought there's supposed to be an economy, as you said, an economy forum. I didn't know it was going to turn into how to destroy someone's economy.
Well, that's all you've heard is to how to put people out of business. I mean,
Well, hey, look, and it's destroying ours too. Look, if we don't stop this cult and stop it soon, I'm telling you.
And it is a cult,
right?
The net zero thing.
Yeah.
Net zero will ultimately harm way more people than it helps.
I know it.
It's a joke.
And I don't know. We got to start getting. You got to be willing, and I think this is the where the left they've always played. This is an old play. They run it really well. Their execution of it's great. If you're going to go against the left and you can't take being demonized,
you're in trouble.
And you can't take people being mean and saying bad things about you, you got problems. So what everybody does is it doesn't do any good. Everybody pretends to agree with them, so they'll leave them alone, and then they still drink coffee, they still eat rice, they still fly. To your point, they still drive, but they go out and pretend like they don't, so the left will leave them alone. But even they don't really believe it,
or they wouldn't be doing it.
Or they wouldn't be doing it
because they're still destroying the planet, even if it's them doing it.
I've seen one person, Ed Begley Jr.
Yeah.
I don't even know where he is now.
I
He might have given up by now. But he actually
he was dedicated to the cause.
I don't know his whole life.
Yeah.
I don't know his whole life. There may be other inconsistency, like God forbid he drink coffee. But he thought he was doing some good, and he tried to live his life in a way that he believed would have a positive impact on the earth. I don't agree that it did, but I give him credit.
At least he was doing what he said,
living out what he believed. Now, I haven't seen any others. He's the only one I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And he might have, like I said, faded on it now.
Well, it depends on how far he had to go.
Anybody got an Ed Begley Jr. update? I don't know.
Nah, I don't. Just about the whole CO2 thing, the one of the co-founders of Greenpeace, which is a environmental activism group, one of the co-founders said this is Dr. Patrick Moore. He says, there is no definitive scientific proof that CO2 is responsible for any of the slight warming of the global climate that has occurred during the past 300 years. But there is certainly beyond a measurable, reasonable doubt that CO2 is the building block for all life on Earth. And without its presence in our global atmosphere, this would be a dead planet. That's from the co-founder of Greenpeace.
Okay. Wow.
So the whole CO2 thing is this absolute scam.
Well, it is because it gets you to do things you wouldn't do any otherwise.
I mean,
tried
isn't that what plants want?
Yes.
Yeah, they really like it.
Well, they put out oxygen.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe that's called photosynthesis.
You talking about save the rainforest? Why are we saving it?
It almost seems like it was designed that way.
What does the forest need?
Ed Begley's got a new book out.
Does he?
Really?
You're still doing it?
What's it called?
Catching
To
Rainwater?
the Temple of Tranquility and Step on It.
Okay. That's not what I thought you were going to say.
But it's a good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or Thanksgiving or something.
You
I'm
think?
Sure.
Yeah.
Probably, sure.
Why do you think the people who custom made the suit, did they make adjustments? I mean, did they?
Well, I'm the first thing I thought of, and again, it's probably on me. I should have tried it on, and I probably eat too much over Thanksgiving. I don't know.
Man.
And but I've always had a feeling that they get in the back room and they look at all those marks and they go, "There's no way somebody's this fat. No way. There's no way somebody come in to buy a suit with this measurement." I mean, it's impossible. People don't live like this, And I think they take that little soap mark and they go, we taking it in an inch. No way.
Somebody probably got fired going, who came up with these measurements?
Yeah.
Nobody can
this tall.
Nobody can be this tall in this round.
Look,
Was this Santa?
50-29, it ain't no, not happening.
50-29.
And I think they just, they go, we're not doing that. We're not. We've never done that. Take it up.
All right.
Make it a 44.
When we come back,
And we need to talk about how we saw things.
well, that's
as
what
he
I'm about
came
to
in.
say. Does Betty know this suit doesn't fit yet?
No.
Okay. Is that? Should we just? Should we even? But she's gonna.
It's just, you know when you're a kid and you broke something and your mom ain't home yet.
Yeah.
It's that same feeling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get dogged. My gut feeling is just to run away. I feel like getting in the Jeep with as much gas as I can and just driving somewhere else.
Well, now that you've taken that suit off, you can actually get up in that.
Right. Rick, he slung over that studio door and said, "Guys, I got a problem."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Still to come on the program, too, next hour, we'll talk to Scott Dawson. It's become a big story now. We had talked about it in passing on one of the daily documentaries, but Kanye West and his proclamation that he is now a redeemed follower of Christ and his Sunday meetings and all of this, that Kanye West is scheduled to come to Strength to Stand 2020 in January at Pigeon Forge with the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. We'll interview Scott Dawson about that process and ask some questions coming up next hour. All right, so Bubba, your suit didn't fit. It was custom made.
It's a little snug.
So something happened.
So it's my fault again on two levels. One, I waited, to try it on till now. I should have tried it on earlier, but there's always a lot of time in the day for that.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I don't know. I might have gained a pound or two between now and since Thanksgiving. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, they measured you in October, and now the suit doesn't fit.
I'm sure it's on me either way. Right. So.
Well, we're doing.
There's no way out of this one, is there? And by the way, it's almost like you're practicing. We're not Betty, by the way. We're good.
Yeah.
It's
I understand. What we saw last night.
Well, what we saw last night, Bubba, I have a need, and explain.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba's in the house. They all up in the house. Rick and Bubba's in the house.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very far. the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. For those of you that have the hybrid break that we provide everything for you, I apologize. Something went south with the software here where we load commercials. So you got to hear the Rick and Bubba band a lot there, didn't you? But if you if you cover all that, you were probably okay. I don't know, because I don't think your coming back might have been affected, but I don't think that you had any issues with the break since we're back on time. All right, so and we're looking into that. Bubba, we love to get on this show and discuss all this nutritional stuff that when we come back, say in a few months, somebody will dispute it.
All right.
And then we'll come back and say, somebody said, I'll tell you one thing, that's a bunch of garbage.
Yeah, and then you just start adding up surveys and studies to go how many said pro, how
Right.
many said con.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it. It just get just like we all talking about the bottled
it's
water
tiring.
with
It's
the
tiring.
with the plastics and all that. I'm like, I'm almost like too far in.
It's
The
just
adjustment
tiring.
I needed to make, it's too late now. And what is the real level of it? I don't know. Somebody will come back and say, bottled water is what you should have been drinking all along. I hope you didn't go over and start drinking out of some container. I mean, you do know that. I mean, that
Sure
can
it
happen.
is, sure
So I'm just gonna. I think that in a fallen creation with fallen things, I'm gonna bet that there's really not anything that's 100% number one for me.
Yeah.
Because it's not in its original state anymore anyway.
Except
But
for honey.
But I will say this: one of the things, right? One of the things that, because Sherry and I, we had kids that had digestive problems, and if you're a Burgess, that kind of comes with it. So if you're searching, it's a wonder we're not Belchers, because gastrointestinal problems are just part of the Burgess experience. And then different people in the family have it to different degrees. But so one of the things, and this is true, if you have aging, we're talking a lot about aging parents lately because we've been through all this. But if you have, when people have issues with, say, like a urinary tract infection, when you get older, it can affect your mental state a lot. And there's all kinds of research, good solid research, that gastrointestinal health goes a long way with fogginess, you're feeling foggy.
Yep.
It really affects
The gut affects everything.
Yeah, everything. So this is a dietitian, a nutritionist, I guess is a better word, who says, look, there are foods that are good for gut health, and there's foods that are really bad for gut health. And here's before we even look at it, we know what's going to happen. Anything that we do is going to be on the bad list.
Yes.
And everything that we don't do and refuse to do is going to be on the good list.
And everything that tastes good is on the bad list.
Like right out of the gate, one thing that will benefit gut health is bone broth. Now, I don't know if you ever had bone broth. It's fine, put it in a stew or something like that. But that is good.
Kind of hard to get it though every day.
Yep.
Especially if you're on the road or
out of
a machine.
By the way, this fruit, I've tried to deal with it before. It's too big a hassle. No matter the benefits, not worth the trouble. The pomegranate.
Yeah.
It's
a handful.
It's got quite the PR firm. But have you ever tried to prepare a pomegranate? You won't do it twice. Okay. So that black beans are good for your gut health.
Yeah, they are.
Arugula is good for your gut health.
Now, what is that?
That's just a lettuce. That's all it is. It's kind of a.
Ooh, I have to be careful.
Yeah.
Last time I ate arugula, it was not good.
You can have a salad with arugula.
I ate too much
as your
of it.
leaf.
Okay. But it's better than just regular salad.
Correct.
Yes, better than iceberg.
For your gut. Well, iceberg is like really bad for your gut.
It's just like water, right?
Yeah, it's not on the bad list.
It's a thistle.
Yeah, it's a thing. Another one? Oysters.
Has no nutritional.
Oysters.
Good on your gut health?
Good on your gut health.
Really? Huh.
And other things.
Yeah, that's what I hear about the other stuff.
Hey.
Yeah. And things you should avoid. Are you ready, guys?
Uh-oh.
Ready for the list?
Probably on every one of them.
Oh, no.
Artificial sweeteners right out of the gate.
Boom, check.
Okay.
Check. Fried foods.
Yep.
Check.
What?
Processed meats.
Yes.
Check.
Got it.
Those are all bad.
Gosh almighty.
So there you go.
Are those the only three?
That's only 3 that got the really, really bad. Then it goes on to tell you what they do to you, but nobody wants to read that.
No, please don't. Who wants that?
Yeah, so
I was glad mashed potatoes and corn wasn't on there.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Corn
so real.
Corn can actually be problematic. I'm not talking about like for gut health, but just to digest, can get a little rough there.
Yeah, it sticks around. I know.
It really does.
Especially if you're a dog.
But anyway,
or a baby.
It says, and it gets real specific on the artificial sweeteners. Aspartame, she hates that.
Yeah.
Sucralose. Sucralose, loose.
Yeah.
Like Greg's not here.
Yeah.
Careful.
And so it doesn't like stevia and stuff like that's not on the list.
Okay.
But aspartame and this other one is
Sucralose.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably a better way to say it.
I don't know if it's right. It just sounded
A lot
bad.
of people have issues with aspartame.
So what we're saying right
Yes.
now, let me tell you when you've really done a gut bomb, okay?
Oh.
If you have eaten a corn dog with a Diet Coke, I mean, you have really, I mean, you've really, because you got the fried, you got the processed meat, and you got the artificial sweetener all going.
Sounds like a good breakfast.
And then somebody said, you know what? I had one the other day. You are correct, my friend.
Yeah.
So
Don't eat that before you go out hunting.
how are y'all on the
No.
good? How are y'all on the good list? I do not like oysters.
I
No.
do.
I can eat them if they're done.
I
the
like
way want.
I like arugula, and I eat a good bit of that. I like black beans. Like I said, pomegranate's too big a hassle. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And bone broth, I'm sure, in some of the soups or stews.
Oh,
that
it's
Sherry's
good.
done. We've done that.
It's really
I noticed that's something people have done before, like if you don't feel good. Well, I don't feel so good. And then somebody go, here, have a little bone broth.
Yes.
A little
Yeah.
chicken broth, a little bone broth. Yeah.
See, I'll eat a fried oyster, but then you back to fried. So you can't have that.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
The
can't do that.
oyster, and I know this could be about a lot of foods, and I've heard people say this about other foods that I like and they don't. We all have our texture situations.
Mm-hmm.
And the texture of an oyster, I can't get past.
That and a mushroom.
As a matter of fact,
the barbecued oysters that we had in New Orleans was out of this world.
Yeah.
I was going to sample one, ended up eating a plate.
was it one of those that are baked in the shell?
Yeah.
It's not the fried one,
Yeah.
and it's not the raw one, right?
No, it's baked in
Yeah,
the
those
shell.
baked ones.
And you know those
that's my
shells
favorite.
are not real. Do you know that?
I did not.
They're manufactured.
Well, how
They put
about that?
them
I
in-
did not
They put
know
them in
that.
a dishwasher.
That
when you
explains
leave.
their perfection.
Yeah.
But
I've had them though on real shells though before too.
No, you haven't. You just
Buddy.
thought you did.
Calm down.
Yes, huh? For sure.
No.
Raw. I'm talking
Did you
raw.
just say yes, huh?
Yes,
sure.
huh?
No, we're
You
not
threw
talking.
the for sure in
We're not
there.
talking about. We're not talking about raw.
Yes,
We're talking about
huh?
the baked ones.
I thought we were saying all.
No, nobody ever said
oysters.
that.
All right.
And but I can't. The texture, the baked is about the only way I can do it.
I haven't had that.
I can't do the raw, and I will go this far. I think when an oyster is fried, the texture is even more grotesque.
Yeah.
Because you've got that outer, and you feel good about it, and then also you're like, what is that in there?
No, you got to chase it with something.
No, I like them raw.
Yeah. Well, but they don't really taste like anything. What you're really saying is I like crackers and hot
crackers
sauce
and horseradish.
Right,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Because they don't taste like anything.
Man, you've been sitting there with somebody just eating them up.
Not for me, to each his own, but not for me, not my thing. Again, it kind of goes back to it kind of goes back to the I like baked ones. It kind of goes back to the pomegranate. Raw oysters, that looks like a lot of mess, and the payoff to me is not there.
Right.
But there's people, buddy, they are all about it.
If they're around, and to your point, there's sauce, and I'll go in, but I don't seek them out.
Right. Yeah.
The raw ones?
Yeah.
And you hate to have
If
to
they're
keep
around,
up-
I'll go in.
You
But
have
I'm
to,
just not
you hate to have to keep up with a date. Can you eat them this time of year and all that?
Oh yeah.
Well, you hear me all the time. Don't be a food daredevil. Is that food worth me dying? It just wasn't.
Oh, yeah, I don't want no monster inside me.
And alcohol is very bad for your gut health too, which is why Greg's not here today. That's what I heard.
Adler.
That's what I was
He's
told.
sick.
Speedy, the producer, told me that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick